Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. What if you never answered the first knock on your door in the new year? A family celebrated January 1st in a peaceful neighborhood surrounded by trees with all the joy and warmth you could anticipate. Plans for the upcoming year, holiday leftovers, and a home filled with love. However, that house would be the scene of unimaginable horror a few hours into the new year. Neighbors saw the fire first, sirens cutting through the window silence as dense smoke poured from the windows. Even the most experienced detectives are silenced by the scene that firefighters discovered inside. It was not only startling, but pure wickedness. This was deliberate. It wasn't impulsive or haphazard. And there was no swift conclusion to whatever transpired behind that front door. What, then, could motivate someone to ruthlessly destroy a whole family, including the children? And on New Year's Day, what darkness entered through the door? In Richmond, Virginia, the first few hours of 2006 were passing in silence. There was still the quiet serenity of the holidays in neighborhoods like Woodland Heights, the kind of quiet that envelops homes where families sleep, still enjoying the festivities from the night before. However, the horror that would shake a whole city came to light as the afternoon wore on and smoke billowed from one of the houses on West 31st Street. Expecting a regular call, a kitchen fire, perhaps a tree on fire, firefighters hurried to the scene. What they entered instead was something even more evil and vicious. Although the fire was intentionally started, the real tragedy wasn't the fire itself. 4 bodies were found in the basement of the flaming house, under the soot and smoke. Electrical wires and tape were used to firmly bind their limbs, the adhesive still sticking to their blistering skin. They had all been bludgeoned, hit with terrible force by what turned out to be a claw hammer. And in what could only be called an execution, each of their throats had been sliced. It was a long and eerie scene of unbelievable brutality. Instead of just being killed, a family had been sought down, held captive, tortured, and killed inside their own house. The fact that the victims were placed closely together in the basement raises the possibility that they had been detained for a while before the last blows were struck. In addition to causing fear, the criminals had remained to observe it happen. They then set the house on fire as a last act of sacrilege, not out of panic, but with the cold, calculated intention of erasing all evidence of what had transpired there. In Richmond, the victims, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey, were recognized as parents, neighbors, artists, and entrepreneurs rather than as famous people. The mother, Catherine, was a creative and energetic woman who co-founded a well-known toy business that was more than simply a store. It was a community hub where kids were valued. In recent years, her husband, Brian, who was once a prominent member of the college rock scene, had settled into a more subdued life, choosing the calm rhythm of parenting over the cacophony of the stage. Soft-spoken and considerate, he was adored by friends for his musical soul and introspective nature. Their daughters were only starting to establish themselves in the world. At just 9 years old, the older one, Stella Ann, possessed the early knowledge and inquisitiveness of a youngster who reads well above her age. Ruby, the youngest, was 4 years old and brimming with happiness. According to her neighbors, her grin could brighten any day. Anyone who knew them, or even just heard of them, felt a deep, deep rift when they saw their lives end in this manner. Once a place of laughing, music, and toys, the mansion has been turned into a graveyard of ash and stillness. Confusion replaced grief as word of the murder spread, and dread quickly followed. There were no enemies, no known dangers, and no indications of forced entrance. There was no explanation for why this one home had been subjected to such unspeakable violence. But detectives sensed it in the back of their minds. This violent conduct wasn't impulsive, it was a show. It was in control. The atrocities that were taking place were just getting started with this probe. They didn't enter screaming or in disarray. They arrived with tape, in silence, and with calculated actions that made it clear this was more than a simple heist. It was a controlled performance. First to move, gray-bound Catherine, Brian, and tiny Ruby firmly with packing tape and dragged them into the basement. He didn't move hurriedly or show any signs of being time-conscious. Dandridge, in the meantime, turned a house into a hunting ground by scavenging the upstairs like a scavenger and searching for objects to steal from the cozy space. The front door then opened. Unaware that her home's walls had already turned into a prison upstairs, Stella had returned from a sleepover. Her daughter was brought down during the brief period of her mother's freedom. Kirsten Perkinson would never forget the picture of Catherine standing in the doorway of her daughter's friend's home, looking calm, pale, and silent. Not a single word revealed what was waiting behind her. Even if there had been something strange, something drained in her expression. Soon after, they were all bound together and encircled by two ferocious creatures in the basement. Their last minutes started to fall into the hands of monsters, after the appearance of safety was destroyed. It wasn't a frenzy that followed, it was accurate. One by one, Gray took his time. With the packing tape still plastered against their flesh, he drew the blade across their throats. It wasn't over, though. He lifted a claw hammer and repeatedly pounded each of them after their bodies sagged into silence, transforming a cold execution into something much more hideous and intrusive. Later, the medical examiner would attempt to turn that disorder into a clinical situation. Blunt force trauma killed Brian and Catherine. Smoke and crushing blows, Stella. Ruby was 4 years old when she was stabbed in the back, with one wound going all the way to her lung. However, the events that transpired in that basement cannot be explained by statistics or causes alone. They didn't stop there, even at the finish. A tiny art easel, possibly used by one of the females for painting, was pushed over by Gray and Dandridge, who then drenched it with alcohol and set it on fire as a last flourish. It was trivial. It had a theatrical quality. It was intended to eliminate the space's identity as well as the evidence. It might have appeared to be the scene of a terrible catastrophe as the flames spread down the basement and curled around what was left, but this was not an accident. The fire was not overlooked. The call that would end it all was made by Johnny Hott, the drummer for House of Freaks, and a close friend of Brian's. When a fire department arrived to put out the fire, they discovered something that would start a storm that was considerably more destructive than fire. As if 4 lives didn't matter at all, the guys who had left that house hours earlier were already going on, serene, unhurried, and unaffected by the hellfire they had left behind. But you might ask, who were Gray and Dandridge? Darkness was nothing new to the two guys, Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. These two, who were born in 1977, were connected not only by blood but also by a history of criminal activity and violence. Before long, their convoluted paths would converge in unimaginable catastrophes. Ricky Gray had a past, one that was documented in his failed relationships and criminal records. Known for his explosive temper and ability to make life miserable for everybody who came into contact with him, he had spent years in and out of prison. The life of a violent ex-con was nothing new to him, and things rapidly got out of hand when he met his third wife, Treva Terrell. Their relationship was far from tranquil. The neighbors frequently overheard them fighting and yelling at each other. As of November 2005, Treva was fed up. However, she was later discovered dead in Washington, Pennsylvania, her corpse ruthlessly battered and buried in a shallow grave. The worst part is that her death was initially dismissed by the authorities as a drug overdose. The claw marks on Ricky's forearm that day were evidence of a struggle, possibly even a struggle for her life. However, the cops failed to make the connection. The murderer was right in front of them, yet they failed to notice him. Enter Ricky's nephew, Ray Dandridge, who was recently released from jail after serving over 10 years for armed robbery. Following his release in October 2005, he moved in with Ricky and Treva. Ray had already started to reveal his true nature by the time Treva's body was discovered. He also had a family history of violence. When no one was looking, what did the two of them do after Treva's body was buried? They went on. In an attempt to keep quiet, Ricky and Ray packed up and left for Arlington, Virginia by Christmas. However, the violence continued. Actually, things just grew worse. They made the decision to attack Ryan Carey on New Year's Eve, only a few days after they had moved to Virginia. Ryan was left to perish in front of his own house after being stabbed and assaulted. Later, he awoke in a medical facility. As he healed, he would tell the authorities exactly who had broken his body and rendered his right arm useless: Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray. However, it wasn't even that bad. No, January 1, 2006 was when the really nightmare started. At that point, they arrived in Richmond to pick up the Harvey family. Up until two strangers broke into their house, Catherine, Brian, Stella, and Ruby Harvey were just going about their lives. Or at least, they were. They were broke, as Gray would later acknowledge. That was the plan's main motivation. The Harvey house had not even been their first choice. They simply took a chance after noticing the front entrance was open. They took the family prisoner once they were inside. Catherine was made to pretend that everything was great by Gray and Dandridge when the family's guests showed up for a planned playdate. They warned her that her family would perish if she made a mistake. In an effort to keep her husband and children safe, she remained composed and cooperated. After the friends departed, chaos ensued. Dandridge and Gray, however, weren't finished. In an attempt to conceal their actions and destroy the evidence, the Harvey family set fire to the house. After they were presumed dead, it was unsuccessful. They turned on Ashley Baskerville, their accomplice, a few days later. She and her parents were the subsequent victims of this heinous, murderous rampage. The two males were quickly taken into custody as the authorities began to piece together the violent trail that had been left behind. On January 3, 2006, a routine robbery in Chesterfield County, Virginia, or so it seemed, was the beginning of it all. The most recent victims of a well-planned, heartless crime were a couple who lived on Hollywood Drive. Claimingly disoriented and seeking directions, the three criminals, two men and a woman, knocked on the couple's home. At first glance, it appeared innocuous enough, but it wasn't. The couple was caught off guard as the burglars forced their way inside as soon as the door opened. They stole a computer, a television, and $800.00 in cash as they raided the house. However, the robbers paused when the husband tried to deter them by bringing up his wife's condition and his obligation to take care of her. It was sufficient to convince them not to tie the pair up, but the harm had already been done. They had been singled out. The burglars grabbed their belongings after breaking into their house. The pieces of the puzzle started to fit together shortly after this crime. The phone at the Chesterfield police station rang on January 6, 2006. Ashley Baskerville, 21, was a friend of her daughter, and her peculiar connections to two men, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge, who had both visited at Ashley's house as houseguests and were now suspected of being implicated in the Harvey family killings, disturbed a worried resident. Investigators followed the tip right to Ashley's door, and soon cops were swarming the East Broad Rock Road home where she resided with her stepfather, Percy L. Tucker, and mother, Mary Baskerville Tucker. The police discovered a nightmare within. As a direct result of the violence that had occurred there, the house lay in ruins. Mary, Ellen, and Percy had all suffered vicious neck slashes. In a moment, their lives were gone. What they had done to Ashley was the true horror. She wasn't simply deceased. They had suffocated her. To prevent her and her relatives from screaming or running away, a plastic bag had been put around her head and securely fastened with duct tape. As a sadistic show of authority, all three captives had been gagged and shackled. They had been brutally silenced, and their bodies were abandoned in their own house. The cops were able to make the connection quickly. A computer and a television that were discovered in the Baskerville Tucker residence matched the pilfered goods from the Chesterfield home invasion, connecting the two incidents. However, the ring, the one Ashley was wearing, was the one thing that gave them complete certainty. It was the wedding ring of Catherine Harvey. Dandridge and Gray had gone on a rampage, their bloodlust unquenchable. This was more than simply a botched heist. It was the continuation of a rampage that had already caused a great deal of damage and was only getting started. From one victim to another, Gray and Dandridge's rage had intensified. Their violence is growing more vicious and callous. They started a series of events that would ultimately result in their capture and the realization of their whole depravity as they focused on Ashley and her family. Ray Dandridge and Ricky Gray were apprehended on the morning of January 7, 2006. They were staying at Dandridge's father's house in Philadelphia when the cops discovered them. Dandridge lost all self-control an hour after their arrest. He admitted to killing Ashley Baskerville and Mary and Percy L. Tucker. However, that was only the start. Gray, who had been quietly boiling in his cell, requested to talk to a detective 12 hours later. It was chilling what came next. Gray handed out a 3-page confession in great detail. He didn't mince words. He revealed in his confession how he had mercilessly murdered the Harvey family by using a claw hammer and a kitchen knife. Instead of attempting to defend his behavior, he stated, "I don't believe sorry is strong enough. None of this was necessary." However, he continued even after confessing to the Harvey murders. He continued by acknowledging that he had participated in the Tucker Baskerville killings and that he had battered his wife Treva to death, while Dandridge restrained her. Gray even admitted to attacking Ryan Carey in a vicious manner. Everything spilled out as the floodgates had opened. The cops put together more and more of the story as the investigation went on. Ashley Baskerville's involvement was confirmed by January 8, 2006. Not only was she a victim, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, she had taken an active part in the killings and robbery. It was evident from the evidence that she had contributed, including witness statements and objects discovered throughout the investigation. Ashley served as the lookout when Gray and Dandridge broke into the Harvey residence to rob them. One day, the monsters threw out Ashley, a discarded toy, at random. Ashley feigned victimization, according to Gray and Dandridge's confessions. As part of the scheme to loot her parents, she had consented to being bound. However, Gray decided he was done with her when things went wrong. He killed her as well because he no longer needed her, then took her parents' car to flee. It was all a perverse sequence of deception, coercion, and heinous violence. The confessions from Gray and Dandridge showed how profoundly they were implicated in the deaths of so many people, and what began as a robbery turned into something far deeper. The neighborhood would be rocked by their arrests, leaving a path of broken lives and unsolved questions in its wake. Like the atrocities they committed, Ricky Gray and Ray Dandridge's judicial processes were dramatic and terrifying. The murders weighed heavily on both men when they were tried in Virginia's City of Richmond Circuit Court. Legally, things began to take shape on February 9, 2006. Due to his involvement in the horrifying killings of the Harvey family, Ricky Gray was charged with 5 counts of capital murder. These accusations included killing twice in 3 years, killing several people in one act, killing during a heist, and killing 2 children under the age of 14. Dandridge was accused of 3 counts of capital murder in connection with the Baskerville Tucker family's killings. However, his involvement in the Harvey killings would later be covered by one of those accusations as well. Dandridge first entered a not guilty plea, but as the trial progressed and the evidence against him became more compelling, he drastically changed his mind. He agreed to a compromise that would keep him in prison for the rest of his life without the chance of parole when he changed his plea to guilty for all 3 murders just before the closing arguments. He did this to escape being executed, yet it was obvious that he was guilty. However, Gray remained steadfast in his not guilty plea. In an attempt to gain some leniency, his defense team claimed that he had been sexually and physically abused as a child, and that he was under the influence of PCP when the killings occurred. However, the jury remained unconvinced. They convicted him guilty of all 5 capital murder charges following a 4-day trial and only 30 minutes of deliberation. The jury suggested life in prison for the other 3 offenses and the death punishment for the murders of Stella and Ruby Harvey, the Harvey children. Gray's death sentence was formally imposed on October 23, 2006. However, the court cases continued. Ricky Gray was also charged in December 2006 with the murder of Cheryl Warner, 37, a mother of 3 whose body was discovered in a burning house in Culpeper County. Gray would have to deal with yet another horrifying act. She had been shot and hanged in the basement. However, due to conflicting evidence, this charge was ultimately withdrawn in 2008. Gray's case continued to drag on even after he was sentenced. His execution was repeatedly postponed between 2011 and 2015 as a result of appeals in both state and federal courts. One of his appeals was denied by the Fourth Circuit Court in November 2015. Additionally, Gray's execution was scheduled for March 16, 2016, in January, 1 year later. The delays, however, continued. His attorneys appealed to the U.S. once more. Later that year, the Supreme Court decided not to consider his case. After all appeals had been exhausted, Governor Terry McAuliffe finally rejected Gray's request for mercy in 2016. He was set to be executed on January 18, 2017. Additionally, around 10 p.m., Ricky Gray was put to death at the Greensville Correctional Center that evening via lethal injection. Ray Dandridge is currently incarcerated at Sussex 2 State Prison, where he is serving a life sentence. The trial wasn't the end of his story. He is still in prison, and the consequences of his crimes continue to haunt him. The trial and its aftermath demonstrated the depth of the evil that existed between these two men, Dandridge, who would spend his days in jail, and Gray, who would ultimately receive the death penalty. Both men left behind a path of destruction that continues to reverberate across the Richmond neighborhood. However, one question remains unanswered by those left to pick up the pieces when the dust settled. Was this really the end of their murderous rampage? Or was there still more out there just waiting to be discovered? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car, but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. He avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than José Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. Jose first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. Jose presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzman. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, Jose's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzman became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with Jose's family. Jose assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. Jose's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and Jose started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. Jose started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helene Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helen's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, the forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation. saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helene's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, Others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about José's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Who planned a massacre in a sleepy community? In a small, peaceful town where everyone knows one another, almost any crime becomes a high-profile event that will be talked about for a long time. However, if it is a vicious crime against an entire family, which has never happened in these areas before, it becomes a topic of much discussion. Such tales then swiftly give rise to a variety of hearsay, conjecture, and fictitious graphic details before becoming true urban legend. The terrible news of a family's murder rocked the little Australian town of Kapunda, which has a population of approximately 3,000 and is situated on the Light River, close to the Barossa Valley in South Australia, in the fall of 2010. Law enforcement officials in the area were confused because they had never seen anything like this before. The city was instantly filled with rumors. Everybody told the story differently, so much so that the police had to categorize the case in part to prevent information leaks and further panic. In the city, the deceased family was well known and revered. There was no reason for the crime, and everyone at the time believed that they had no enemies or ill-wishers. What transpired initially appeared to be a senseless carnage, and investigators even hypothesized that it was the product of a crazy or insane. Notably, the actual offender was not even initially listed among the suspects, and most likely would have gotten away with it had he not unintentionally revealed himself. The Rowe family's story. English native Andrew Rowe, the family's leader, was born in England in 1965. He and his parents moved to Australia when he was 3 years old, and they made the decision to stay there forever. The youngster attended school in the Adelaide suburbs where the family had relocated. From a young age, he was outgoing, had a great sense of humor, had many friends, and enjoyed going fishing with his dad. A young man met Rose, a cheerful girl who was only a year younger than him, while he was studying in Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, after graduating from high school. The two students soon fell in love, and in 1985 they were married in a small ceremony that was only attended by their closest friends and family. The couple welcomed their first child, a boy called Christopher, into the world in 1987. Chantel, their daughter, was born in 1994. The family established their own modest business, offering expert carpet cleaning services after relocating to the peaceful and comfortable town of Kapunda. Their firm immediately gained popularity and generated a healthy revenue, so the Rowe was unable to stop themselves. In an effort to become self-sufficient and financially independent, the kids started working part-time in high school after excelling academically at one of the nearby schools. While the youngest daughter painted, went to a dance studio, and played basketball for the school, the oldest boy had a passion for music and practiced playing the guitar. It was said that Chantel was a really good-hearted, understanding girl who was always willing to help anyone in need. Her brother chose to link his destiny with computer technology and programming, whereas she aspired to earn a law degree and practice law. Their family was generally amiable, solid, and content, and the kids had a tight relationship with their parents. Christopher, then 23 years old, left his parents' house in the summer of 2010 to live with his fiancée in the same city, a few blocks from his family. Chantel also started working part-time as a server at a roadside cafe in late September of the same year. Her father or brother drove her to work because it was inconvenient for her to get there. The girl, who was already 16, aspired to obtain her driver's license as quickly as possible in order to operate a motor vehicle. Unfortunately, these dreams were not meant to be realized. Young people organized a wedding shortly after Christopher and his girlfriend returned from their November 4, 2010 holiday in Brisbane. However, the young man grew quite worried on the 8th after failing to get in touch with any of his relatives. Chris sensed that something horrible had happened when he contacted his father's office and found out that he had not answered the phone and had not gone to work for an unclear reason. He then called his friend and requested him to come over to check on him. The A were brutally massacred. On November 8th, at approximately 3 in the afternoon, a patrol car arrived at the Rowe family residence. It is important to note that the little town police station only had 2 employees at the time, and they promptly asked the administrative center for assistance after realizing they were dealing with a vicious triple crime. Even the seasoned cops from Adelaide claimed they had never seen anything like the crime scene since it was so horrifying. The interior of the house resembled a horror film set. The floor, walls, furniture, drapes, and even the ceiling were all covered in blood. While Chantel's ripped body lay on the bed in her room, the breathless and severely damaged bodies of Rose, 44, and Andrew, 45, lay in the kitchen. Long before police and paramedics arrived, all family members had passed away from scores of piercing stab wounds. Since nothing was missing from the house, nothing was inspected, and valuables like phones, laptops, pricey cameras, and even cash were found in conspicuous locations. Suspicions that the crime was personal almost quickly surfaced. Because dealing with 3 adults is difficult, it was also implied that the murderer was not alone. The detectives concluded that the culprit had tried to conceal the evidence but had given up and abandoned the notion because it was either a tall, strong, and physically fit man, or because they saw that the tracks had been carelessly cleaned and wiped in some areas. Additionally, there were bloody, transparent shoe tracks on the floor that appeared to be going to the door but abruptly broke off, possibly indicating that the offender had removed his shoes and was only wearing socks. The fact that there were no indications of forced entry is another intriguing aspect. This may suggest that the offender entered the house through a different method, or that the victims knew him and escorted him inside. No one could even speculate as to who or why the parents and daughter had been so ruthlessly killed, and the family was said to have no enemies or ill-wishers. The slain girl's room had a number of distinct fingerprints on the door, but nothing came up when they were compared to the police database. The individual who abandoned them had never before been discovered by law enforcement. He either did not break any laws or was not prosecuted. In addition to being gated off from inquisitive eyes and the press representatives who showed up almost immediately, the residence was sealed off as a crime scene. In order to avoid frightening the offender and allowing him to hide or flee, it was decided not to reveal any information or publicize the investigation. Still, the city was soon filled with stories about the madman. People secured their homes with all the locks and bolts because they were scared to leave their homes at night. As crazy as it may sound, Christopher, the only surviving member of the family, was the first suspect. He was on vacation with his fiancée at Moreton Bay on the Pacific coast of Queensland when the tragedy occurred. When he found out that his loved ones were not in contact, he was the first to raise the alarm and boarded the first aircraft home. However, his fingerprints and alibi were examined first. But since he was actually on the opposite side of the continent when the crime was committed, he was automatically disqualified as a suspect. It was interesting to see that the young girl who committed the massacre changed into fresh clothing and rested on the bed after the massacre. In addition, there were bloody drag marks close to the bed, suggesting that Chantel may have attempted to hide beneath the bed to evade her executioner, but he dragged her away. Furthermore, it was quickly established by forensic specialists that she had suffered maltreatment before to her demise. As was previously mentioned, it appeared that the crime was highly personal, and the offender obviously had resentment toward the victims, which is why the cruelty was so irrational. The family's head was stabbed 36 times, and his wife was stabbed 50 times across her body. Based on the traces, she was attacked twice, but she survived the first one and even attempted to telephone for assistance. Forensic experts found 33 stab wounds on the girl's body. She was also mistreated. Immediately, the authorities started investigating whether the deceased had obsessive admirers, was in a relationship, or was dating someone. It quickly came to light that the girl had been seeing a man called Dylan, who attended the same school as her, for around a year. In addition to being 16 years old, The police questioned if the young man could have perpetrated such a heinous act. However, they needed to speak with him, investigate his alibi, and find out who he thought might have intended to hurt his fiancée and her family. Dylan voluntarily gave the cops his full cooperation and told them everything he knew. He said that he had a great relationship with Chantel. As soon as they reached adulthood, they planned to marry since they were in love. He was shocked to learn of his darling girl's passing and was unsure of how to continue living. The man was in a nearby city on his grandfather's anniversary at the time of the Rowe family slaughter, and scores of people could verify his alibi. Additionally, the young man is no longer considered a suspect. In their search for witnesses and evidence, the police discovered the criminal's fingerprints and seminal fluid on the body of the deceased Chantel, from which they were able to extract DNA. However, neither of these items was listed in the police database. Notably, the murderer took carving knives from a stand in their own kitchen and used them to slaughter the family. This can suggest that the crime was unplanned and that it happened on its own. The murderer took the murder weapons with him when he departed because they were not discovered at the site. The victims were killed between midnight and 2 in the morning, according to experts. According to one of Rose's neighbors, he heard Rose call for assistance twice at around 1 in the morning. After that, there was a thud, as though something big had fallen, and then all was quiet. Although he found it odd, he chose not to call the police since he believed it was only a domestic dispute between the couple and he shouldn't meddle in their private matters. That evening, no outsiders were spotted close to their home. Instead, police officers were meticulously searching the neighborhood for signs of criminal activity or evidence. Additionally, it was decided to use the media to contact the town's citizens and ask them to provide any information that could advance the inquiry. However, this strategy actually made the detectives' job more challenging. Numerous calls from concerned citizens who wished to assist were made to the police almost quickly, and all of the information they received had to be confirmed. People who were suspicious were reported by callers. Cars attempted to link the events involving a group of bikers and drug traffickers, including reporting dubious posts on social media that were discovered in local citizens' profiles. However, law enforcement officials did not benefit from all of the incoming information. An expensive camera that belonged to the deceased girl was discovered among the items in the residence 2 days before to the tragedy. It came out that Chantel enjoyed taking pictures, so investigators thought there might be some that could aid in the case. The memory card did include a lot of pictures, but the cops were particularly interested in the last ones. Most importantly, it was discovered that Chantel had thrown a nice party at Rose's house on November 6, 2 days prior to the catastrophe. She chose to take advantage of the fact that her parents were gone that day for an overnight with relatives. However, it should be mentioned that it was a respectable and calm gathering where people sat over watching movies and cooked food on the BBQ, rather than some sort of party with alcohol or worse. There were only 8 people in the house that night, since Chantel had only invited her boyfriend and 3 of her closest friends, along with their other halves. Their fantastic time was captured in numerous photos taken by the house hostess. On social media, some of the guests' images from that same evening were posted on their pages, mentioning pals. After spending the night in the house row, all of the buddies came back in the morning. During a sit-down in the backyard, Andrew and Rose prepared brunch for the visitors. In order to determine whether the girl had stalkers, jealous persons, or enemies, detectives determined that it was essential to interview everyone who attended the party and collect fingerprints from each person to match with the samples discovered on the deceased's chamber door. Chantel's friends were still in shock over what had transpired. They appeared at the station to testify and did their best to assist with the inquiry. The youngster's DNA samples and fingerprints from the initial call did not match those from the crime scene. They also gave people access to their phones and social media accounts, and they described every event that happened at the final party. Dylan remembered his girlfriend complaining on Sunday that she was feeling ill and most likely had a cold. She had called her supervisor to warn him that she would be unable to report to work the next day due to a fever that she had developed in the evening. Around 5 o'clock the following morning, the man contacted her to inquire about her mood. The message appeared read to him, but Chantel never answered, replied the culprit. Read the note, and the man was unaware that his sweetheart and her parents had already passed away. Additionally, the police discovered that the offender attempted to type a return text message, but it was never removed since Chantel neglected to recharge her account. However, the criminal attempted to give the impression that young Roe was still alive. Surprisingly, Dylan and a few of the deceased's close pals assisted authorities in creating a list of everyone in Chantel's group who she had communicated with. Law enforcement started going over that list, speaking with and inspecting each person on it. A week or two later, they got to Jason Downey, a young man of around 18. He had graduated last year and was now employed at a nearby auto repair business, but he had previously gone to the same high school as the dead and her lover. Jason didn't initially give rise to any suspicions. He appeared utterly innocent, was of medium height, and was really thin. The young man started acting suspiciously, but they still intended to question him and then release him. He began to complain that Chantel had not invited him to her party because everyone was in pairs and he had no girlfriend, instead of responding to the standard questions. He then claimed to have an alibi for the night of the crime, even though no one had even questioned him about it. The police decided to thoroughly investigate the man, including extracting a DNA sample and fingerprinting him, because of his extremely odd behavior. When Downey learned of this, he merely consented to go through all the required procedures without expressing any enthusiasm or worry. At this moment, the police decided to proceed with the test, even though they once more questioned his guilt. The expert saw relatively recent severe cuts on the man's palms when he collected his fingerprints. All of the wounds appeared to be smooth, as though they had been made with a tiny, sharp instrument, but Jason clarified that he had injured himself while working at the machine shop. According to the test results, the prints discovered on the deceased woman's bedroom door were those of Downey. We just needed to wait for the DNA test results, which were due in 2 days, to get the whole picture. They made the decision to speak with the man once again in the interim and inquire as to how, if he had not attended the party the previous evening, his fingerprints had ended up in the deceased's home. Once more appearing completely composed, the suspect explained that he had likely left fingerprints at Rose's residence after visiting it with Dylan approximately a month and a half prior. However, since the prints were crisp and new, this version did not match reality, as would have occurred to them over such a lengthy period of time. They were not rubbed, smeared, or dusty. And when the DNA findings from the lab were returned on November 16, 2010, they eliminated any remaining doubts that Jason was the one who had tortured the girl that night and killed her and her parents. But why would he harm her like that? What was the source of this thin young man's anger and strength? Detectives had to discover what motivated him to carry out such a heinous murder of the family when he was captured the same day. Jason Downey is... who? Jason Downey was born in September 1992 in Kilmarnock, Scotland, and grew up and entered adolescence there. He grew up with his own older brother Jamie and was the youngest of the family's 2 children. The boy was raised by his mother Lorraine after his parents split when he was just 8 months old. The boys had a half-sister named Judy, but they hardly spoke to her because their father quickly remarried. They moved to the town of Kapunda, Australia, when Jason was 13 years old, together with his mother and brother. The woman married a local resident she had previously met online for the second time in her new home. This place did not appeal to the child who was raised in a large city. He genuinely detested country living and wished to leave. At school, Jason hardly had any friends. They spoke to him more sympathetically because they thought he was odd. He was a self-confident, overly chatty, and persistent liar who told everyone about his popularity, admirers, and athletic prowess. In fact, he was neglected by girls. Nobody wished to associate with this strange and unattractive young man. Jason and Dylan were teammates on the same basketball team, and Dylan felt bad for Jason because he was not liked by anyone. He began inviting him to a number of social events. He even made the fatal error of introducing him to Chantel, his girlfriend. Because Downey was her boyfriend's buddy, Chantel also spoke with him out of courtesy and sympathy. She even defended him a few times when other teenagers attempted to make fun of him. But Jason fell deeply in love with her because she wanted to help a boy who was being harassed and abused. Additionally, he started to believe that she feels the same way about him, but is unable to publicly express it because to Dylan, as Downey grew increasingly engrossed in his fantasies in which he was happy with Chantel, the youthful crush eventually turned into a true obsession, but others were unaware of it. The girl just made an effort to be kind and amiable. She never offered him hope or left any unclear clues. He mistakenly thought she was showing him love because she was the only person who showed him kindness. When the last suspicions that Jason had perpetrated the triple crime were allayed during the arrest and first questioning, the police knew that the arrest could not be postponed. But they were unsure of how to proceed, because they were worried that the man might not have done anything. They used a harmless pretense to get him to the station because everyone was aware of his capabilities. Handcuffs were fastened on the suspect's wrists as soon as he arrived. The man, surprisingly, was completely emotionless. He wasn't frightened, furious, or shocked. He was utterly composed, refuted every charge, and made every effort to avoid the situation. When asked how his DNA got on the body and inside the deceased, the man said that he had consensually intimate relations with the deceased during his visit a month and a half ago, and he asserted that he left his fingerprints there. A fact this isn't possible, because seminal fluid couldn't have stayed on the body, inside or out, for so long. Regarding the suspect's alibi, he claimed that he went to sleep in the car after arguing with his mother and stepfather in the evening. Although the parents attested to the argument, nobody was aware of Jason's whereabouts after it. Additionally, the police discovered that he had called Dylan in the evening of November 7 to inform him that Chantel was ill and would be staying at home on Monday. He apparently made the decision to visit Rose's house as a result of this chat. At about the same time, authorities discovered a pair of shoes with bloodstains on them that had been left in an abandoned location. The marks at the crime scene matched those of the only prints. The chronology of events was reconstructed using the shoes, which included Downey's own perspiration and blood traces from all three victims. Jason made the decision to confess to the murder and consent to participate with the inquiry in order to avoid the harshest punishment, after realizing that there was too much evidence against him and that it would be pointless to defend himself. Nevertheless, he made every effort to downplay his guilt. There were no knives in the location where he threw the criminal instruments, despite his promise to display them. That night, the guy was probably just lying. After a heated argument with his mother and stepfather, he went home with the intention of spending the night in the car. But after speaking with Dylan on the phone, Jason developed an obsession with seeing Chantel. As he had done so many times before, his initial idea was to simply drive up to her house and gaze vacantly through the windows. But inside, it was black. The man then drove the car to the end of the street, walked back, and entered the house covertly through a small bathroom window that the owners had left open since he was extremely skinny. He did it easily. For around 30 minutes, he sat in the restroom, listening to the noises to confirm that everyone had gone to bed. After that, the suspect went to Chantel's bedroom as well. He claimed to have told her that he loved her, but he was unable to explain why he had brought the knife from the kitchen with him. According to the police, Jason had originally intended to threaten the object of his passion with a knife in order to abuse her, but she naturally resisted. He injured her multiple times, and the victim attempted to hide beneath the bed from her tormentor. The culprit jumped out in front of her parents, who were awakened by the commotion, but had no time to reach their daughter's chamber. The sight of blood literally infuriated the man. Before knocking Rose to the ground and stabbing her a dozen times till she passed out, he attacked Andrew and swiftly stabbed him in the neck and chest. After that, Downey went back to Chantel's room, dragged her out from under the bed, exploited her, and then used the knife to kill her in cold blood. Why? He never gave an explanation for why he changed his victim into clean clothes, but the criminal came up to her and killed her with a second knife, which he took from the same stand after slaughtering the family. The amazingly resilient woman made it to the back door and even made 2 attempts to call for assistance. Due to the excessive amount of blood, the man initially tried to clean the house but soon gave up. He removed his bloodied shoes and walked out of the scene wearing only his socks after realizing he had created a mess. He carried the knives with him and threw them away so they would never be discovered. Sentencing and trial. Only in the fall of 2011, about a year after Jason's crime, did his trial start. The man remained completely composed throughout the trial, showing no emotion, although he kept changing his testimony. He repeatedly stated that he loved Chantel and didn't want to harm her, while claiming to be in shock and to have no memory of killing the Rowe family. Notably, he carried the victim's pendant with him after the massacre, and the chain from the pendant was discovered in his car's glove box. The pendant was later discovered in his room during a search. He repeated during the trial that he didn't have a date, so Chantel didn't ask him to a party she had hosted at her house the previous evening. He was reportedly furious that he had been disregarded and pointed out that if Chantel had called, the tragedy might not have occurred. The defendant then gave a fully objective statement during his testimony, telling his brother over the phone that he had entered a guilty plea in order to escape receiving a life sentence. In other words, Jason desired a shorter punishment and had no remorse at all, but he was able to get what he wanted. Downey was convicted of 3 crimes on April 19, 2012. At the time of the punishment announcement, every muscle in his face trembled. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of parole after 35 years. He maintained his composure and objectivity as though it were about someone else and not him. He could have been released after 45 years if he hadn't entered a guilty plea. Although he pointed out that no court could ease his suffering or revive his family, Christopher Rowe thought the sentence was fair. He created tattoos with the names of his sister and parents in remembrance of them. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slate in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant, where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depth of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first 2, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the two sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 Ayoyemim, but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy LaGoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill LaGoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura LaGoche and Max LaGoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known meanwhile that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was Renée's 4th daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Henneque married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. Agnes was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmamme to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, his reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual board of directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles, and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelli, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelette complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelette, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelette. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelette's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renee LaRue eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes LaRue's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renee LaRue said, "Yes, mother." After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious despite Renee's valiant efforts to keep control of the Palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes LaRue's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renee had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980s, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978 after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lesueur. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lesueur to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet A. was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lesueur, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993 when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed Françoise Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelet's reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. and Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977, but he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agnelle's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelette, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelette had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelette insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelette abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelette and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Agnelette hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, the jury upheld Maurice Agnelette's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelette was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelette died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Darrell not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Darrell had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Darrell had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Darrell's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Darrell had worked for. The detective went to see Darrell in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Darrell was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Darrell had changed her name to Darrell Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Darrell Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Darrell Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Darrell knew right away who they were referring to. According to Darrell Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Darrell Lynn admitted. When Darrell Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Darrell Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Darrell Lynn informed them. Darrell Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Darrell. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Taylor Wright, 33, a recently divorced private investigator, was having a good time with her lover, Cassandra Waller, on September 8, 2017. Despite the tense divorce processes Taylor was going through with her ex-husband, the two had recently moved in together and everything was going smoothly. Taylor went out of the house that day to hang out with a friend. However, this choice altered not just her life, but also the lives of those in her immediate vicinity. We shall thus examine the events that took place in Pensacola, Florida, today. April 23, 1984, was Taylor's birthday. She first met Jeff Wright at the age of 19. Despite their relationship's ups and downs, they remained in love. They made the decision to be married 3 years after they first met. Taylor accepted a position as a police officer in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Taylor and Jeff had a kid in 2011. They encountered certain difficulties, just like many other newlywed couples. Their relationship gradually deteriorated, and in 2015 they began the difficult procedure of getting a divorce. Jeff thought Taylor was unfaithful to him. Jeff's suspicions were confirmed when Taylor soon relocated to Pensacola and moved in with Cassandra Waller. Because Taylor and Jeff couldn't agree on who their son would live with, their divorce was a challenging procedure. In this process, the financial element was equally significant. By this point, Taylor had left the police force and started working as a private investigator. She had followed Jeff when he was picking up their son and had attacked him multiple times. Taylor's actions damaged her reputation after she was detained multiple times. Taylor became enraged when Jeff was granted full custody of their kid in 2016. Taylor had no intention of giving up, filing a new case, but the ex-spouses were unable to reach a consensus. They had significant financial disagreements. In September 2017, Taylor chose not to disclose any financial information to Jeff and, in violation of court orders, took $100,000, 0 cents, out of their joint account without his knowledge. Taylor chose to empty the account in order to conceal the funds, which were meant to be used for child support. For short-term security, she divided it among her acquaintances. Ashley MacArthur, a former crime scene technician she had known for more than a year, was one of those buddies. They had become good friends during this period, and Taylor gave her $34, 0 cents. Taylor had a lot of issues, and they quickly got worse when she needed the money she had given Ashley to keep safe. Despite Taylor's repeated requests, her pal constantly came up with a new excuse to keep the money. She had no time to take it back. The bank was having issues, and so forth. Taylor suspected that the money was gone at one point. Despite her repeated demands, Ashley never gave her pal the whole sum back, creating new justifications each time. Cassandra Waller and Taylor Wright went to a restaurant for dinner on the evening of September 7, 2017. Taylor shared her issues and financial concerns with Cassandra over dinner. She spoke extensively about Ashley and the money she refused to give back. Taylor was certain that Ashley was purposefully hesitating and that something was amiss. Cassandra tried to reassure Taylor that the matter would be handled by providing her with all the assistance and consolation she could. She also had a suspicion that the money was missing at the same time. Taylor informed Cassandra that she would meet Ashley the following day, September 8, and they would go to the bank to retrieve her $34,000, 0 cents. On September 8th, Cassandra was heading to work in the morning. Ashley was seated in a car close to the driveway when she was bidding Taylor farewell. In order to ultimately resolve the issues with the bank, Ashley came to meet with Taylor. Cassandra saw Taylor for the final time that morning. Cassandra Waller lost touch with Taylor as the day went on. After she stopped answering her texts, she called Ashley, who informed her that Taylor wanted some alone time because she had been sobbing and upset all day. When Taylor apparently canceled their dinner plans with her girlfriend and texted Cassandra that she needed a few days to collect herself, things became more stranger. Cassandra became concerned since she knew that Taylor, being a private investigator, had the resources and expertise to vanish. "I don't have any clue what's going on. I just know that something's not right. I was scared," Cassandra said. Cassandra assumed Ashley, not Taylor, was the author of the text message she received from Taylor, stating that she needed time to collect her thoughts. Cassandra called Taylor several times in the days that followed, but she disregarded her calls and messages. A few of those messages were read, though. All of Taylor's possessions were still at home, but she had not arrived. To check on Taylor, Cassandra wanted to meet her. The fact that Taylor abruptly vanished, especially without first getting in touch with her little kid, was very concerning to her loved ones. Following that, Cassandra went to the police, who advised her to get in touch with Taylor's ex-husband, Jeff Wright, so she could do her own independent investigation. Jeff informed Cassandra that their son had attempted to contact Taylor as well but had not received a response. He then gave Cassandra a shocking warning, asking her to exercise caution since Taylor might become upset with her for bringing the police into her affairs. Disturbed, Cassandra started phoning local hospitals and kept looking for her companion. Authorities launched an investigation after Cassandra filed a missing persons report after a week had gone by with no trace of Taylor. Because Cassandra lived with Taylor and knew a lot about her, the investigators questioned her. Additionally, they searched their home and discovered cash, a revolver, and Taylor's identity credentials. Cassandra claims that the firearm was never used and was purchased only for self-defense. There was nothing else suspicious discovered. However, why didn't Taylor bring her ID, cash, and possessions with her if she had made up her mind to travel somewhere? Cassandra sat in the questioning room asking herself a lot of questions in her head. It soon became clear to her that the police were searching for information that would enable them to connect her to Taylor's disappearance. She nevertheless persisted in helping the investigation to uncover the truth. Following confirmation of her account, the investigators turned their attention to Taylor's friend Ashley MacArthur and her ex-husband Jeff. Since ex-partners are frequently implicated in these types of situations, the idea that Taylor's disappearance was caused by her ex-husband seemed very plausible. They had money disputes and were still battling for custody of their son. However, as Jeff had been in North Carolina the entire time, the theory that he was responsible for Taylor's disappearance was swiftly disproved. Ashley MacArthur was the last person left on the list of possible suspects. Ashley was the last of Taylor's friends to see her before she disappeared, so they made contact with her. Ashley appeared to be acting strangely when she was questioned at the police station. She appeared unconcerned by her friend's absence and was flirty and cheerful. She claimed that Taylor had taken $34,000, 0 cents, out of the joint account she and her ex-husband had shared a few weeks prior, and gave it to her to keep safe while the divorce was being processed. Additionally, she asserted that Taylor took the money, placed it in a travel bag, and departed the day they met. Ashley said she didn't believe her friend could have suffered any harm. Ashley told the police in her initial interview that she had picked Taylor up early on September 8, and that they had spent the day driving about before heading to MacArthur's family home to ride horses. After that, Ashley said, they returned to her house where Taylor had taken an Uber to a pub. In the police interview, Ashley can be heard saying, "I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor is doing what Taylor does, but I don't know. You know, she's always come across as being tough. She's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target." Ashley claimed that after Taylor got into the Uber and drove off, she had not seen or spoken to him. Ashley apparently made numerous attempts to reach her on the phone at that period. The investigators discovered multiple texts pertaining to money after going through Ashley and Taylor's correspondence. The email made it clear that Ashley was often coming up with fresh excuses for not giving the money back. Upon reviewing Ashley's comments, the detectives were unable to verify that Taylor had made an Uber call. Considering all of this, the police started to suspect Ashley of concealing something, but they lacked sufficient evidence to bring any charges against her. Ashley was released since the detectives had just suspicions thus far. Almost daily, she called the police to check on the progress of the inquiry. She had previously stated that she believed Taylor was okay, so it seemed odd. Recalling the fresh information from that day, Ashley attempted to assist the detectives. She mentioned a number of dubious individuals she had previously seen Taylor with. Ashley made every effort to demonstrate her interest, but the investigators continued to look into her potential connection to her friend's disappearance. Taylor was expected to get her $34,000 back from Ashley. The investigators did not rule out the idea that Ashley may have disposed of her buddy in order to avoid returning the money, because they were aware that some criminals operate for far less money. She might have spent it already. She was therefore stalling in every manner she could. Maybe she made the decision to eliminate the source of her issues when she recognized that Taylor wouldn't leave her alone. Ashley's actions supported this hypothesis. Ashley was on the suspect list for another significant reason. Previously, MacArthur worked as a crime scene technician. Her knowledge would enable her to meticulously conceal the evidence of the crime. Ashley could perhaps have had ties to the police officers because her husband Zachary was a former deputy sheriff. The date of Taylor's disappearance was September 14, 2017. Ashley MacArthur was questioned a second time in October. Significant behavioral alterations were seen by the scientists. She was really apprehensive now, but she used to be gregarious and even seductive. She understood that the police had some evidence against her if she was being questioned again, and she was correct. Even though Taylor didn't show up for weeks, the case didn't move forward until the detectives were given access to Taylor's phone records. They found inside them that the phone records did not correspond with Ashley's account of where she and Taylor had gone on the day she disappeared. After focusing on Ashley, the police started looking through her and her husband's phone and financial records. They soon discovered that Ashley had made multiple calls from a separate MacArthur's home in a different area of town than the one she had initially claimed to have been in on the day Taylor was last seen alive. Authorities also discovered Ashley had transferred Taylor's $34,000 check to her bank account, despite the fact that Zachary was not in the vicinity on the day Taylor vanished. Suspicions about Ashley persisted. Authorities were successful in obtaining a search warrant for the MacArthur's 3 separate houses. To keep Ashley out of the way, they asked her to come down to the station for an interview on the day they intended to execute the warrants. Ashley was found to have falsified Taylor's signature on the check, but there might have been a darker motive at play. Ashley lied about where she and Taylor were on the day Taylor vanished. According to mobile phone data, a representative for the sheriff's office attested that MacArthur was employed from roughly June to November 2006 as a sheriff's office crime scene technician. The official stated that MacArthur's resignation was voluntary. Ashley was in the interrogation room and was rather anxious as the police searched the MacArthur's properties. Her responses to the questions became increasingly ambiguous. She could not think of anything to justify it. Ashley maintained that Taylor had taken an Uber to purchase illegal substances before returning to the property when police brought up the disparities between her claims and the data gathered during the investigation. The detectives were intrigued by the fact that she had never discussed it previously. They were interested in learning why this crucial information had been kept secret. In response, Ashley said she didn't want to damage Taylor's standing. Taylor's work as a private investigator might have suffered if everyone knew that she occasionally used illegal substances. However, if Ashley's companion was expected to return but never did, why didn't she notify the police immediately? She might have been in danger after all. Ashley made an effort to express her worry, but she made no effort to locate her companion. She was summoned in for questioning, but why didn't she pay attention to what was going on? The detectives were certain Ashley was lying to them, and all these questions were still unsolved. The woman wanted a lawyer and refused to answer any further questions after realizing the police knew she was lying. Despite Ashley's denials, a search team searched the farm, where phone records indicated Ashley and Taylor had been together on the day of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators were compelled to free Ashley after they first came up empty-handed. It was October 19, 2017, early in the morning. The policeman who kept searching the farm with police dogs later that day discovered something unsettling. It was a tiny pit that had just been excavated and sloppily concreted using a construction instrument. When the police began excavating there, they discovered a human skull with a bullet hole in it. The bodies were in a shallow grave that had been concreted over after being covered with dirt and construction debris. Clearly, someone was making every effort to conceal the body. When the investigators started to remove the body, they discovered a necklace that Taylor had been wearing in a picture. The identification of Taylor Wright's remains was verified by the examination. Ashley MacArthur, 40, was taken into custody that same evening on October 19, 2017. She had been accused of killing Taylor Wright. In August 2019, the trial got underway. Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer informed the jury during the opening statement that there was no evidence connecting his client to the crime. However, the prosecutor contended that security footage and mobile phone data will be used in the trial to connect Ashley Britt MacArthur to Taylor Wright's death in 2017. John Barrowset, Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer, said in his opening statement that there was no tangible evidence in the case. Barrowset informed jurors that there would be no eyewitness or scientific testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his client was involved in Taylor's death. In addition, he questioned Taylor Wright's mental health, citing reports that she had used illegal drugs at the time of her abduction. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, contended that Ashley had a definite reason for killing Taylor: money. Jensen claimed that Taylor often texted Ashley to ask for access to the money when she needed it for court procedures and to pay child support, but Ashley kept coming up with reasons not to return the money to Taylor. Ashley and Taylor decided to have a face-to-face meeting to talk about the money on September 8, 2017. That following day, Ashley disappeared. Another of Ashley's secrets that came to light during the trial was mentioned by Jensen. Taylor had spent about all of the money, so Ashley was unable to give it back to her. It was revealed that married woman Ashley MacArthur had a covert liaison with Brandon Beatty. It came to light that Ashley had purchased a boat for her covert lover using Taylor's money. Brandon acknowledged in court that Ashley frequently bought him pricey presents, but he was unaware of her financial source. The prosecutor informed the jury that, based on cell tower records, Ashley MacArthur was far from the farm on the day Taylor vanished, despite Ashley's testimony to detectives that she and Taylor were riding horses at the farm on that day. "I was there," she said, on a plot of property owned by the MacArthur family. Taylor Wright's body was discovered in a shallow grave in October 2017. Concrete and potting soil were spread over the grave. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, said jurors that security footage of MacArthur buying concrete and potting soil at a nearby Home Depot in the days following Taylor Wright's abduction will also be shown. According to Detective Richard Gigliotti's testimony, the only remnant of Wright's body that the investigators discovered was a skeleton hidden beneath potting mix and concrete. According to Gigliotti, a projectile was discovered embedded in the back of the skull, but it was hard to identify it as belonging to a particular gun due to its condition. Ashley's lawyer defended her by saying she couldn't have moved Taylor's body because of back issues. The defense attempted to challenge the prosecutor's version, arguing that Taylor was physically more prepared. The lawyer's strategy was predicated on the police's lack of concrete proof of Ashley's guilt. There were no witnesses, no crime weapon, and no DNA evidence. The lawyer contended that none of the firearms the prosecution had produced as evidence could be reliably linked to the kind of bullet that killed Taylor Wright. Ashley's defense lawyer attempted to portray Jeff, Taylor's ex-husband, as someone who had a reason to kill Taylor, despite the fact that he was screened early in the inquiry and removed from the list of possibilities due to a credible alibi. These efforts were unsuccessful. Ashley was found to have boasted about her plot to kill Taylor during the trial. Audrey Warren, a local bartender and Ashley's acquaintance, said in court that she had informed Taylor of her intentions to overdose her on a potent, illegal narcotic. She declared that she would add the drug to Taylor's drink. Audrey stated, "She said this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here, and she wasn't a good person. Once that she was too small to hurt anybody, so she'd just shoot them." Ashley MacArthur was charged with more than only the death of Taylor Wright. Jurors heard testimony during a week-long trial that MacArthur stole thousands of dollars from customers, including the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and Seville Quarter, when she worked at her family's company, Pensacola Automatic Amusement, from 2015 to 2017. For 40 years, Pensacola Automatic Amusement maintained jukeboxes and other amusement devices for a variety of customers in the Pensacola region. Witnesses at the trial stated that Pensacola Automatic Amusement usually operated under a contract, in which the business divided the profits from the rented machines 50/50 with customers. By allegedly keeping half of the cash proceeds, payments made using credit cards, debit cards, or smartphone apps. For herself, MacArthur allegedly broke the terms of the arrangement. According to charge filings, prosecutors said that MacArthur pocketed over $300.00 that belonged to Seville and roughly $13.00 in revenues that should have gone to the Azalea between July 2015 and June 2017. On the day that MacArthur was supposed to meet with the Azalea's management over the missing revenue, a fire broke out at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, according to evidence presented to the jury. According to a state fire marshal's office investigator who testified before the jury, there were two distinct fires, one in a second-floor open area and one in a downstairs hallway. Traces of diesel fuel or kerosene were discovered by an analyst who examined samples taken from the fire scene. Witnesses claim that MacArthur visited the location to investigate after the company's security alarm went off twice in the late evening and early morning hours before to the fire. In her testimony to investigators, she claimed that although the structure appeared to be in good condition both times, she called the fire department at around 9 in the morning after noticing fog surrounding the building. She allegedly informed investigators that irate former workers might have started the fire. "This is a very dangerous individual," said Larry Johnson, the proprietor of the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and a former member of the Pensacola City Council, who called MacArthur a world-class con artist. "I believe there are other people who have been harmed and haven't come forward. She's a world-class con artist. She conned me, and I believe she deserves a significant prison sentence." Judge Jan Shackelford heard the arguments and gave MacArthur a sentence of 84 months in state prison and 3 years of probation. Let's return to the case of Taylor Wright now. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty judgment. A jury found Ashley guilty following a 4-day trial, and the judge sentenced her to life in prison with a mandatory 25-year sentence. Due to the jurors accidentally seeing a picture of MacArthur brandishing a shotgun, MacArthur filed an appeal and requested a fresh trial. Additionally, she contended that the trial court had mistakenly allowed the victim's text messages, some mobile phone records, and statements she made to police officers. She was unable to appeal the decision. MacArthur is still serving her life sentence with a minimum of 25 years in jail at Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala as of 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story is an excellent illustration of how life can occasionally be more terrifying than a horror film. Imagine an ideal marriage and an opulent mansion. She is a charming and self-assured woman. He is a successful businessman, and they lead a glamorous life filled with luxury and style. The twist is that there are sinister truths that will chill you to your core beneath that gleaming exterior. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reichel, who were viewed by everyone as the model couple, but who were unaware of the sinister secrets that were kept inside their house. Nobody could have predicted that all would end in tragedy. An emergency services call, and skin-chilling accusations on a chilly February night. Do you know what they say? This story demonstrates the adage, the devil is in the details, as the small details, text messages, casual remarks, and scarlet droplets on the floor, combine to create an image that is impossible to ignore. Wealthy. In order to provide the impression of a perfect married life, Mike Reichel and his wife Susan were frequently spotted out together, dining at upscale restaurants and taking vacations at opulent resorts. With a sparkling pool, a well-kept lawn, and sleek, contemporary interiors, their mansion in the affluent Naplesville, Florida neighborhood gleamed as brilliantly as their romantic union. Everything Mike touched seemed to turn to gold, and Susan, his prize, was no different. However, there were profound fissures behind those walls that were impossible for even the most talented designer to hide. Although Mike was well known in some circles due to his commercial success, nothing was known about his personal life. His past, which dated back to his early years at the University of Florida, where he first fell in love with Dee Dee Hoffman, was rarely discussed. He was already making big plans and moving up the professional ladder at the age of 19, and their young passion developed into a marriage that lasted for 25 years. Dee Dee described him as a trustworthy and gentle man who never raised his voice or even his fist. However, a successful career came at a price. Mike turned into a workaholic who abandoned his family to spend months abroad on business travels. Their discreet divorce in 2005 was ultimately the result of this. Although Dee Dee moved on, the memories of the past persisted. Mike met Susan, a young nurse he found on an internet dating service, and she took over. From the first messages, he was drawn to the 38-year-old woman. He invited her into his universe without hesitation because of her fascinating energy, charm, and love for life. The space that had once belonged to Dee Dee was soon occupied by Susan. Once replete with memories of Mike's first family, the estate became the site of a new union when they were married in August 2007. However, the tranquility of this new life was upended on February 3, 2018. Just before daybreak, the quiet was broken by a call to emergency services, and Mike's tremulous voice announced a break-in. He and his wife had been attacked by an unidentified assailant wearing a mask and carrying a knife. Despite their fast arrival, police and paramedics were astonished by what they discovered. The mansion's enormous windows reflected the siren's flashing lights, creating ominous shadows on the glass, and the yard remained eerily silent, as though it was witnessing everything. On the surface, everything seemed ideal, but those who knew them well saw that their marriage was not as easy as it seemed. Susan had a strong hand in running their home, affecting many facets of Mike's life, and she wasn't afraid to assert her dominance. She used to work at a hospice, where she provided care for patients with life-threatening conditions, but she quit to concentrate on her new social standing and household duties after getting married. Mike bought a dental clinic to be nearer to Susan and stopped traveling for work, but every year that went by increased the stress in their home. A very different reality existed behind the facade of success and luxury. As the police officers moved through the mansion's hallways taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a troubling picture started to take shape. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could start a new life, but his hesitant attempts to deepen their bond were frequently met with a cold, distant attitude. These details suggested that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly discussed. Everyone was anticipating responses. What had led the man with the mask to this house? Who was he? And, above all, what was lurking beneath the surface of a happy and successful marriage? However, before delving further into those horrifying incidents, let's pause and examine this couple's history. The main reason for their increasing stress by 2015 was that Mike and Susan's relationship was no longer as ideal as it appeared to the outer world. Was the complex relationship between Mike and Susan related to his daughters, particularly Caroline, his oldest? Susan's distaste for Caroline was not concealed, and occasionally she would text Mike about his daughter in a sour mood. She thought Mike was spending too much time and energy on Caroline. Caroline, on the other hand, was not fond of her father's new wife and accused her of attempting to remove her from Mike's life. According to Caroline, Susan frequently drank a little too much. She frequently drank 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in a single evening, but even after having too many, she was able to maintain her poise and carry on a discussion. The family was at a breaking point in terms of tension by the fall of 2017. When Caroline began organizing her wedding, things became more heated. Mike set aside $100,000 0 cents for the event because he wanted her special day to be flawless. Although it was a significant sum, Susan grudgingly consented to allow him to pay for it. Susan became enraged when the wedding's expenses continued to rise, and, by the time everything was finalized, the budget had risen to almost $250 0 cents. 3 weeks following the November 2017 wedding, Susan was still furious when she learned how much Mike had spent on the party, despite efforts to find common ground, particularly throughout the wedding planning. Mike confided in Caroline that he had been physically attacked by Susan multiple times. Since his daughter had seen a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding, she instantly believed him. After one of the instances, Mike even showed her pictures of his injuries. Susan had been arrested after allegedly attacking him with a knife. Was this, however, the sole instance? What was actually happening in that house behind closed doors? Susan became enraged upon learning the actual expense of Caroline's wedding. She became enraged, tossed a phone at Mike, and started hitting him. Everyone who believed they know this couple was shocked by the incident. Unexpectedly, Susan was the one who contacted the police after assaulting her husband. She had always attempted to keep control of the situation, so this decision seemed odd. It's possible that she wanted to give her version of events first in order to avoid being charged, but things didn't work out that way. A smashed phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a heated environment between the couple were among the obvious evidence of a recent argument that the police found when they arrived at the Rochelle residence. Officers spoke with Susan and Mike for a short while. Mike was clearly upset, and Susan was distraught, recounting the events in a fragmented manner. The officers concluded that Susan needed to leave the house for a bit in order to collect herself and think about what she had done. She merely verbally agreed. Presuming the problem had momentarily fixed, the police departed. 30 minutes had gone by, but Susan was still inside the house, urging Mike to stay with her and hash out their differences. The quaint restaurant's soothing candlelight and the sound of the running water gave the impression that it was a quiet evening. But Mike and Susan Rochelle's table was anything but. Things had seemed odd that morning. Instead of a welcoming grin, Susan's face had a stern expression, and their talk soon turned to familiar, tense issues. Mike had thought that this dinner would be the beginning of a truce, a chance to go back to the days when everything between them was simple. She used to be the one who brightened his life, but now she was the primary cause of his tension and worry. Frustration and miscommunication simmered between them like water in a pot that was about to boil. Let me now give you a detailed account of what happened that day. The evening ended almost as suddenly as it had started. Mike got up, threw some money on the table, and walked away. Susan sat there looking at nothing, as though she was trying to take in everything that had been said. Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage, Caroline, had been the subject of another argument between them. Susan would never be able to forgive him for spending $250,000, 0 cents, on Caroline's wedding because, in her opinion, it was both lavish and a betrayal. He grew further estranged from Caroline the more he invested in her. Their marriage was gradually being destroyed by her constant battle for power and the sense that she was the most significant person in his life. Susan was lost in contemplation as Mike departed the restaurant. Although she had no idea what to do next, she was certain that she wasn't going to lose control of the situation. After a few minutes, she got up, picked up her phone, and texted him, "Good luck with your daughter. I'm going to file for divorce." It was a declaration of her goals rather than a threat. She sent another SMS after learning that their talk was far from over. "You have significant problems with your daughter. I will not put up with this conduct." Susan called a cab and went home as soon as she made up her mind. There was silence in the house. Long shadows were thrown across the corridors by the lovely moonlight that spilled in through the enormous windows. Unaware that this evening would offer a test she would never forget, Susan walked into the guest room. Mike emerged in the doorway as the door abruptly opened as the clock struck midnight. His eyes were filled with a wildness that made Susan uncomfortable. They got into a heated argument once more, which soon turned into a full-fledged altercation, but this time it went beyond than it had before. They were soon fighting against one another after Mike's rage got the better of them. Susan experienced a searing pain in her stomach. She was horrified to see that Mike was brandishing a knife, and she made a valiant attempt to free herself. It all happened so quickly. She had no time to comprehend how a furious dispute had devolved into a nightmare. He hit her again in a matter of seconds, and blood began to slowly run down her arm. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Mike was surprised by one thing, though. She had no intention of giving up. He attempted to hold her back, but was hesitant due to Susan's will to live. She understood that she might not see the morning if she couldn't persuade him to stop. "All right, I'm not going to get a divorce. I will not abandon you." In a desperate attempt to get him to stop, she whispered through the agony. Something shifted in Mike's eyes as he froze, perhaps realizing what he had done. He started to put the knife away in a panic, gathered his belongings, and hastily made up a new story. It was an unknown individual. We'll pretend it was a person wearing a mask and all will be well. You understand what I'm asking you to say? Susan acknowledged that she had nothing left to lose, but she gave her version of events as soon as she was taken to the hospital and felt secure. The following few hours passed quickly, filled with heated conversations in the hospital hallways, police calls, and urgent announcements over the intercom. Susan told investigators, physicians, and anybody else who would listen. Mike, meantime, insisted that they had been the victims of a late-night invader in an attempt to persuade everyone of his story. In an attempt to remove any evidence of what had actually transpired behind their home's walls, he even erased the security camera recordings. Officers were shocked to see no evidence of a break-in when they returned to the Rochelle property. The windows were still in place. There was no damage to the locks. They quickly came to the conclusion that Mike's story was not credible. However, he had a contingency plan and promptly implemented it. He made a thorough effort to convince the police that possibly someone had entered while they were asleep because the doors had been left unsecured. His portrayal was so compelling that it briefly appeared possible that this might have been an isolated incident. Then the pieces began to fit together once the investigators got footage from the restaurant security cameras. They witnessed Mike and Susan leaving apart without exchanging words, then coming inside and going to separate rooms. These scenes obviously had nothing to do with a fictitious invader at night. Suspicions started to arise since everything seemed strange and unbelievable. Investigators realized that this was only the beginning as they attempted to fit everything together. No one could have predicted the complexity and depth of the story Mike had attempted to present as an attack. Mike persisted in promoting his version of events, but his story was beginning to fall apart. The house's shadows, which seemed serene on video, were concealing things that nobody anticipated discovering, and they served as the backdrop for a new, far more terrifying turn in this story. Mike Royce called his daughter's cell as soon as he was taken into custody. He spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, as though he could eliminate any uncertainty with pure willpower. "I didn't do anything, Caroline." He said it again. "He insisted that you phone my attorney. Get me out of here, please." He was aware that he had little chance of escaping without her help. His daughter Caroline was more than that. She was his unwavering ally and the only one who could protect his reputation both in the public and in court. However, Mike was known in some circles as a successful and calm businessman, and everything that had transpired in the past few weeks didn't fit that image. The shock of hearing of his incarceration was evident, and it affected not just his family but also his friends, co-workers, his ex-wife Dee Dee, and everybody else who had ever met Mike. After 25 years of marriage, Dee Dee appeared to be inconsolable. Mike was a nice, soft guy. It's unbelievable that he could achieve this. Even at times of crisis, friends said he was steady, calm, and logical. However, an almost unthinkable thing had happened to this model of stability and success. However, the prosecutor's viewpoint differed from theirs. He was accustomed to having total control over his life, according to the story. Mike couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and losing the things he had fought so hard to build up over the years, and life abruptly lost its control. He was struck hard by this blow, which caused him to act recklessly. The prosecution's account was simple. Mike was motivated to try to find a permanent solution because he was afraid that Susan would take half of his fortune after the divorce. It was now up to his lawyers to demonstrate that Mike had nothing to do with the attack, that the intruder's narrative was true, and that Susan's injuries were caused by a terrible accident rather than deliberate action. Mike initially gave a public account of what happened at the initial court hearing in mid-February. His story sounded earnest but unpersuasive. He acknowledged that he and Susan had in fact argued at the restaurant on the evening of February 2, and that they had both gone home separately, going to their own rooms. After his rage subsided on this cold evening, Mike made the decision to try to talk to someone and make amends in the guest room. He wanted to make amends, but upon entering, he saw something unsettling. Susan had a knife in her hands and was kneeling by the bed. She appeared desperate, he said, and he thought she might hurt herself. According to Mike, he attempted to get Susan to put down the knife, but she resisted. A struggle broke out, one that was more desperate and awkward than aggressive, like two people caught up in their own feelings. At one point, Mike said he felt the cool blade brush against her stomach. The knife slipped out of her grasp and cut him as well. Blood was slowly seeping through Susan's clothing, and she was breathing deeply. He said he was merely attempting to stop her and that it was an accident. One significant contradiction, however, occurred that same evening when the couple allegedly chose to fabricate a narrative about an intruder to hide the occurrence. According to Mike, they sat on the bed discussing the future while attempting to block out their wounds. We were talking about life, vacations, and our travel plans. Our talk was among the greatest we'd had in a long time. He smiled almost nostalgically as he remembered. However, who could be gravely injured and speak of a bright future? It sounded ridiculous to the people listening. New information was slowly coming to light during the trial and investigation. Bloodstains were noted in the police report on the bed, the walls, the floor, and even the bathroom mirror. Another concerning element, however, was that the room smelled stifling and humid, and the bed was not only blood-stained, but also contained signs of vomit and feces. Their version of events offered no explanations, and Mike was unable to explain how this occurred. The idea that the situation was more darker than anyone could have envisioned in court was strengthened by all of this. Another odd incident involving their dog jumping on the bed was also described by Mike. Susan was able to slit her wrists with the knife once he became distracted. She was sobbing and muttering that she was afraid of going to jail and that she was unsure of how to deal with it. Mike claims that he recognized he had to take action because he knew the cops would discover the surveillance tape. To avoid being accused, he said, he turned off all the cameras. He then made the decision to phone emergency services a few minutes later, fabricating a tale about an intruder who had entered at night, but a lie-based narrative started to fall apart due to its own contradictions. It became evident that no one had broken into the residence when investigators searched the area and looked over the security tape. There was tension between Mike and Susan, as evidenced by the fragmentary clips of the recordings that Mike had painstakingly erased, but not all of them. The medical professionals verified long before that evening that Susan's injuries were intentional and not the result of an accident. The signs of struggle that Mike attempted to conceal indicated a different story than the exact, non-random knife cuts. He maintained that he was merely attempting to keep her safe, but as the court proceedings progressed, the evidence presented a more ominous and gloomy picture. The tale of a masked invader seemed to be a front for something far more sinister, and Mike didn't seem ready for that front to begin to fall apart. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric, the questioning aggressive, and it seemed as though a spark could explode at any time and alter the entire case's trajectory. Mike's attorneys tried to use the picture of a guy trapped in a terrible relationship as the foundation for their case. According to their perspective, Susan was a tormentor who threatened his safety and tranquility in addition to being a wife. They firmly pointed to the threatening and accusing messages that were discovered on Mike's phone from Susan, and they reminded the court of her previous arrest for aggressive behavior, citing it as proof of her propensity for animosity. Their most effective tactic, however, was to bring up Mike's posts on internet forums where he asked other guys who had gone through home difficulties for help, characterizing his life as a constant struggle to find understanding and empathy. Desperation, complaints over persistent adultery claims despite no proof, and Susan's insistence that he break off contact with his daughter only served to increase the tension in these posts. Mike's assertion that Susan had turned the knife on herself looked credible, and the defense attempted to persuade the court that Mike was stuck in a toxic, unstable marriage. On the surface, this story made sense. Instability was evident in Susan's messages. She wrote that she didn't know how to continue and that her life had lost purpose in some of them, expressing thoughts of self-harm. This was used by Mike's lawyers to suggest that she may have planned the attack to incite disagreement and cause Mike pain, but Susan's legal team was not going to back down. She disputed all charges of violent conduct and asked pointed, straightforward questions, such as why Mike never called the police if he was a real victim. Why did he continue to maintain the appearance of a happy marriage and remain in the relationship? A straightforward but effective argument served as the foundation for their case. Why didn't Mike leave if his fear of Susan was real? He stayed, but why? First and foremost, why did he make up the tale of an intruder on the evening of the event? The court had to determine who was telling the truth, and as the case became increasingly intricate and intertwined with each session, it became clear that an emotional defense would not suffice. Mike's lawyers made the decision to hire a forensic specialist in order to bolster their case. The blood spatter analysis discovered in the guest room was the main focus of this specialist's examination of the evidence at the scene. He claimed that Mike's account of events was confirmed by the pattern and direction of the blood, which showed that Susan's injuries were sustained late at night, closer to 3 in the morning. However, Susan maintained that her husband was the one who attacked her initially, and that the attack occurred in her room when she was sleeping at around midnight. The trial's turning moment was this argument. Mike's lawyers contended that this supported his allegation that the injuries were caused just before the paramedics arrived, despite medical experts testifying that a person with such severe wounds to the wrist may die within 1 hour without proper medical attention. Susan, however, lived, but when the forensic expert's reliability was questioned, things took a different turn. His reputation was quickly revealed to be far from impeccable. His name had previously been connected to a somber controversy, and his license had already been suspended for violations of professional ethics. When Susan's defense team produced records exposing the expert's involvement in a horrific occurrence, it was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. The police found a stockpile of organs, including hearts and brains, in his own refrigerator after he was caught collecting organs from the deceased. The validity of his conclusions in Mike's case was called into question by these startling disclosures. All of a sudden, the expert's conclusions were more than just dubious. Mike's whole defense plan was in danger of being destroyed. Susan and her attorneys took advantage of this, claiming that the bloodstains on the walls and furnishings indicated intentional knife attacks rather than unintentional self-harming wounds. They said that Mike had prevented Susan from moving or defending herself during the attack by holding her in place. Susan gave evidence in court that Mike had put the knife in her hand to give the impression that she had hurt herself, then had wounded himself to support his narrative. However, soon after, this story's darker facets surfaced. Evidence indicating Mike had long lost interest in the marriage was discovered throughout the investigation. He was actively seeking a life without Susan, even though he claimed to be trying to resolve the conflict. His argument took a significant hit when it was revealed that he had registered on several dating websites. As it happened, Mike was openly talking about future plans that did not involve his current wife, and was looking to make connections with younger women. Taking advantage of this, Susan's legal team claimed that Mike had always been deceitful about his intentions. In order to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce, they indicated that the attack might have been planned. From trying to delete surveillance footage to calling the police with a burglary story, the defense contended that his whole course of conduct was intended to establish an alibi and evade financial repercussions. Mike fought to keep things under control, but as his web of falsehoods thickened, every new detail showed how his hold was slipping. At first glance, Mike and Susan's story appeared to be just another domestic conflict, but it soon turned into a profound tragedy in which everyone was caught up in their own lies. Each day in court uncovered additional secrets, revealing a far darker reality beneath the facade of a happy life, despite the opinions of witnesses, defense lawyers, and prosecutors. One of the most dramatic trials in recent memory developed from what started out as a routine supper. Mike Royschel, a guy known to many as a successful and composed businessman, found himself in the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to murder his own spouse. It appeared to begin with a straightforward argument. Mike didn't want to give up control or money, and Susan wanted a divorce. However, how did it all turn into a nightmare at night, involving knives, blood, and deceit? With stony faces, the jurors listened carefully to the accused, attorneys, and experts' testimony. Every word was well considered, and every gesture and look might be construed in a variety of ways. Mike, a 63-year-old successful businessman who was accustomed to maintaining order, was found guilty of attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, depriving the victim of medical assistance, and witness intimidation in just 4 hours when it came time to deliver the verdict. When the court imposed the 30-year prison term in December 2019, it did not show any mercy. That was it, or at least it appeared to be. Mike had no intention of giving up. The court rejected his attempt to appeal the decision. He is currently incarcerated in a Florida institution with little to no possibility of being released early. However, the case continued to attract attention despite this. Following his incarceration, there were speculations that Mike was looking for someone to look after Susan while he was in custody. Even after he was imprisoned, he was allegedly planning to get rid of her. The public was agitated by these rumors, which led the police to launch a fresh inquiry. Mike was spared further punishment because there was insufficient evidence to file new charges, but the tale got much more sinister, and his reputation more damaged. After all of the trauma, Susan made an effort to lead a regular life. She pushed for a speedy divorce procedure and filed for one as soon as Mike was jailed. She stayed out of the spotlight. No interviews, no public remarks. Unlike her husband, all she wanted to do was go on. One problem remained, though. Their home, which had once represented their love but had since become the scene of nightmares, was now the location of a fresh court case. Susan was adamant about getting her portion. Despite Mike's best efforts to leave her with little, she claimed that she had every right to a share of his assets. Ironically, this opulent home that had once appeared to be a stronghold for their union had now devolved into a battlefield. Even from behind bars, attorneys on both sides were attempting to claim triumph by scheming against one another. Through his lawyers, Mike made every effort to deny Susan her claim to the joint property. The house was more than simply a financial concern for Susan. It was about putting her past behind her. She wished to forget how her blood had smeared those shiny floors and how she had sat there, gripping her stomach, pleading with Mike to call for assistance. There was more to her battle for the house than just the law. She was fighting to get rid of the ghosts of her past. Will Susan have a happy ending? Her life would never be the same because she lost so much more than she had won in court. After a bloody end to what began as a peaceful dinner conversation, her husband was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and Mike, a man accustomed to luxury, attention, and control over his destiny, now spends his days and nights alone in a cell without fancy suits, fast cars, or the people who once looked up to him. What can we see here then? It's not all about wealth, prestige, or power. It tells the tale of how even the strongest people may be torn apart by unsolved disputes, concealed grudges, and a desire for dominance. Every lie and deception has a cost, as we are all aware, and Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her mental stability. Consider it. If you were in their shoes, how would you have responded? Who is the victim in this situation, and who is the true villain? The answers are in the middle, and they might never be entirely understood. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandra Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified, and then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandro visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Matuzzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talked about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust, At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandra wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning, polite and never pushy. Alessandra began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padavani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandra was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. There was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padavani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padovani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandra knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary. He took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandra Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandra remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandra shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandra once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling. "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padovani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padovani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padovani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padovani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padovani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime. One of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padovani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padovani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandra approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padovani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padovani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandro tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padovani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padovani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padovani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padovani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padovani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padovani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padovani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padovani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padovani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Matteucci, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandra was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padovani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Mattiuzzi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a successful family business can turn a couple into a powerful and thriving dynasty, but just as easily, it can become the catalyst for a high-profile breakup and courtroom battles. At first glance, building a business with your partner sounds like a dream. Complete trust, minimal risk of betrayal, and all the money stays in the family. But what happens when that modest venture suddenly grows into a multi-million or even multi-billion-dollar empire? Will it bring the couple closer together or spark conflict, rivalry, and deep resentment? The case of Andreen McDonald was both complex and unsettling, even though from the start it seemed fairly clear who was responsible for the crime. She vanished from her own home without a trace, and almost no one believed she was still alive. Still without a body and with barely any solid evidence against the suspect, the situation was stuck. Months passed with no resolution, and the person responsible appeared to be on the verge of walking free. Then, just when hope was nearly lost, a local rancher made a chilling discovery that changed everything. Andre Martina MacDonald née Anderson was born on February 18, 1990, in the small coastal town of Port Antonio, Jamaica. She was the eldest of two daughters raised in a modest household by Maureen Smith and Desmond Anderson. From a young age, Andre was known for her outgoing personality, natural charm, and striking looks. She had plenty of friends and often drew admiration from those around her. While still in high school, Andreen became close with a young man named Andre McDonald. He was 10 years older than her, and like Andreen, was born and raised in Jamaica. Andre Austin McDonald was born on December 22, 1981. He was the only child shared between Marlena and Everton McDonald. His father had previously been married to a woman named Camilla, who passed away early, prompting Everton to remarry. Andre's parents eventually separated while he was still in school, and his father later moved to the United States, eventually settling down for a third time with a woman named Hannah Hamilton in the early 2000s. Andre relocated to Florida to live with his father. He was accepted into the International Technical University, where he earned a degree in engineering. However, instead of pursuing a career in that field, Andre chose a different path. He enrolled in military training, signed a contract, and went on to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his time in the military, Andre kept in close contact with Andreen. The two would talk often, message each other, and meet up whenever Andre returned to Jamaica to visit his mother. Over time, their bond deepened, turning into something meaningful and long-term. Eventually, they realized they couldn't imagine life apart. As soon as Andreen finished high school, she moved to the U.S. to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding, inviting only their closest loved ones. Shortly after tying the knot, Andre received new orders and was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Andreen wasted no time building her future. She enrolled at the University of Texas, earning a degree in economics in 2013. The couple welcomed a daughter they named Elena. Around the same time, they ventured into the business world, opening their first assisted living facility. Their idea quickly gained traction. Before long, they launched a second facility in another city. Within just a few years, their growing network of care homes was bringing in a significant income. Andre was still committed to his military duties and frequently traveled across the country on assignments. Meanwhile, Andre took the lead in managing the day-to-day operations of their multi-million-dollar business. The couple purchased a beautiful home with a pool in a high-end neighborhood in Bexar County, owned multiple luxury vehicles, and had plans to expand their business into neighboring states. In 2016, following the passing of her father, Andreen brought her mother over from Jamaica. Her mom moved into the couple's home, helping around the house and looking after Elena when both parents were busy. A few years later, the couple purchased her a small but comfortable house nearby, along with a personal vehicle as a gift. By early 2019, 37-year-old Andreen, who held the rank of major in the U.S. Air Force, decided to transition into the reserves. He wanted to remain in San Antonio, spend more time with his family, and take a more active role in their growing business to ease the workload on Andreen. Their enterprise was booming. Their network of assisted living facilities had expanded across the state and was valued at close to $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonalds appeared to have it all. They were successful, wealthy, raising their bright and beloved daughter, and managing a thriving business. But behind the curtain of prosperity, tensions had been building, problems that most people had no idea about. On Friday, March 5, 2019, 29-year-old Andre didn't show up to work. Her phone was off, which was extremely out of character. Her assistant and best friend Caroline Gonar quickly became concerned. After several failed attempts to reach Andreen, Caroline and two other co-workers decided to go to the McDonald residence to make sure everything was okay. Caroline knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Refusing to leave without answers, she decided to walk around the house to check the property. That's when she spotted something alarming in the backyard. A burnt area with a zipper partially visible in the ashes. It looked like someone had been burning clothes. But who would do that, and why? Nothing else seemed immediately suspicious from the outside. When Carolyn tugged on the back door, she found it unlocked and cautiously stepped inside. She called out loudly for both Andre and Andreen, but got no reply. The house was quiet, almost as if the couple had simply stepped out. But something didn't feel right. In the bathroom, she noticed strange streaks on the light switch that looked like dried blood. There were also a few dark stains on the floor that raised serious concerns. Caroline captured everything she saw on her phone and called local authorities to report what she had found. Officers quickly arrived and began searching the house. What they discovered only deepened their concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been thoroughly scrubbed with what seemed like a large amount of industrial-strength cleaner, the sharp chemical odor still lingering in the air. There were faint, cleaned-up blood spots on the floor and another smear on the doorframe. Detectives suspected the home could be the scene of a serious crime, but the limited traces of blood left room for hope that Andreen might still be alive. Andreen wasn't answering his phone, and no one knew where he was. The whereabouts of 6-year-old Elena were also unclear at first, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe, staying at her paternal grandmother's house. All 3 vehicles owned by the couple were accounted for. 2 were parked outside, and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. It was this car that piqued the officers' interest. It was covered in dust, as if it had recently traveled along dirt roads, and small gravel particles were lodged in the tires. There were no obvious signs of damage or visible blood, but the vehicle's condition was suspicious. While investigators were still going over the house, the man of the house, Andre, suddenly showed up at the front door. He looked visibly anxious and shaken, seemingly confused about why law enforcement was on his property. When asked where he had been and what had happened, Andre claimed he had spent the entire night searching for his wife. He listed several hospitals he said he had visited to check if Andreen had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andreen had indeed stopped by the medical facilities, but not until the following morning. Moreover, at one of the hospitals, when the front desk staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andreen reportedly turned pale, began stepping back, and quickly walked away without staying to find out that it was just someone with the same surname. From the start, his behavior raised concerns. Officers decided to bring him in for questioning to hear his version of events. Andre told them he and Andreen had gotten into a domestic dispute, after which he left the house to cool off. When he returned, she was gone. He said he tried calling her several times, and when he got no response, he took their daughter to his mother's home and continued searching for Andreen. Tracking his movements proved difficult. His phone had been switched off since the previous evening and remained off until his return. When questioned about why his phone was off, Andre suddenly changed his tone and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. By that point, it was clear to investigators that something wasn't adding up, but with no solid evidence yet, they had no choice but to release him. After the initial interview, he was issued a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance along with his residents. Despite being under watch, Andre managed to slip away from authorities for nearly 12 hours. It was later discovered that earlier that same day, he had made a string of troubling purchases at various hardware stores. He paid in cash for items including a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre appeared to be trying to avoid leaving a trail, keeping his phone off, and making purchases without using a credit card. Still, law enforcement was able to track him down via security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood traces found in the home belonged to Andreen. With suspicions growing stronger, police decided to detain Andreen for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the home, including the seizure and review of all digital devices. During the time he had briefly vanished, Andre had returned home, but didn't stay long. He quickly left again, unaware that officers were now trailing him. He made a stop at a gun shop, where he purchased a large caliber handgun and a significant amount of ammunition. He paid in cash again, but just as unexpectedly, after completing the transaction, he turned around and walked out, leaving the firearm and ammunition sitting on the store counter. The man appeared completely detached, his eyes vacant, his movements erratic, as if he'd lost all grip on reality. But seasoned officers weren't convinced. To them, it looked more like an act, a calculated attempt to come off as mentally unstable, potentially laying the groundwork for a future defense. Former military officer Andre was arrested just as he exited the store. He didn't resist this time. Formal charges were filed against him, and during a physical inspection, investigators noticed fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. Andre failed to provide a clear explanation, though everyone present understood the likely cause: struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andreen was last seen. Given the growing body of circumstantial evidence, it was becoming increasingly difficult to believe she might still be alive. A massive search effort was launched, involving law enforcement volunteers and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams combed through the surrounding areas in and around San Antonio, focusing especially on the rural regions of Bexar County, hoping to find anything that could help move the case forward. Unfortunately, nothing useful turned up. Not in the fields, not in the wooded areas, and not in the urban zones. Even a full review of the digital devices seized from the home, including a phone and tablet, yielded no promising leads. But when investigators conducted a second, more detailed search of the vehicles and garage, the case took a dramatic turn. First, they found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at various hardware stores. Then, inside the trunk of a Porsche Macan, Andre's car, they discovered an old hammer wrapped in plastic. It had strange dark stains on it, and several long strands of hair stuck to its head. Forensic analysis confirmed that the hammer bore blood and tissue matching Andre's DNA. The strands of hair were hers too. However, the handle had been wiped clean. No fingerprints. When confronted, Andre denied ever seeing the hammer before and claimed someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the mounting evidence, Andre posted bail, which had been set at $500,000, 0 cents, a sum he paid without delay, and was released shortly after. Once back home, he did not participate in the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he continued to assert the same version of events. The two had an argument, he left to cool down, and when he came back, Andre was gone. According to him, he had tried to reach her afterward, sending both voice and text messages. Some of those messages found on his phone included emotional pleas, telling her their daughter was crying and asking her to come home. All of them were sent around midnight. After that, the phone was turned off again. The next morning, Andre dropped Elena off at his mother's house and, by his account, began searching for Andreen. As the search for Andreen continued with no progress and investigators struggled to piece together what exactly had happened, detectives decided to dig deeper into the McDonald family's background. It didn't take long to uncover that the couple's picture-perfect image was just that, an image. Beneath the surface, their relationship was strained, and serious tension had been brewing for quite some time. Though they had built a thriving business together, one that was rapidly expanding and bringing in a substantial income, most of the day-to-day operations had been handled by Andre, especially while Andre was serving in the military. Back in 2016, when Andreen was stationed in Alabama for 6 months, the emotional distance between them grew. Just before he was set to return, Andre messaged him saying it would be better if they went their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. Upon returning home, Andre learned that during his time away, Andreen had been in a relationship with a man named O'Brien, someone she had known since her early days in Jamaica. This man had a reputation as a dangerous figure in the local criminal underworld. The two reconnected during one of Andre's visits to the island, and their relationship reignited. He began traveling to Texas to visit her, and the two decided they wanted to be together. The couple filed for divorce. Under Texas law, their assets and business would have to be divided equally, a point of serious contention for both. Andreen believed she deserved a larger share since she had been the one managing the operations, while Andreen insisted everything was his, as he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were paused. It seemed the couple had reconciled, choosing to give their marriage another try for the sake of their young daughter. But despite the outward signs of stability, tensions lingered. Caroline, Andreen's closest friend and the first to raise the alarm after her disappearance, told investigators that Andre had always been controlling and manipulative. He believed the business, the home, and even Andreen herself belonged to him, reasoning that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her obtain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed the launch of their first care facility. Not long before she vanished, Andre confided in Caroline, saying, "If anything ever happens to me, just know it was Andre." Andre had long opposed Andreen's trips back to Jamaica, knowing she would meet with her former lover. This was a constant source of conflict between them, but Andreen continued to make her own choices. Then, just 2 weeks before she disappeared, Andre discovered that Andre had quietly registered a new company in her name and transferred part of their shared assets into it. That revelation likely felt like a betrayal and may have been the final spark that pushed everything over the edge. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andreen vanished, local farmer Clinton Clendy was walking through his large property on the outskirts of San Antonio. The land wasn't fully cultivated, and some areas had become overgrown. Clinton was surveying the grounds, preparing for future maintenance, when he suddenly caught a strong, unpleasant odor, something unmistakably linked to decomposition. Assuming it was a dead animal, he followed the scent, planning to bury or remove whatever he found in the tall grass. He first noticed a skull and bones that appeared to belong to a cow. Scattered branches were nearby, but beneath them he discovered the true source of the odor: a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clinton immediately contacted law enforcement. The remains were recovered and transported to the lab for analysis. The body was unclothed, and aside from confirming it was a woman, there wasn't much else investigators could initially determine. Still, given the timing and location, many suspected this was the missing Andreen MacDonald. DNA testing soon confirmed those suspicions. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner couldn't conclusively identify a cause of passing. Pathologists did note trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, injuries consistent with being struck by the same hammer previously found in Andre's car. There was another disturbing detail. Much of the woman's hair was missing. At first, this raised eyebrows, but when examiners noticed partial burns on her right hand, they concluded someone had attempted to destroy the body by fire, likely to eliminate evidence. With this discovery, Andre was formally charged with the crime and taken back into custody. Interestingly, the area where the remains were found had already been searched multiple times by both law enforcement and volunteers, but the specific spot was located on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, off limits without a warrant, which is why it hadn't been searched earlier. When Andre was informed that Andreen's remains had been found and that the evidence suggested she had suffered blunt force trauma, he suddenly changed his approach. He told investigators he was ready to tell the full story in exchange for a lighter sentence. After consulting with his attorney, Andre presented a new narrative, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances. He spoke of his wife's infidelity, her efforts to take over their business and run it with her new partner, and, most importantly, his fear that she would take their daughter away from him in the event of a divorce. According to Andre had recently brought up the idea of ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him with nothing and take Elena with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Andreen became aggressive and started hitting him, forcing him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she sustained a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, saying she fell and that he then kicked her multiple times and stepped on her chest to prevent her from getting back up. At that moment, Andre heard footsteps in the hallway and the voice of his daughter, Elena, calling out for her mom. Panicking, he rushed out of the room before Elena could enter, scooped her up, carried her back to her room and told her that mom would come check on her later. Andre insisted that when he left the room, Andreen was still alive, lying on the floor and only slightly injured. However, when he returned, she was in the same spot, this time unresponsive. He believed that he may have unintentionally caused a fatal outcome by putting too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the severity of what had happened, Andre said he panicked. He removed Andreen's clothing and burned it in the backyard. Then he transported her body outside the city and left it on private land behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he returned home and sent multiple texts to Andreen's phone, pleading with her to come back, in an attempt to create the appearance that she had simply left after a disagreement. After that, he woke Elena and drove her to his mother's house, asking her to look after her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further sell the story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Anne. At one point, he nearly fainted when he heard that a woman with the same last name had been admitted. By the time police brought him in for questioning the following morning, they still didn't have strong evidence linking him to a crime, so he was released. Once free, Andre began seriously contemplating how to make sure the body was never discovered. He even considered dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different places. That's why he went out and bought a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The next day, he returned to where he had left Andreen, but when the time came, he couldn't bring himself to go through with his plan. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on the body and lit a fire, but it fizzled out quickly, only burning off the hair and partially charring one of her hands, according to Andre. The failure left him in a state of complete despair. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and began striking the body before coming to his senses and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When questioned about why, he went to a gun store and bought a pistol and ammunition, only to abandon the items at the counter. Andre claimed he couldn't explain it. He said his mind was clouded. that he hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and that he was no longer thinking clearly. The trial was delayed significantly due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, with hearings finally beginning in January 2023. The defense team focused on portraying Andre as someone trapped by the circumstances around him. His attorneys argued that Andreen and her romantic partner were allegedly conspiring to remove Andre from the picture entirely so they wouldn't have to split assets during the divorce. Andre MacDonald's detailed account of what happened to his wife could never be fully verified due to the advanced state of decomposition in which her body was found. Forensic specialists were unable to determine an exact cause of death, or even confirm whether the injuries had been inflicted while Andreen was still alive, or if, as the defendant claimed, he had struck the body with a hammer after she had already passed. What was clear, however, was that for 5 months, Andre had remained silent, hoping to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. In February 2023, to the shock of many, Andre MacDonald was acquitted of first-degree charges. Instead, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15. Full custody of Elena was awarded to her maternal grandmother. In a striking development, later that same year, Andre's father, Everton MacDonald, was put on trial in Jamaica for the crime of his third wife, Hannah Hamilton. Even more disturbingly, this new investigation brought attention to the suspicious death of his first wife, Camilla, an incident that had long been brushed aside. Authorities now believe that Everton may have been involved in her passing as well. If convicted, he could face life behind bars. This chilling twist raised the possibility that Andre may not have been the first in his family to commit such a serious act, suggesting a legacy of violence that spanned generations. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, "The BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold." Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his 2 siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. "Something happened. They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was "my star young maiden that I will teach sex to." After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicki Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicki Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicki's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicki's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. Oh, I have suspicions. Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Rader 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum security facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad washed. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Mike Mansholt, a 17-year-old from Germany whose disappearance and death still leave more questions than answers. At first glance, Mike was just a regular teenager, healthy, adventurous, and full of life, but what happened to him in the summer of 2016 was anything but ordinary. In fact, it's one of the most chilling and unexplained cases in recent European history. When Mike's body was eventually discovered at the base of a cliff in Malta, it weighed only 35 pounds. Just months earlier, he had weighed nearly 5 times that. But that wasn't the most shocking detail. What horrified both investigators and his family was this: nearly all of Mike's internal organs were missing. His heart, brain, lungs, liver, stomach, pancreas, bladder, and intestines, all gone. Even stranger, there were no visible signs of trauma, no open wounds, no cuts, no signs of surgery or animal attack. His body was somehow hollowed out. So how does a seemingly healthy, happy teenager go missing on a solo trip and end up dead in a state that defies logic and science? What or who was behind this? To understand how Mike even ended up alone in Malta, we have to look at who he was. Born on August 20, 1998, in the city of Oldenburg, Germany, Mike grew up in a family that loved adventure. His parents, Bernd and Suzanne, eventually separated and started new families of their own. Mike lived with his mother and half-sister, Maria, but remained close to his father, who had a huge influence on his love for exploration. Mike was no stranger to travel. As a child, he went on a 700-day sailing trip across the Atlantic with his father. They explored Iceland, Scotland, the Caribbean, living life far from the ordinary. That spirit of adventure stayed with him. By 17, Mike had already been to several countries and was known for being independent, respectful, and level-headed. He was calm and quiet, but curious, always searching for the next experience, the next horizon. But on what was supposed to be a short solo vacation to Malta, that curiosity would meet something dark, something none of his loved ones could have imagined. And to this day, no one knows what really happened to Mike Mansholt. In July 2016, 17-year-old Mike decided to travel alone for the very first time. His destination, Malta, a beautiful island country in the Mediterranean Sea, just 58 miles south of Sicily, Italy. With a population of around 500,000 and just over 120 square miles of land, Malta is a popular summer destination known for its beaches, warm climate, and low crime rate. Mike flew there to visit his girlfriend who was attending a language course, and obviously he was very excited to visit her. The meeting with his girlfriend took place on the 8th of July 2016, when Mike landed on the island of Malta. Wasting no time, he headed straight to Valletta, the capital city where she was waiting. The two were overjoyed to be reunited, and the island seemed like the perfect setting for a romantic and adventurous getaway. They spent the next few days living in the moment, laughing, exploring, and soaking in the Mediterranean sun. Together, they wandered through colorful streets, relaxed on golden beaches, tasted new foods, and admired Malta's historical charm. It was the kind of trip that felt almost magical, the kind that lives on in your heart long after it ends. But for Mike, the trip wasn't ready to end just yet. As their final day approached and his girlfriend prepared to fly back to Germany, Mike had a change of heart. He realized he had fallen in love, not just with the experience, but with Malta itself. He wanted more time to explore its hidden corners, meet new people, and continue the journey on his own terms. So he made a choice. He gave his girlfriend a warm goodbye, promising to stay in touch, and then informed his parents that he wanted to remain on the island for a few more days. Back in Germany, Mike's mother, Suzanne, was at home, while his father, Bernd, was on vacation in Croatia with other family members. Neither parent hesitated when Mike told them about his change of plans. They trusted him deeply. As mentioned earlier, Mike wasn't just any teenager. He had been traveling since he was very young, visiting almost every corner of the world. His parents often said that he was unusually mature for his age, calm, independent, and resourceful. Mike had a quiet confidence that set him apart. He knew how to handle situations that would rattle even some adults. So when he told them he wanted to stay a bit longer, they didn't worry. They believed in him. After his girlfriend flew back to Germany, Mike was ready to experience Malta in his own way, solo, spontaneous, and unfiltered. He checked into a hotel in Slima, a lively coastal city on the northeastern edge of the island. If you've ever been to Slima, you'll know it's a hot spot, bustling with tourists, lined with stylish cafes, restaurants, and boutiques, and always humming with activity. It's also the most densely populated city in Malta, which means something's always happening, no matter the time of day. Mike booked a room at the Astro Hotel, a well-known place in the area that was popular among solo travelers. It wasn't too fancy, but it had everything he needed. A clean room, decent Wi-Fi, and a view of the Mediterranean. It was the perfect base for a young adventurer wanting to explore the island at his own pace. On the morning of the 18th of July, things started off pretty normal, or at least they seemed normal. Hotel surveillance footage captured Mike leaving room 105 at exactly 8:39 a.m. He looked calm, casual, just a guy starting his day. Around 9:10 he was seen again at the hotel reception desk. He asked a few questions, nothing unusual, just small talk with the staff. Probably about local attractions or bike rentals. He was polite, smiling, the same laid-back vibe he always carried. After a brief chat, he headed back upstairs. He stayed in his room for almost an hour. Then at 9:55 he left room 105 again, and that's the last confirmed sighting of Mike in the hotel's security footage. He was wearing a blue t-shirt with a black backpack slung over one shoulder and his phone in hand. He looked ready for another adventure under the warm Maltese sun. Inside his backpack, he had packed the essentials: his GoPro camera, a portable charger, his ID, a credit card, and some cash, just enough for a day trip. It was a bright, cloudless day, the kind that makes you want to explore every hidden corner of the island. From there, Mike walked to a nearby port where he rented a mountain bike. It was a blue and black Lombardo Sturdy, perfect for off-road trails. Just minutes later, at exactly 10:11 a.m. that morning, he sent a voice message to his dad via WhatsApp. His voice sounded upbeat and chill. He talked about the bike rental and how he was planning to cycle around the island. He mentioned the steep hills and how he might need to walk the bike in some parts. Mike even promised to send a photo soon, but that picture never came. And that was the last anyone heard from him for a couple of days. No one heard from Mike, and at first no one freaked out. Mike was always the adventurous type. He loved exploring on his own, soaking up new places and living in the moment. It wasn't unusual for him to go quiet for a while. Fast forward to July 27th. That was the day Mike was supposed to fly back to Germany. His mom, Suzanne, and his sister Maria headed to the airport to pick him up. They stood at the arrival gate, scanning every face that walked through, expecting to see Mike rolling in with his backpack and a big smile. But Mike never showed up, at first. They figured maybe he had a layover in Frankfurt and had landed there instead, but then Suzanne's anxiety kicked in. She tried calling Mike's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She kept calling, hoping for a different outcome, but it was the same every time. Nothing. Her gut was telling her something was off. She called the airline for answers, and that's when she got hit with a bombshell. Mike had never boarded the plane. He had missed the flight completely. Now panic set in. Suzanne rushed to the police, filing a missing person report in the early hours of July 23. The authorities immediately took it seriously and put things into high gear, coordinating with the Maltese police. As Suzanne tried to piece things together, another shocker came her way. A German detective working on the case got word from the Maltese authorities. It turns out they'd already been searching for Mike for days. He had actually gone missing long before Suzanne realized something was wrong. On July 18, the very day he rented that mountain bike, Mike had never returned the bike, which he was supposed to drop off the next day. He also never came back to the Astra Hotel to check out or grab his things. Concerned, the hotel manager reported Mike's disappearance to the Maltese police on July 20. While the search for Mike was in full swing, his family in Germany had no idea what was happening in Malta. No one from the Maltese authorities had contacted them about Mike's disappearance. Some say it was because they didn't have the family's contact info. Others claim it was just negligence. Either way, Mike's dad, Bernd, was blindsided when he found out. Without wasting any time, he paused his vacation, grabbed Mike's brother Daniel, and hopped on the first flight to Malta. Though panic was setting in, Bernd tried to stay calm, thinking maybe Mike had missed his flight, lost his phone, or something like that. The family held on to hope, convinced Mike would turn up any minute. But what was really eating at Bernd was that Mike's phone was off, and there was no sign of him anywhere. Bernd stayed in constant contact with the authorities and even joined the search. The police combed every inch of Malta, checking ferries and small aircrafts, while flyers with Mike's face were plastered everywhere. On the 24th of July 2016, Interpol stepped in, and the case went international, with Germany and Malta working together. Then, on the 26th of July, 8 days after Mike vanished, the Maltese police got an anonymous tip. The caller said Mike was last seen near the Dingley Cliffs, 820 feet high in a hot spot for tourists. The guy who rented Mike the mountain bike had even mentioned that Mike had talked about visiting the Rabat catacombs nearby, so it was likely Mike had passed through that area. A full team was sent to the cliffs. Sniffer dogs, paramedics, firefighters, and Bernd and Daniel rushed there too. By the time they arrived, reporters were already asking questions, and emergency crews were on site. The search dogs soon picked up a scent, and after hours of searching, the unthinkable happened. Mike was found, but not alive. His body was discovered at the bottom of the cliffs, hidden under some bushes in a rocky outcrop. The bike he rented was found 98 feet above him, totally wrecked. Mike's body was sent in for an autopsy, and investigators found his sneakers and sunglasses nearby, but Mike was barefoot. His backpack containing his phone, laptop, GoPro, money, and credit cards was nowhere to be found. And the strangest part? Fresh hay was found near his body, as if someone had stepped on it and left a piece behind. But it couldn't have been Mike. He was barefoot, and his sneakers were found several feet away. When they asked a local farmer if he knew anything about the hay, he simply said he didn't. Bernd, Mike's father, wasn't about to let anything slide. After speaking with the farmer near the cliffs, he could tell something was off. The farmer seemed overly nervous, almost like he was avoiding the questions. When Bernd asked if he had seen anything unusual or if he knew where Mike's backpack might be, the farmer kept insisting he didn't know anything. But Bernd wasn't buying it. His heart was shattered over the loss of his son, but he refused to break down completely. He needed to get to the bottom of what had really happened. Mike's brother, Daniel, was hit the hardest. Unlike some half-siblings who struggled to get along, Daniel and Mike were inseparable. They had been thick as thieves, always dreaming about traveling the world together when they grew older. But now those dreams were ripped away, leaving Daniel with a pain that was impossible to ignore. When Suzanne, Mike's mother, heard the devastating news, it felt like she was trapped in a nightmare she couldn't escape. The idea that her son was gone was simply unimaginable. Mike's sister Maria was crushed too. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and now she would never see her brother again. And then there was Mike's girlfriend, who had already arrived in Germany. Waiting eagerly for his return, she had been counting down the days, dreaming of finally being reunited with him. But in the blink of an eye, those plans were shattered, and the future they had imagined together was lost forever. Back then, this case didn't just shake Malta, it rocked the entire world. With Malta having a relatively low crime rate, something as tragic as this was completely unheard of. The news spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of media outlets in both Malta and Germany. But as the investigation dug deeper, even more strange and bizarre things started to unfold. Mike had always been obsessed with documenting his travels, filming every moment, which is why his GoPro was so important. If he'd captured anything on that last day, it could have been the missing piece to crack the case. But when Mike's body was found, only 3 items were recovered: his sneakers, his sunglasses, and the GoPro case. The case was attached to his belt, but no one knew whether it was empty or if the camera was inside. The GoPro itself was nowhere to be found. The moment Bernd, Mike's dad, arrived in Malta, he immediately asked about the GoPro. The lead investigator told him she had seen the GoPro case on Mike's belt, and that it had been cataloged. But when Bernd went to check at the Astra Hotel where Mike stayed, all of Mike's belongings were handed over, except for the GoPro case. It didn't add up. Bernd couldn't shake the feeling that Mike had taken the case with him, and the camera, possibly holding crucial footage, could be the key to unraveling everything. But the next day, things got even stranger. All the police officers involved in the investigation suddenly denied ever seeing the camera case. They claimed nothing of the sort had been collected. Bernd was stunned. How could they deny it, when the lead investigator herself had confirmed it? When he confronted her, she stuck to the same story. There was no case. Something was definitely fishy. Just when it seemed like the case couldn't get any weirder, the police made a statement declaring that Mike's death was an accident. According to them, he had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike. But the way Mike's body was found didn't add up to that explanation at all. If he had fallen while riding, he would have dropped straight down, right? But Mike's body was found in a position that suggested he had fallen backward, which was nearly impossible if it was a natural fall. Despite all the inconsistencies, the police quickly closed the case, claiming Mike had fallen from a height of more than 30 meters and had somehow rolled to the spot where his body was discovered. But there was more. The coroner who examined Mike's body told Bernd that Mike hadn't suffered because he had broken his neck in 2 places, which caused almost instant death. But here's the catch. No x-rays had been done on Mike's body at that point, so how could the coroner make that call? Was he just guessing? A month later, the autopsy report was finally released. It confirmed through DNA testing that the body was Mike's. It also revealed that Mike had been dead for about 8 days by the time he was found, which meant he likely died the very same day he left the hotel to explore the island. But here's the most bizarre part. The autopsy showed that Mike had no broken bones. None. This was highly suspicious, especially considering he supposedly fell from more than 98 feet. If that were true, he should have at least broken an arm or something. So why weren't there any fractures? This revelation cast doubt on the coroner's statement and made Bernd's suspicions grow. A forensic examination of Mike's rented bike only deepened the mystery. The bike's condition didn't match what would be expected from a fall of over 98 feet from a cliff. Everything was starting to feel wrong, like pieces of a puzzle that just didn't fit. Then, just days before the official autopsy report was finalized, an employee from the morgue who had been responsible for Mike's body approached Bernd with a hushed warning. She told him that everything about Mike's death seemed suspicious. No broken bones completely contradicted the police's story that Mike had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike. She urged Bernd to think carefully about his next steps, suggesting that the police seemed to have no interest in pursuing the case any further. This only added to Bernd's growing distrust of the investigation. Desperate for answers, Bernd went to speak with the head of the investigation, the same officer who had first claimed to have seen the GoPro case attached to Mike's belt, only to later deny it. But this time, she refused to speak with him. She dodged his questions and acted as though the entire matter wasn't worth her attention. This only fueled Bernd's suspicions. Why was the investigation being handled so poorly? Why were they denying even the simplest facts? He kept pressing the authorities about Mike's GoPro, believing it held the key to understanding what really happened. Just days later, the forensic department in Malta handed Bernd a camera, claiming it belonged to Mike, but what they handed him was an old Canon model from the early days of digital photography, not the GoPro Hero 2 that Mike had been using to document his travels. Along with the camera came a memory card completely destroyed. The authorities claimed it had been found inside the camera when it was recovered next to Mike's body. Bernd immediately knew this was not his son's camera. The authorities were trying to pass off an old, outdated camera as Mike's, likely hoping he would stop asking questions about the real GoPro. By now, Mike's family had grown deeply suspicious of the Maltese police. The lack of interest in the case, the inconsistencies, and the strange actions of the authorities were all too much to ignore. Bernd confronted some officers about who might have stolen his son's belongings. The officers, almost dismissively, claimed that no one from Malta would steal items from a body, suggesting it might have been a tourist. But then there were the phone records. The police claimed they had pulled location data from Mike's phone carrier only to report that they found absolutely nothing. No records, no trace. Everything seemed to be going in circles. Frustrated with the inconsistencies, the lack of progress, and the growing feeling that something was being hidden, Bernd was ready to make serious accusations against the authorities. But before he could take any action, he had to return to Germany to arrange his son's funeral and deal with the heartbreaking aftermath of the tragedy. Mike's body landed in Germany on August 17, 2016, and what was supposed to be a moment of mourning quickly spiraled into something out of a true crime documentary. The funeral home staff tasked with preparing his body for burial were immediately disturbed. Mike's body looked eerily deflated, like someone had let all the air out of him. It was obvious something was wrong. Even worse, he hadn't been embalmed at all, which was bizarre, considering his case was still under investigation. The smell was unmistakably that of raw decomposition, not the usual chemical scent you'd expect from a preserved body. The moment they realized this, the funeral home workers called the police. One officer casually mentioned that airport staff had already thought the coffin felt way too light when it arrived. That was enough to raise every red flag imaginable. Mike's body was quickly sent to the Medical University of Hanover, and what they uncovered was horrifying. His body weighed only 16 kilograms, that's about 35 pounds. When they opened him up, almost all of his internal organs were missing. His brain, heart, lungs, liver, pancreas, adrenal glands, right kidney, bladder, stomach, intestines. Every vital organ was stripped from his body. Only tiny scraps of his left kidney, diaphragm, spleen, and colon remained. No wonder he looked so deflated. He was practically empty. Now, yes, it's normal to remove organs during an autopsy, but here's the catch. They're supposed to be either returned to the body or replaced with something like cotton or sawdust. And if they're not returned, there should be a full report explaining why none of that was done. Mike's body was just left as an empty shell, with no explanation, no documentation, and no dignity. His family was devastated. His father, Bernd, wrote a heartfelt letter to the Maltese authorities begging them to send back his son's organs so he could lay him to rest properly. However, what he got back was shocking. The coroner claimed that animals had eaten the organs before Mike's body was found. Seriously? That didn't make any sense. The original Maltese autopsy made zero mention of animal bites or injuries, no claw marks, no chewed up skin, nothing to back up that wild claim. And so, the German authorities stepped in. What once looked like a tragic accident was starting to look more and more like a crime. They opened a full investigation. The forensic team in Hanover asked for a copy of the original autopsy report from Malta, but surprise? It never came. And without Mike's organs, their second autopsy was already limited. But that didn't stop Bernd and Suzanne from fighting. They filed a formal complaint and demanded answers through their lawyer. They revealed an email from the Maltese coroner where he now claimed rodents had eaten the organs and that Mike's brain had liquefied. The parents were done with the excuses. They took the fight to court, and the German prosecutors began leaning into a more sinister theory. What if Mike was murdered? They also called out the Maltese coroners for doing an incredibly sloppy job. A new autopsy was ordered, even though the body had already deteriorated. This time, Maltese officials had to be present so no one could twist the facts. And once again, the findings were disturbing. There were no bite marks, no signs of rodents, just a small nibble on the neck and a faint abrasion on the forearm. Definitely not enough to explain the missing organs. Plus, it was reconfirmed that Mike's body had been fully intact when it was recovered from under the cliffs and transported to the Maltese morgue. Most importantly, the new autopsy revealed what might be the biggest failure of all. Mike had never been embalmed. Because of that, his body had decomposed too much, destroying any remaining evidence that could have pointed to what really happened. To top it all off, there was absolutely no proof that Mike had died from falling off the cliffs. Nothing matched the story Malta had been pushing. And just like that, a simple case of a missing person found dead had transformed into a full-blown mystery. Despite all of this, the Maltese authorities stood by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismissed all other claims as conspiracy theories. The first autopsy done by Malta's own forensic team included 3 people, including Dr. Mario, the country's chief forensic doctor. Dr. Mario, who had an impressive reputation, was there when the body was found and performed the autopsy himself. However, when Mike's parents and journalists asked for more details, Dr. Mario was strangely tight-lipped. He only responded to one email from Mike's father, Bernd, saying the organs were already missing before the autopsy, suggesting that rodents had eaten them. He also mentioned that Mike's brain had dissolved due to the sun's heat. Dr. Mario stated that he had shared this information with the head of the investigation, but the German forensic team didn't buy it. They quickly debunked the idea of rodents having eaten Mike's organs, as there were no bite marks found on his body. As for the brain liquefying in the sun, that was just plain absurd. According to the Germans, they pointed out that many countries have summer temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, and no one had ever seen anything like this happen. Furthermore, Dr. Mario had documented that Mike's body was found lying on his back, but the German team didn't believe he'd died where he was found. They theorized that Mike could have been alive when he hit the beach and crawled to a shaded area under the cliff. They even considered asphyxiation as a possible cause of death, especially because Mike's hyoid bone was missing, an indication of strangulation. By November of 2017, Bernd had had enough. He returned to Malta and tried to speak with the police and detectives involved in his son's case, but they wouldn't cooperate. He then filed a legal request to access all the case files, only to be told the judge was sick and known for being slow in approving judicial decisions. Eventually, Bernd was able to gain access to the documents through a German diplomat in Malta, but when he reviewed the files, several key pieces were missing. The autopsy results and photos from the crime scene had mysteriously disappeared. In January of 2018, the Maltese government finally caved under pressure from the German authorities and reopened Mike's case. The first documents related to the case were sent to Germany, and the German media began covering the story. Once again, the German parliament even started debating it. However, the new judge assigned to the case also concluded that Mike's death was due to a fall from the cliff, and nothing really changed. The German authorities, despite finding numerous inconsistencies in the case, found themselves at a dead end with the limited evidence they had. Most people who analyzed the case, full of holes and carelessness from the diplomats, investigators, and journalists, have serious doubts about the Maltese authorities' official verdict. Bernd became exhausted and disheartened by all the negligence and decided to stop pushing for more answers. He shifted his focus to his family, feeling that they would never truly know what happened to Mike. A German newspaper that had been following the case from the beginning even tried to revisit the story, but when they reached out to the Maltese authorities, they were met with silence. No one involved in Mike's case seemed willing to talk, almost as if they were trying to cover it up. Theories surrounding Mike's case are still floating around, one of the most popular being that Mike could have been a victim of organ trafficking. Mike was a healthy young man, and the absence of his organs has made many wonder if he was targeted by traffickers. According to this theory, Mike was approached while cycling through a remote area of Malta. The traffickers allegedly took him to a hidden location, removed his organs, stitched his body back up, and then dumped him off a cliff to make it appear as though he had suffered a tragic accident. Some believe that the Maltese authorities uncovered the truth, but chose to cover it up in order to protect the island's tourism industry. Another theory suggests that Mike was the victim of a robbery. In this version, thieves may have stolen his belongings and thrown him off the cliff afterward. Supporters of this theory claim Mike may have been strangled and that his body was later placed at the scene in a way that minimized visible trauma, again to avoid any damage to the island's reputation. If strangulation had occurred, authorities might have removed his hyoid bone, brain, and other organs to prevent the true cause of death from being discovered. There is also the possibility that Mike simply fell from the cliff by accident, and opportunistic passers-by took advantage of the situation by stealing his belongings. The least accepted theory is that Mike took his own life, a suggestion that was quickly dismissed early in the investigation. Everything about his life indicated that he was happy, full of plans, in love, and showed no signs of depression or mental illness. Mike Mansholdt's case remains one of the most mysterious and unresolved cases ever documented. The Maltese authorities continued to stand by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismiss all other claims as conspiracy theories. But what do you think really happened to Mike? Was it a tragic accident, or was he the victim of something far more sinister? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi Joy's connection had changed. from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos' disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, They posted posters across the town, but this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigators' monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwong simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwong into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwong no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwong was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwong might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwong and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwong must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwong had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle, but there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwong to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwong had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwong had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwong entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Mojeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Pretending to be in love can be done for a variety of reasons, but it usually occurs when someone has a specific objective in mind, such as gaining money, wanting closeness, or trying to influence events to their advantage. However, everything seems very real to the person on the other side of the deceit, and the more this emotional game is played, the more unexpected the result can be. Nobody could have predicted that an apparently innocent romance between college students would take such a fatal turn. Yet the case of Brenda Michele Gordillo shocked Argentina with its unfathomable cruelty. On May 16, 1995, Brenda Michele Gordillo was born in the Catamarca province of Argentina. Raised with her two elder brothers, Federico and Ivan, she was the only daughter and youngest of 3 siblings in a middle-class household. They took care of her and protected her at all times. Additionally, she was especially close to her mother, Florencia. Brenda was an intelligent student who was organized, responsible, and tenacious. She got along with others, avoided confrontations, and settled arguments amicably. She flourished in social situations. Her early decision to seek a career in psychology to assist people was not surprising, as she had a natural aptitude to mediate conflicts. Brenda enjoyed being on stage, participated in school theater performances, and was active in dance and gymnastics. People were drawn to her since she had a wide circle of acquaintances, and they frequently sought her guidance and valued her viewpoint. She was admitted to a prominent university in the capital after high school, where she studied psychology with an emphasis on conflict resolution and negotiation. Professors predicted that she would have a bright future, and she soon rose to the top of her program. Prior to a sad incident that occurred during her second to last year of college, Brenda had intended to remain in the capital and pursue a profession there. Her brother called her one evening with the heartbreaking news that their father had died unexpectedly after a heart attack. Their mother, who was now left alone at the family home, was particularly shocked by the loss, but the whole family was as well. Brenda's brothers had already gotten married and moved out before then. Following her studies, Brenda went back to her homeland of Catamarca to be with her mother while she was still in Buenos Aires getting her degree. In addition to finding employment, she made the decision to continue her education by enrolling in a nearby university's law school. She once again became fully involved in school life and met new acquaintances, including a young man named Naim Vera. On June 11, 1999, Naim Vera was born in Catamarca, and he was the youngest of 2 sons in a wealthy and well-known family of renowned physicians. His mother was a pediatrician with a private practice, and his father was a renowned cardiac surgeon. Growing up, Naeem was surrounded by his elder brother Jaime, who was the total antithesis of him. The best opportunities were given to them by their parents. However, Naeem was different from a young age. Whereas Jaime was driven and aspired to become a doctor like them. He was attractive and naturally charming, but he was also sluggish, entitled, and self-centered. He was well-liked because he constantly wore stylish, high-end clothing and exuded confidence. He knew how to make an impact, and the girls at school were smitten. Naeem started dabbling with illegal substances in his later school years, which frequently got him into problems. But because of his family's influence, he never really suffered any repercussions. With multiple instances connected to bullying, physical altercations, and aggressive behavior, he gained a reputation for being conceited and hostile. His disposition frequently eclipsed everything else, even though he had a fortunate background. After graduating from high school in 2018, Naeem made the decision to change his ways and break his bad habits and careless choices. After receiving therapy for his substance abuse problems, he was eventually admitted to law school. He met Brenda there, and he fell in love with her right away. Brenda was likewise immediately drawn to the assertive and self-assured young man. When they first met, he had just turned 19 and she was 23. She appreciated his attentiveness, despite the obvious age difference. They talked for hours at a pub on their first date together, and later that evening they visited Naeem's parents' apartment, which he had the key to. They developed an intimate relationship that evening and started going out on a regular basis after that. Brenda felt genuinely in love for the first time in her life, and everyone could see it. The shift was noted by relatives and friends. She appeared to be happier than before, but in reality none of them had ever met the man who had captured her heart. Brenda casually mentioned that Naeem was her future fiancé, but she only showed her mother and brother photos of him from social media, despite the fact that she talked about him frequently. As time went by, it became evident that Naeem had no plans to introduce Brenda to his friends or family. They never made public appearances together as a couple, and their connection was limited to the same apartment. Brenda told herself that he just needed more time, even though it seemed odd. She secretly feared that Naeem's hesitation stemmed from their age gap. Even though Naeem was getting farther away from Brenda over the course of the months-long secret meetings, Brenda stayed devoted to the connection. She clung to the belief that their relationship was still solid and refused to accept the change in his behavior. Brenda got a call one day from an unknown number. The man on the other line warned her and identified himself as Naeem's cousin. He warned her to exercise caution. According to him, Naeem has a violent background and would have already faced harsh judicial repercussions for his prior deeds if it weren't for his powerful parents. Brenda refused to heed to the caller's advice to break up with him before it was too late. In the middle of February 2019, Brenda found out she was expecting. Although she was completely taken aback by the news, she felt very thrilled, despite her first disbelief. She thought that Naeem would be compelled to take things more seriously and commit to her at last, and that this would be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Brenda broke the news at their next meeting. Naeem was stunned at first, but then his expression changed dramatically. He became enraged and insisted that he was not prepared to be a parent and that he had no immediate plans to have a child. With the promise of paying for everything, he coerced Brenda into ending the pregnancy. Brenda flatly refused. She clarified that she had health issues and that it was truly miraculous that she was pregnant. As their disagreement got more heated, Naeem advised Brenda that it would be best if they broke up permanently. They stopped dating for a period, but they kept messaging one another on social media. During this period, Brenda confessed in a close friend that she still wanted to see him again and that she missed him deeply. She went so far as to claim that she had never loved someone as much as she did him. Finally, at the end of February, Naeem gave her a call. He recommended that they have a calm conversation in person. Brenda was ecstatic, certain that he had reconsidered. Her best friend, with whom she had shared the news, assured her that everything would be fine. On the evening of February 28, 2019, the meeting was scheduled. Brenda had received an invitation to a classmate's birthday celebration that evening. She went to Naeem's flat after the celebration and didn't leave again. Brenda did not attend her university courses the following day, Friday, March 1, which was very rare for her. No one could get in touch with her, and she had never missed a lecture without a good reason. Nobody was aware of her location. Brenda's daughter had informed her mother that she would not be returning home that evening, and her mother was aware of the birthday celebration. She did not, however, say if she would remain with her partner or a buddy. At first, her mother wasn't concerned because she had intended to go directly to class in the morning. Brenda didn't know something was amiss until the university called later that afternoon to inquire about her location. Family and friends began looking for her right away. She wouldn't simply vanish without telling anyone. Everyone knew. Nevertheless, there was hope now. Maybe she had just been with Naeem and had forgotten the time. However, while her loved ones were desperately phoning for any information, something else happened that completely altered the situation. In a moment, whatever last hope was gone. Brenda had left. Naeem Vera, his father, and 2 lawyers entered the Catamarca police station early on the morning of March 1, 2019. "I wanted to confess and tell the authorities about a tragic event that had happened the night before," the young man said. After being led to an interrogation room, he quietly gave his account of what had happened. Despite his obviously troubled appearance, he spoke confidently and remained composed. Naeem asserted that he had planned to have a sexual encounter with a female acquaintance at his flat that night. He claimed that they had previously spent time together in this manner, devoid of obligations or demands, but this one night they got into a fight, and he asked her to leave right away. A staircase connected the apartment's 2 levels. Naeem claimed that during the intense argument, Brenda retreated a step, stumbled, and fell down the steps. He maintained that it was too late when he attempted to apprehend her. She was not responding when he got to her. There was nothing he could do to help. The fall had caused Brenda to sustain a catastrophic neck injury. Naeem became terrified when he learned he was responsible for the incident. He decided to get rid of the evidence out of desperation and fear. There was nothing else he could do but try to eliminate the remains. He retrieved lighter fluid from a cabinet, poured it over Brenda, and sparked a match using a big outside grill on the terrace. The fire started right away, but the heavy smoke became unbearable as the flames rose too high. He became aware that things were getting out of hand at that very moment. Surprised to see someone grilling meat in the middle of the night, a man from a nearby flat peeked out, but as Naeem caught sight of him, he waved and smiled with a welcoming attitude. This neighbor later testified in court that Naeem seemed quite calm, if not content, and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He didn't consider calling the police. Naeem quickly came to the conclusion that his scheme was failing and that a grill was not a crematorium. He dragged the remains back inside, knowing he would never be able to get rid of them entirely. He cut off the lower and top parts of the corpse with a big knife. Then, still not knowing how to get rid of them, he put everything in boxes, put it in garbage bags, and put everything in his car. In a moment, he decided to drive without direction. He threw out the bottom half in whatever dumpster he happened to pass. Regarding the top part, he left the city and pulled over close to a little gully a short distance off the road. The corpses were thrown into the ditch and covered with rubbish, branches, and mud. A passing patrol unit almost nabbed him as he was making his way back to his car. To find out why his car was parked on the side of the road, officers pulled over. Naeem thought quickly and made up a narrative. He said he simply got a call from his girlfriend and stopped to chat. He was taken seriously by the officers, who departed without asking any further questions. Naeem tried to clean up the mess after he got back to his flat, but he soon realized it was too much for him to do by himself. He made the decision to give his cousin a call. He acknowledged everything. His cousin initially believed that Naeem was hallucinating or under the effect of illegal drugs, but after reconsidering, he called Naeem's father. From then on, Naeem had no control over the situation. In an attempt to lessen his punishment, his father coerced his son into turning himself in after speaking with lawyers. Naeem revealed the places where he had disposed of the bones during his confession. Even if he had attempted to alter his tale, the evidence was indisputable. Surveillance film from a nearby building also showed him throwing bags into a garbage, with his car in the background. The second box was soon found in the ravine by investigators, and forensic specialists were dispatched right away to inspect the remains. But the truth they discovered was startling and totally at odds with Naeem's account of what happened. There were no injuries that would have been expected from a fall down the steps, even though the body had been badly charred and later mutilated. The victim's neck was completely intact, and there were no major bruises or broken bones. Rather, a much more unsettling cause of death was discovered during the autopsy. Brenda had suffered a forceful, not accidental, crushing of the cartilage in her throat. Bare hands had been used to apply the pressure. Mechanical asphyxia was listed as the official cause of death. Brenda had fought back frantically, as evidenced by the new scratches that were apparent on Naeem's hands. Fabric threads discovered in Brenda's mouth by forensic specialists were eventually determined to be from her own scarf. This implied that something had been pushed into her lips to silence her before she was strangled. The facts presented a sobering image. This was a purposeful act of cruelty rather than an accident. Brenda's purported pregnancy came to light as soon as her friends and relatives were informed of the tragedy. When detectives questioned Naeem about it, he decided not to bring it up. He acknowledged that Brenda had been manipulating him with the pregnancy for weeks. Naeem claims that their relationship was never romantic and was just ever physical. He asserted that no talk of a future together, much less a family, had ever taken place. He offered to pay for the pregnancy termination as soon as Brenda told him she was expecting, but she declined. Hateful fights had resulted from this dispute, and on the night of the event, Brenda allegedly requested that Naeem marry her in addition to insisting on keeping the baby. He claimed that this infuriated him, and he killed her as a result. But there was a serious problem with his story. Brenda had not been pregnant, according to an autopsy. It was a meaningless threat if she had been using this as pressure against Naeem. However, after more investigation, researchers discovered an unexpected fact. Brenda was unable to conceive due to a medical problem she had been diagnosed with. Since she was a teenager, she had been aware of this. Why, then, had she told Naeem that? Later, when being questioned, Virginia, one of Brenda's closest friends, offered insight. Brenda had honestly thought she was pregnant, she explained. She had experienced symptoms, missed her period, and was ecstatic that the physicians had misdiagnosed her illness. Rather than responding with enthusiasm or encouragement, Naeem disregarded her and severed their relationship as soon as she told him the news. Only 2 of Brenda's closest friends were informed of her pregnancy. She never told her mother about it and never had the opportunity to consult a doctor to confirm it. Virginia claims that Brenda had no desire to mislead or control Naeem. She had begun to envision a future with him and had genuinely thought she was going to become a mother. The day Naeem turned himself in and provided his version of events, he was taken into custody, but he maintained that the incident was an accident. He said that because he had been in shock, he had not asked for assistance and instead had decided to kill Brenda in such a cruel way. Most significantly, he persisted in claiming that their relationship had never been genuine and had only ever been a casual arrangement devoid of any obligations. Crimes committed in the course of a love or domestic relationship are categorized as aggravated offenses under Argentine law. This is due to the fact that the victim is thought to be in a vulnerable situation. They may have a weakened sense of self-preservation, trust their spouse, and do not see them as a threat. Naeem would face a harsh punishment, possibly life in prison, should the court find that he and Brenda were romantically involved. However, his sentence may be lowered to no more than 15 years if he could persuade the judges that their meetings were entirely informal and devoid of any emotional connections. This was the main defense put forth by Naeem and his father's legal team. They made a concerted effort to demonstrate that he and Brenda were not actually related. They made it clear that the two had never been spotted together in public, had never exchanged pictures, and had never identified themselves to their friends or family. Brenda's loved ones, however, presented a quite different image. She was genuinely in love with Naeem, according to her friends and family, and they firmly believed that their sentiments were reciprocated. She assumed he simply needed more time, so she never pressed for a formal introduction to his parents, so as not to put any pressure on him. Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously, according to a later admission from one of Naeem's classmates. He had been dragging her along, giving her false hope, but he really liked to spend time with her. He reportedly panicked and became anxious to find a way out when she told him about the pregnancy. The classmate claims that Naeem once threatened to commit suicide or to not have the baby. Nobody paid any attention to what he said at the time. However, Naeem allegedly asked his cousin if he knew of someone who would be prepared to solve a problem for money barely a week before to the murder. Assuming Naeem was simply ranting, his cousin brushed it off as bullshit. He didn't grasp how bad the issue was until that fateful night when Naeem called and asked for his assistance in covering up the crime. Following the incident, Brenda's loved ones received public condolences from Naeem's family, who said that the tragedy had also ruined their life. His legal team, however, persisted in fighting for his defense and trying to downplay his accountability. They attempted to portray Brenda as someone who had been coercing and controlling Naeem, saying she had fabricated the pregnancy in order to compel him to get married. They argued that she had hidden agendas and viewed him as a promising and affluent husband. Naeem himself made an effort to argue that he had acted out of acute distress, but this argument was soon disproved. He described in detail how he disposed of Brenda's remains during his initial interrogation, which was unusual for someone who was allegedly in shock. Furthermore, his neighbor's evidence was incriminating. The witness remembered seeing Naeem grilling that evening on the deck and commented on how calm he seemed. He even waved amiably at the neighbor, as though nothing unusual was taking place. The psychological evaluation concluded that the offender was legally liable since he was fully conscious of his acts at the time of the crime, but experts also found that Naeem had bipolar affective illness, borderline personality disorder, and psychopathic tendencies. None of these conclusions lessened his legal responsibility. Naeem might have been able to avoid complete responsibility thanks to the Vera family's wealth and powerful connections. In the hopes that public interest would eventually wane, his legal team purposefully postponed the trial. Brenda's family was concerned that Naeem might be given a light sentence or worse, avoid punishment entirely. Florencia, Brenda's mother, chose to act independently since she could not accept this option. She coordinated a number of marches and demonstrations, calling for the offender to face consequences. In an effort to prevent the case from being ignored, feminist activists also joined the fight. In May 2021, the trial finally got underway, and the media covered it extensively. Determining the nature of Naeem and Brenda's connection was an essential part of the proceedings. Due to his youth, his defense lawyers contended that he had not been prepared for a meaningful commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was only a passing fancy. Naeem might have gotten a light sentence if they had been successful in persuading the judge. Additionally, he could have been eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years if they could prove that the crime was not premeditated. The defendant stayed aloof and unresponsive during the trial. He didn't express regret for what he had done. Nevertheless, he formally apologized to Brenda's family as advised by his lawyer, but it sounded fake, almost mocking. Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime on May 14, 2021. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. He was also compelled to pay moral damages of 3 million pesos to Brenda's family. The defendant listened to the verdict with a neutral expression, as though it didn't affect him, and declined to give a closing statement. However, his lawyers declared their plan to appeal as soon as the sentencing was revealed. The press started exposing previous occurrences that Naeem's parents had been able to conceal as the defense team got ready to contest the decision, looking for fresh witnesses and proof of his innocence. Naeem was accused of aggressive behavior and harassment by 2 former students. Both ladies acknowledged that Naeem posed a serious threat and consented to testify in court. He had never been used to rejection, they explained. He had always attracted girls. He started stalking, threatening, and trying to degrade her in every manner after one of his classmates turned down his approaches. Naeem tried to push himself on another young woman, forcing her to change schools. He responded to her resistance by posting defamatory rumors and intimate images of her online. Both controversies had been covered up by his father's legal staff. The fresh testimony was taken into consideration when the court retried Brenda Gordillo's case in March 2022. The original sentence was upheld by the court. Naeem was given a life sentence without the chance of release for a minimum of 51 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Angie Diaz was more than just a name in the headlines. She was a vibrant young woman, a devoted wife, and a daughter who brought light into every room she entered. But what began as a seemingly happy love story ended in one of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. The voice you just heard on that call, the laughter during a murder investigation, came from the very man who once vowed to love and protect her husband, the same man who would later be accused of taking her life in the most brutal way. Just 3 months before the tragedy, Angie and Jared stood hand in hand, smiling for wedding photos. They looked like any other couple starting a new chapter, filled with hope, laughter, and dreams for the future. But something went horribly wrong in the days that followed. What happened between their "I do" and the unthinkable moment Jared took everything away? The horror came to light on January 11, 2023. Until that day, everything on the surface seemed normal. Friends and coworkers described Angie as gentle, cheerful, and full of life. She was the kind of person who left a mark on everyone she met. But now, her absence left a haunting silence behind. As the community mourned, her loved ones struggled to understand how could someone so full of warmth meet such a violent end? And how could the person she trusted most be the one responsible? This is the story of a beautiful soul lost too soon, and the dark truth that tore her world apart. The nightmare had unfolded in the rural outskirts of Magnolia, Texas, a peaceful community known for magnolia trees and small-town charm, where violent crime was nearly unheard of, until now. The first medic on the scene paused, unsure whether they were walking into a suicide, an accident, or something else entirely. As he stepped inside, a realization hit. They weren't there to save a life anymore. Angie was gone, decapitated, and her head was mercilessly dumped in the bathtub. The living room floor was soaked in blood. Cigarette butts were scattered around the body. Blood-stained clothes were tossed carelessly near. This wasn't just a killing, it was rage. It was personal. It was deliberate. What happened in that house between two people who once vowed forever? And what drove Jared Dicus to commit one of the most brutal acts in recent Texas memory? In fact, if anything, people might have pointed fingers at his older brother Wayne. He had long battled meth addiction and had tangled with the law more than once, starting back in 2018, when he was only 20. Jared, on the other hand, was the responsible one, the quiet one. He played football in high school, held a steady job as an electrician, and had a reputation for looking out for his troubled brother. He'd even called the police on Wayne once for stealing copper wire, though he later expressed regret. Now, Jared had lived in the Houston area all his life. There was nothing about his background that hinted at the horror he would eventually unleash, but perhaps the cracks were there, small fractures, waiting to split wide open. Then came Angie. Their paths crossed in 2022 at Cheap's Meat Market, where Angie worked as a cashier. A chance meeting that turned into a whirlwind romance. To outsiders, it looked like fate. They moved fast, too fast, and by October of that year, they were married. Angie Diaz had her own story. Born in Nicaragua in October 2001, she was raised by a single mother who often left the children in the care of relatives while working in Costa Rica to support them. Angie was smart, driven, and deeply loyal to her family. She studied accounting at the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua at León and was known for her work ethic and maturity beyond her years. But life took a sudden turn when her aunt, the woman who had raised her like a daughter, was diagnosed with cancer. That's when her biological mother, now in the U.S., paid smugglers to bring Angie and her siblings across the Mexican border. They arrived undocumented, seeking hope in a place that promised more than what they'd left behind. Angie quickly found work at the meat market and began promoting herself online as a personal trainer. Her posts brimmed with optimism and resilience. Reminders to celebrate your own victories because no one else truly knows what it took to earn them. But not everyone shared her urgency. Her mother, cautious and protective, told her to have patience, reminding her that things would come with time. Finances were tight, but Angie didn't want to wait. She wasn't going to sit behind a cash register forever. She had dreams, and in those dreams, Jared Dicus was suddenly front and center. He came across as charming, a former football player with small-town charisma and enough edge to feel exciting. Angie was smitten. Their social media feeds became a showcase of their young love, filled with laughter, road trips, and a carefully curated intimacy for their online audience. They got married just before Angie's 21st birthday, but not everyone was convinced this was her fairy tale ending. According to one of her closest friends, Angie had previously been in a serious relationship with a man named Jose. She had been planning to marry him in the US, a future that never came to be. But then she grew distant with everyone else in her life. Almost around the same time she met Jared, the boy she thought would save her from the misery of a mundane life. Somewhere between letting go of that past and clinging to this new love story, Angie had rewritten her future in Jared's name. It was more of a fast-forwarded romance, so much so that Jared's family didn't even fully know who Angie really was. And maybe that speed wasn't just about love. There were whispers that immigration concerns played a part. Angie had once been in an accident, and rumors were there that it sparked fears of deportation. In Angie's mind, the timing of their wedding, just a few months into their relationship, suddenly seemed less about fairy tale endings and more about paperwork and panic. Even her friend urged her not to rush, to slow down and truly get to know Jared before binding herself to him legally and emotionally. She'd seen too many women fall into rushed, controlling relationships and suffer quietly behind closed doors. She didn't want her dearest friend to become one of them. But Angie didn't listen. Her uncle, who was a witness at her wedding, had noticed how quickly things were moving between her and Jared. Like her mother, he grew concerned. He sat her down one day and gave her the kind of advice someone gives when they've seen too much of how the world works. He told her not to make a decision out of desperation. Not for papers, not for a green card, not for legal status. And Angie insisted. She loved Jared deeply, that they were doing fine, and all of this was real. Her family was worried. They weren't convinced that the timing was right. And when they found out Angie and Jared were getting married, it felt like it had all happened too quickly. It was hard not to wonder if their fears were being ignored, or worse, if Angie was ignoring red flags she couldn't or wouldn't want to see. Because not long after the wedding, the cracks in that fresh start began to show. Maybe Angie truly believed this was her fresh start, that this love, this man, this marriage could be her new beginning, a clean break from the sacrifices and hardships of her past. But whatever happiness she clung to was built on shaky ground, because while social media told one story, a blissful young couple glowing with affection, the reality was much darker. Behind the smiles, there were cracks, patterns, red flags. People close to her urged caution, asked her to set boundaries, to make sure Jared treated her with the respect she deserved. But sometimes, when you're in the middle of something that feels like love, it's hard to see where adoration ends and obsession begins. And all too soon, Angie would find out, when it was already far too late. When Angie first introduced Jared to her circle of close friends, it was supposed to be a casual get-together, just some laughs, shared drinks, and good company. But something about it felt off, even then, though no one fully grasped it at the time. They were a tight-knit group, mostly Spanish-speaking, and Angie had always fit right in. That night, one of her friends brought some beers, thinking it would help Jared ease into the group. Instead, it seemed to make things worse. Jared didn't speak Spanish at all. As the conversations flowed in a language he couldn't understand, frustration began to flicker across his face. Angie, trying to bridge the gap, kept translating back and forth. Her friend noticed how tense she got, always looking to Jared, as if checking whether he was okay, whether he was angry. They started calling him Rojo, red for his hair. It was a light-hearted nickname among friends, but Jared didn't laugh along. He didn't smile. He sat stiffly, disconnected. And sometimes, without saying a word, he'd just leave. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. What seemed like awkwardness at first, in hindsight, began to look a lot more like resentment. Jared wasn't just irritated that he couldn't follow the conversations. He was alienated. He felt like an outsider around Angie's people, in her world. And the way he handled that wasn't with curiosity or patience. It was with cold detachment, maybe even simmering anger. After the wedding, things got worse. Angie's friend remembered the shift, how Jared's discomfort turned into distance, how he stopped making any effort. The gatherings became fewer, the joy dimmed. Angie became quieter, and when she did show up, she never really seemed fully there. Looking back, her friend could trace the moment the light in Angie's eyes started to fade. The pressure of trying to make two worlds fit together was falling squarely on Angie's shoulders, and she was doing all she could to keep it from breaking. But sometimes the cracks are too deep to hide. As 2023 rolled in, Jared Dicus was unraveling fast. By November, his volatility had reached dangerous heights. He'd been arrested for driving while intoxicated after causing a scene at a local restaurant, shouting, acting aggressively toward the staff. When police arrived, they found him belligerent, punching windows. He was so out of control, they had to strap him into a restraint chair just to draw a blood sample. It wasn't just alcohol. The police suspected meth was coursing through his veins. By January, Jared was out on bond, but nothing about him had stabilized. Behind closed doors, Angie was growing more and more afraid. She asked Jared's mother, Lynn, directly, that Jared stop sleeping in the same house as her. In the final week of her life, Jared had started asking to move back in with his parents, into the house he'd just spent money fixing up, for him and Angie. Why? No one could quite understand. But it was clear he didn't want to be in that house with Angie anymore. And maybe, just maybe, Angie didn't want him there either. You know things are serious when your boss notices it too. Ruth Almendaraz had worked closely with Angie at the meat market. To her, Angie wasn't just an employee, she was like a daughter. The two shared a quiet closeness built over time. Ruth had seen her through cheerful mornings, long shifts, and bursts of laughter behind the counter. And it was at this very counter where Angie had first met Jared. But things changed after the wedding. Slowly. At first, Angie, once so warm and full of light, started retreating into herself. She grew quieter, more nervous. She wasn't as quick to smile, and she was always looking over her shoulder. Jared had started showing up at the market too often, just standing there looking for her, hovering around the counter. It made people uncomfortable. Then came Tuesday, January 10th, the day before Angie's murder. Ruth walked in around early afternoon and immediately sensed something was off. Her staff flagged her down, urging her to talk to Angie. At first, she assumed it was a work issue, maybe a customer complaint or a mistake, but they said, no, it was more serious than that. Angie didn't look well. Her eyes were distant, her energy drained. She looked like someone who hadn't slept, someone carrying too much. Ruth pulled her aside gently, asking what had happened. That's when she noticed it. A bruise on Angie's shoulder. Not the kind you get from bumping into a door. This was something else. Another coworker, Erica, joined them in the back kitchen. Together, they sat with Angie for a few quiet minutes. That's when she opened up. She told them she was planning to leave Jared, not maybe, not one day, she was sure. And then Angie said something else. Things that went beyond just hitting. She told Ruth they had been arguing all night, which Ruth would later tell the cops. That Sunday, Angie had gone to the movies with her aunt. Just a simple outing, something completely normal for her. But Jared hadn't wanted her to go. He didn't want her seeing anyone. Didn't want her to have even a sliver of independence. When she got back home that night, it all exploded. Jared kept her up all night, refusing to let her sleep. Angie looked drained when she showed up at work the next morning, pale, hollow-eyed, like someone who had been pushed far past the edge. And then, as she tried to shower and get ready for the day, the argument escalated. And then Ruth would tell the officer that Jared had assaulted Angie while she was in the shower. It wasn't a matter of if anymore. Angie had been living in fear, and now it was written across her body. As Ruth gently pressed, Angie confessed even more. This wasn't just one fight. This wasn't a bad night, it was a pattern, and she was ready to break it. She told Ruth she had made up her mind. She told Ruth that it was time to leave. Angie didn't tell Jared she was moving out, not exactly, but she did tell him that she wasn't going to keep living that way. She wasn't going to tolerate the control, the fear, the violence. It was the first real declaration of her intent to escape. But what no one knew then was that this small act of resistance, this whisper of freedom, might have been what sealed her fate. And when Angie paused while telling the horrors she had faced, Ruth put a stop to the conversation, saving it for later. They made plans to talk again. Angie had Friday off and told Ruth she wanted to go for coffee somewhere quiet, away from the market, where she could finally say everything without people overhearing. But that coffee never happened. Tuesday was the last time Ruth saw her alive. After the murder, Ruth checked the security footage, desperate to find proof of that final conversation. The cameras had captured them talking at the register, but there was no sound, no microphone, just a silent video of a young woman, bruised and broken, sharing what she could before she ran out of time. And that silence would haunt Ruth forever. Then, on the night of January 8th, just 3 days before Angie's murder, something unsettling happened. At nearly midnight, Jared made a strange call to 91011. He was disoriented, paranoid, barely coherent. In a shaky voice, he claimed he'd taken drugs and needed help. He didn't seem sure of anything. Not where he was, not what he had taken, not why he even called. But he did ask for an ambulance. Paramedics were dispatched immediately, but just a few minutes later, Jared called again. Still confused, still mumbling about feeling unwell, unsure whether he meant what he said. It was clear something had altered his state of mind. Something strong. When the medics arrived, they transported him to the hospital, where it was confirmed Jared had been using methamphetamine. It was a devastating blow to his family. Jared's older brother had struggled with meth for years, tearing their family apart in the process, but Jared had never been that kid. He was the other son, the one who stayed away from the actions that would put his parents down, or so they thought. Jared had admitted to his parents briefly and in passing that he'd taken meth, only to deny it moments later. He flipped between admissions and deflections. One second he was crying, the next he was lying. The moments between might be uneventful for those who did not witness what happened between this couple, but it became evident on January 11 how deep trouble ran through in those days. It was a Wednesday morning, quiet, uneventful, and eerily still, but the silence was about to be shattered. Jared had returned to his home around 4 a.m. after what seemed to be a typical shift. His house, nestled in the back of his parents' property, sat dark and isolated. He slipped inside without much notice. No one saw him again for several hours. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that his mother, Lynn, caught sight of him again. He came back into their house, but something was off. He seemed nervous, unfocused. And then she heard it. A phone ringing. Not his usual ringtone. Not even his usual phone. It was a device she didn't recognize. Curious and concerned, Lynn questioned him about the unfamiliar phone. Jared casually claimed to have multiple phones, but the story didn't sit right. Something about the device, the look, the feel, it wasn't his. And when he finally pulled it from his pocket, the screen was in Spanish. That's when Lynn's heart dropped. She knew immediately this was Angie's phone. Angie, who never left her phone behind. Angie, who had been growing increasingly distant and afraid. Who just days earlier had been bruised and exhausted from yet another sleepless, violent night. Lynn didn't wait. She bolted out of the house with her husband, Rodney, heading straight toward Jared and Angie's home. Deep down, she already feared the worst. There was only one entrance, the front door. As they pushed it open, a wave of darkness met them. At first, they couldn't see anything. But with a single step inside, Rodney froze. What he saw would haunt him in his sleep forever. He turned to his wife and told her not to come in, but it was too late. Lynn stepped inside and saw the horror for herself. Angie's lifeless body lay inside. Her young face, once vibrant, was now still, brutally silenced. Panic set in. Lynn fumbled with her phone, unable to think, unable to act. Rodney grabbed it from her and made the call, not just to report a death, but to report their own son, the boy they'd raised, the man who had once promised to protect Angie, now suspected of ending her life. Lynn would then brief the officer about her son's issues. The police were called, and when they arrived, there was no question who they would arrest. Jared had been the last person with her. He was in possession of her phone. He had a documented history of violent outbursts and drug use, and Angie had told those closest to her that she didn't feel safe anymore. This, according to investigators, was the final tragic act in a toxic, unraveling relationship. A young woman who wanted out, and a man who couldn't bear to lose control. Jared was taken into custody, but that was only the beginning. The interrogation tapes would reveal even more unsettling truths about what really happened between Jared and Angie. Because when police sat Jared down and started asking questions, a new, disturbing narrative began to take shape. At first, Jared dissociated himself from the situation. Then he cracked under pressure, telling the officers that he had used the same knife against his wife that she took out for her self-defense against him. In the months that followed Angie's death, the case against Jared Dicus moved swiftly. The evidence was overwhelming. His erratic behavior, the bruises Angie had tried to explain away, the phone in his pocket that wasn't his, and most damning of all, the scene inside their home. Prosecutors argued that this was no sudden outburst. It was the tragic culmination of months of escalating violence, fueled by substance abuse, control, and a refusal to let Angie leave. Jared's defense tried to shift the narrative, claiming he'd only used meth once, that he was confused, overwhelmed, not in his right mind. But the jury didn't buy it. On July 31, the trial came to a close. Jared Dicus was sentenced to 40 years in prison, 4 decades behind bars, for the brutal murder of Angie. For Angie's family and friends, the sentencing brought some sense of justice, but no sentence, no number of years could ever bring her back. The young woman who dreamed of freedom, who was trying to find the courage to start over, had her life stolen before she ever got the chance. How many more women have to die after asking for help before someone listens in time? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On October 26, 1998, on a dismal day, a terrifying find was discovered near the Columbia River. When a body was found floating close to Lower River Road in Vancouver, the neighborhood was rocked. In an attempt to identify the sad person who had met their premature end, authorities rushed to the scene. The strong stench of decomposition hit them as they got closer to the body, indicating that the man had been in the water for a long period. Since there were no clear hints as to the identity of the man, they took his body out of the water with caution and took him away from the scene to start the difficult process of autopsy and identification. They had no idea that this was the beginning of a mystery that would trouble them for years to come. A disturbing reality surfaced as the medical examiner's office started the autopsy on the unnamed man's body. According to the autopsy, he was shot in the head and died as a result. However, after examining the material, detectives found more questions than answers. Did the man commit suicide? Had the trigger been pulled by someone else? There was still doubt surrounding the reality. That wasn't all, though. Authorities were left to cobble together a timeline of events leading up to the man's unfortunate death, because it was thought that he had been in the water for anywhere between 6 months and a year. The man's age of death was likewise estimated by the medical examiner's office to be roughly 53 years old. Notwithstanding the passage of time, the case's enigma was only heightened by these discoveries. How had this man ended up in such a gory way, and who was he? In their attempt to learn the truth about the man's terrible demise, the detectives encountered a formidable obstacle. They were aware that figuring out who he was the first step, but it was not always easy. Because the individual had been discovered without any kind of identification, officials had nowhere to start. In an attempt to locate a lead, the investigators looked through the local missing persons records, but they were unable to identify the possible owner of the remains. They expanded their search for answers. alerting authorities across the Northwest in the hopes that someone might be able to identify the unidentified body. But their quest was unsuccessful despite their ceaseless attempts. Fingerprints were another element that might have assisted investigators in identifying the man. The advanced degree of the body's decomposition, however, put an end to this dream. The investigation felt like it was hitting a brick wall as the days stretched into weeks. The investigators were no closer to unraveling the enigma of the man's identity or his premature death, and frustration started to set in. He continued to be an unidentified John Doe, a somber reminder of the case's numerous unsolved mysteries. The case eventually faded into obscurity despite their best efforts, becoming just another mystery in a world full with them. The truth was still tantalizingly out of grasp, despite the detectives' best efforts. When it comes to investigating cold cases, time can occasionally be a double-edged sword. Even though it might seem like there is less chance for a case every year, new technology and developments in forensic science can give a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable fresh life. Armed with the newest forensic instruments and methods, the case's investigators made the decision to examine the material again in 2008, in the hopes that the advances in DNA profiling would provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. They contacted the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. Using samples from the autopsy, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to create a DNA profile of the unnamed male. Investigators were reassured by the DNA profile and quickly submitted it to the National DNA Database in the hopes of finding a match. But they looked everywhere, but they couldn't find a match. In addition to providing them with a fresh lead to pursue, the DNA profile served as a reminder of how challenging it may be to solve a case in the absence of clear-cut evidence. Nevertheless, the investigators remained optimistic. They were aware that the likelihood of finally solving the riddle of the man discovered in the river increased with every advancement in the field of forensic research. Investigators were desperate to find the truth, after the mysterious man case remained unsolved for years. In 2021, they made the decision to try something different and sent a sample of DNA from the bones to Bode Technology, a forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia that is well known for its ability to recover DNA from difficult material. The challenge was warmly accepted by the Bode Technology scientists. They were aware that they could discover the identity of this enigmatic John Doe by examining the DNA sample. DNA from the remains was utilized by a forensic genealogist to determine the individual's lineage. The forensic genealogist found an ancestry connection to a California family through careful investigation and comparison. The genealogist identified one individual in particular, the son of Ruth Marie Henson and Chelsea Johnson Jr., as the promising lead. It's interesting to note that since 1998, this person, Michael Johnson, has not engaged in any traceable activity. The detectives were aware that they had hit gold and were now one step closer to figuring out who the enigmatic John Doe was. Thus, Nikki Costa, the medical examiner's office operations manager, achieved a breakthrough in the case of the unnamed man in October 2022 as the fall foliage began to fall. Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's two children, were located by Nikki and provided some shocking facts. It seems that their brother Michael had severed all ties with the family and vanished almost 20 years ago. Could this be the piece of information that investigators had been looking for years? Nikki was determined to solve the mystery surrounding the unnamed man. She worked frantically to prove that Michael was the owner of the DNA sample. Determined to uncover the missing piece of the puzzle, Nikki contacted many authorities to corroborate her concerns. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office obtained a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy, and the California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program analyzed family reference samples. In the meantime, California's Missing Persons program, created in 2008 by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, which it compared to all the evidence collected. Dr. Martha Burt, the chief medical examiner for Clark County, ultimately determined that the unnamed man was in fact Michael. The man now had a name and a chance at justice because, to Nikki's perseverance and the combined efforts of several authorities, investigators have yet to learn anything about Michael's actions before, to the body's discovery. Thus, the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his death continue to baffle them. Nevertheless, learning who he was a significant development in the investigation, providing detectives with a foundation from which to work. Authorities are now requesting assistance from the public in the hopes that someone may come forward with knowledge that could clarify Michael's fate. Authorities want to solve this puzzle case because even a small piece of information could make a big difference. Over June 19, 1970, two young guys chose to take a leisurely walk over Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado on a lovely summer day. The day was ideal for hiking because of the clear, brilliant sun and cool air, but when they discovered something horrifying, their journey took an unexpected turn. They saw a man's decomposing body in a ditch on the north side of the road as they were strolling along it. Rocks that had fallen from the hill above partially hid it. It wasn't the worst part, though. The two men approached and saw that the body's left arm and ribcage were completely gone. Their hearts pounded in terror and bewilderment at the gory scene. The scent of rotting was overpowering, and the body was wearing gray pants and a ragged sweatshirt. This dude was who? Where had he gone? As they stood there, astonished by what they had just learned, questions gnawed at their thoughts. The two men did not waste any time in calling the police, who came to the scene with a sense of urgency. They thought the man was in his early 20s as they got closer to the decomposing remains. In order to unravel the mystery, the officers meticulously inspected the area, noting every detail. The officers saw that the man had 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes on, in addition to the missing left arm and ribcage. Even a sock that had been pulled over his left shoe was discovered. However, they discovered other strange items as well. Although they discovered a razor and $7.00 in the man's pockets, those items didn't reveal anything about who the man was or how he died. The officers were left wondering who the man was and what had happened to him because they could not find his wallet or identification. In an attempt to locate any clues, officers also conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding the body, but to no effect. The remains of the man were promptly retrieved from the area and examined. However, investigators were unable to identify him despite their best attempts. They looked through dental records, spoke with locals, and combed through missing person reports, but nothing seemed to fit. The man was a total mystery, and the more they studied him, the more they discovered. Officers were baffled by the body's state. The man appeared to have spent a considerable amount of time outside, perhaps the entire winter, yet his attire didn't seem suitable for such severe weather. What might have happened to the missing body parts was another question that the officers couldn't avoid. Had wild animals devoured them, or had they been removed after death? Even if it was a horrifying possibility, they had to consider it. Before a startling finding was made on July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was discovered, the officers could only make educated guesses. The missing leg was located beneath the road where the body was uncovered by a state traffic maintenance worker. The hand and wrist still had flesh on them, but the arm and shoulder were reduced to bone. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery. Why had the limb been cut off from the body, and how had it gotten there? Because of the confusing state in which the body part was discovered, the officers surmised that it might have been taken out by a snowplow after the victim passed away, but they lacked hard proof. The enigmatic individual discovered at Independence Pass faded into obscurity over the years. Due to his lack of identification, he was only known as Independence Pass John Doe and had no name. Buried beneath a plain monument that stated, "Unidentified male," in Leadville's Evergreen Cemetery, he was reduced to the position of an unidentified soul. The case was unsolved, and it appeared that the identity of Independence Pass John Doe would always be a mystery as time passed. While clearing an overgrown area of Evergreen Cemetery in 2011, a man named John Pearson, who had spent years cleaning it up, discovered the burial of the Independence Pass John Doe. Being a Vietnam veteran himself, Pearson was naturally interested in the man's identity. He pondered whether Independence Pass John Doe was also a Vietnam War veteran. Because he was curious, Pearson contacted the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst, who in turn contacted Sylvia Petham, a specialist in identifying John and Jane Does. Eager to learn the truth about the enigmatic cemetery, they traveled to the little hamlet together in August 2011. However, in spite of their efforts, the case once more stalled, and for a short time more, independence past John Doe's name remained unknown. Following 2 years of inaction, the independence past John Doe case began to gather steam in 2013. When Audrey and Sylvia got back to Leadville, they looked for the case files, but they weren't there. They worked with Shannon Kent, the coroner at the time, to ensure that the case information was added to the database of the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Determined, Sylvia then requested that the Lake County Sheriff exhume the John Doe's bones so that DNA could be taken. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation assisted in obtaining a fingerprint from the exhumed body. When DNA was taken from John Doe's skull and femur at the University of Northern Texas, there was hope that the unidentified man might eventually be identified. However, John Doe's body was kept in a casket at the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon, rather than being buried in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery. The man was eventually laid to rest in the calm of 2022 after 8 difficult years. A team of police submitted DNA taken from the unnamed John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing, marking a breakthrough in the decades-long case. A promising lead came from the test, although the specifics of this lead are still unknown. It was sufficient to completely unravel the case. Gardner Paul Smith was John Doe's name at last after all these years. Gardner was more than simply a nameless body in a tomb for Smith, who would have only been 39 years old when his bones were found. He had a life, a family, and a tale. Gardner, the eldest son of Paul and Bernita Smith, was born on September 22, 1930 in Modesto, California, and was raised in a family that loved skiing. Gardner and his younger brother Armand naturally took up skiing as both of their parents were avid skiers. Skiing was more than just a pastime for Gardner, it was a lifestyle. In addition to studying at the University of Nevada in Reno, he was a member of the collegiate ski team. Gardner's commitment to the game was laudable, and he was constantly trying to get better. In order to improve his balance, he was known to try out a variety of methods, including huge slalom courses on cross-country skis. Gardner, however, was not merely a sportsman. He was a humanist and a thoughtful thinker who was constantly trying to figure out what life was really all about. He aspired to discover the mysteries of human consciousness because he was captivated by psychic phenomena and mental powers in his later years. He investigated this field of research for several hours. Gardner enlisted in the Army as a young man in June 1951. He served 2 years on active service before moving to the reserves, where he remained for an additional 4 years. He was released in June 1957 after doing his duties with honor. Gardner's journey ultimately brought him to Argentina, where he met Jennifer Dawn Andrews, the love of his life, in 1961. Following their marriage, Gardner returned to California with his new bride. Soon after, on June 18, 1962, they welcomed their first child into the world, a daughter called Jean. Gardner did, however, eventually leave his wife and little daughter. In 1968, Jennifer finally got a divorce from Gardner and married Ernest M. Dillard. Sadly, Jennifer was left a widow after Ernest's death in 1974. Gardner, on the other hand, seemed unable to settle down after his divorce and vacillated between Aspen and California. Longtime friend and ski racer Dick Dorworth remembers clearly the last time he saw Gardner, which was in 1968. Living life on the road, Gardner was attempting to market a novel ski pole grip that he had created. He had previously developed double-lens goggles, but he had not succeeded in commercializing them, therefore this was not his first innovation. Gardner disappeared into the unknown after spending a week sleeping on his friend's couch, and Dorworth never saw him again. Gardner actually sent his mother a postcard on November 12, 1969, which was the last time anyone heard from him. His mother was optimistic at the moment, but she had no idea that it would be the last time she would ever hear from her son. It said simply, "I am doing all right. Don't worry. Love, Gardner." Jean, Gardner's daughter, had many unresolved issues regarding her father, who vanished when she was a newborn. She wondered where he had disappeared to and why he never returned for her for years. She had to put together her father's life on her own, because her mother and other family members were silent about his disappearance. When her father's genuine identity was revealed decades later, she finally received some answers. As a 60-year-old lady with a family of her own, Jean is committed to honoring her father. She intends to have a monument constructed in his honor and organize a modest military funeral. Jean hasn't decided where he will be buried yet, but she knows that she will always have a particular place in her heart for the father she never had the opportunity to meet. The cause of Gardner Smith's death is still unknown. Although there is no documentation of an autopsy being conducted on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation states that there was no indication of foul play, and theories on his cause of death are still being discussed. His body may have been dumped in Independence Pass after he was the victim of a crime, according to certain theories. According to others, he might have walked up there with the intention of hiking back down, but he got caught in a severe storm, lost his bearings, and died of the cold. There were still a lot of unsolved questions, though, as the actual cause of Gardner Smith's death was still unknown. On a cold November 28, 1992 day, a group of visitors near the Walker Wildlife Area off River Road in Colorado noticed something strange. They were filled with terror as they got closer to the location. A man's decomposing body was lying there without its cranium, but the man was speaking even as he died. He was dressed in a tan tobacco pullover shirt with an enigmatic emblem on the left side of the chest and green shorts with striking black patterns. At the biceps, the sleeves were severed. Authorities rushed to the area with sirens screaming as they arrived after the public reported it in. They immediately set to work searching the surroundings for any hints that may lead them to the man's identity. They looked everywhere and turned over every stone, but sadly nothing was found. The officials were left scratching their heads in confusion, as not even the man's clothing gave away who he was. They had no choice but to remove the body for identification and autopsy, in the hopes of at least learning something. When the autopsy was completed, the medical examiner was shocked by what they found. There was no question that it was a homicide because the man had been fatally stabbed. The town was rocked by the discovery, and panic broke out. Why and by whom would someone do this? The investigators were committed to solving the horrific murder, even though they realized they had a difficult task ahead of them. They had no idea that the journey ahead would be convoluted and lead them down a sinister path of intrigue and mystery. Detectives started the investigation with a clear goal in mind, looking for any clue that would help them solve the mystery. However, it became evident that this would not be a typical instance, as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. Every lead they followed ended in a dead end on the chilly trail. They were troubled day and night by the mystery of the man's missing head. Where might it have gone? Was it buried out of sight, or was it taken as a trophy? Time was a powerful enemy that the investigators had to contend with if they were to solve the case. The case grew increasingly chilly as the months stretched into years. It appeared as though justice would never be done, and the memories of the man in the green shorts started to fade. But investigators never lost optimism that they would eventually find the truth. As the years went by, new technologies that claimed to simplify their work surfaced. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons System was used to help with the inquiry when the case was reopened in 2011. However, the investigators were once again at a standstill in spite of their best efforts. They had nothing but more questions when every lead they followed appeared to fade. Everyone concerned struggled with the idea that they would never find out who the man really was, and it was a frustrating period. However, the detectives persisted. Despite the passing of the years, they stayed attentive and never allowed the case entirely go from their thoughts, since they understood that there was always a potential that fresh information would surface. The Mesa County Sheriff's Office was committed to doing everything in their power to deliver justice to the guy in green shorts in 2022. They made the decision to seek assistance from cutting-edge technology, since they were aware that conventional investigative techniques had previously failed them. In the hopes that cutting-edge genetic testing might enable them to eventually determine the man's identity or locate a close relative who could offer crucial information, they contacted Othram, a forensic DNA analysis business. Detectives were prepared to do whatever it took to solve the case, even though it seemed unlikely. To solve intractable crimes, the detectives went to DNA Solves, a platform that combines volunteer data, crowdsourcing, and state-of-the-art genetics. However, advanced DNA testing is not inexpensive, and they realized they would need to find funds to proceed. The public's generosity and the detectives' unwavering efforts helped generate the money so that the testing could start. Detectives had been baffled by the skeletal remains of the guy in green shorts for almost 30 years, but the incredible advances in forensic technology allowed them to finally start piecing together some of the pieces. After being meticulously packed, the remains were delivered to Othrum's cutting-edge laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. Fourth, order to create a thorough genetic profile for the unidentified individual, a group of talented forensic specialists there put forth endless effort to harvest DNA from the bones. They were able to piece together a whole DNA sequence using a state-of-the-art method known as forensic-grade genome sequencing, providing a previously unattainable picture of the man's genetic composition. However, possessing a DNA profile was only the first step. In order to identify the man, the Othram team realized they needed to use this information to develop investigation leads, and they did just that. They used the power of forensic genetic genealogy to track down the man's distant ancestors and compile an extensive family tree with the assistance of their in-house genealogy team. After receiving this information, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was able to determine that the unidentified man may have had a sibling. The Othram team was able to verify that the unidentified man was Etus Thomas E.T. Romero by using a DNA sample from this sibling. Although Etus's identify was a major accomplishment for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, detectives understood they needed to look further to find the truth, because the mystery surrounding his murder remained unexplained. Although Etus had made significant progress since his early years, nothing was known about his childhood. Nevertheless, investigators were able to construct a portrait of the man he had developed into. When investigators dug into his past, they found a man who had dedicated his life to sacrifice and service. One instance of the boldness and courage that characterized him was his military service. They learned that Etus's premature death occurred while he was only 26 years old. Together with two other Louisianans, he had traveled to Grand Junction, Colorado. In 1991, he worked as a dishwasher in a nearby restaurant and lived in a now demolished home on 4th Street. Although the specifics of his death are still unclear, it is thought that he was murdered in the summer of 1992. Detectives are still working to piece together Etus's narrative, and they are requesting that anyone with information that could help them understand why he died so suddenly come forward. Do not hesitate to get in touch with the authorities. We could get closer to the truth with every bit of knowledge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Driving under the influence has always been treated as a grave offense in the United States, one that carries life-changing consequences. Whether it's alcohol, illicit drugs, or even prescription medication, getting behind the wheel in an impaired state puts lives at risk. And when that impairment leads to a deadly crash, the law does not take it lightly. These aren't just traffic violations anymore. They're felonies that carry years, even decades behind bars. The case of Macy Lathers is a prime example of how quickly a moment of recklessness can turn into tragedy, and how the fallout can echo far beyond the crash site. Macy Lathers wasn't just any driver. She was a public figure, a model, and an influencer with thousands of followers. Her life looked picture-perfect online, but on one shocking day, all of that came crashing down, literally. In a popular resort city buzzing with vacationers, Macy caused a devastating multi-car collision. 2 people lost their lives, 2 more were left with serious, life-altering injuries. But what made this tragedy even more disturbing was what happened next. When police arrived on the scene, they found Macy in a dazed, erratic state, clearly under the influence of psychoactive substances. The body cam footage captured her incoherent behavior. Witnesses filmed her staggering, yelling, and resisting officers. What was already a heartbreaking crash spiraled into a viral media storm. Overnight, Macy's name was everywhere, from news headlines to heated social media debates. Was this the fall of another influencer blinded by fame and excess? Or was it a deeper reflection of how privilege and recklessness collide? To understand how it all unraveled, we need to go back to where Macy came from. Macy Marie Lathers was born on July 16, 2000, in Fort Plain, New York, a quiet rural town nestled in Montgomery County. She was the middle child, the only girl among 3 siblings, raised in a home filled with warmth and stability. Her parents weren't wealthy or famous. They were ordinary people who worked hard, loved their kids, and built a life of modest comfort. Their house sat near the peaceful Mohawk River, in a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. Fort Plain wasn't the kind of place you expected scandal to come from. It was safe, slow, predictable. The kind of town where nothing much ever changed, until Macy changed everything. Macy grew up in what many would call a sheltered environment, largely disconnected from the outside world. She rarely left Fort Plain, and when she did, it was usually under the supervision of older family members. A high achiever in school, she consistently earned top grades and graduated at the top of her class. Macy was also active in sports, particularly gymnastics and track and field, though she never considered athletics as part of her long-term career goals. As a teen, Macy blossomed into a striking young woman. Suitors were constantly trying to win her attention, and there were even rumors of rivalries among the guys hoping to date her. She enjoyed socializing and going on dates, but she never let that interfere with her studies. Teachers described her as intelligent, focused, and driven, someone who always set high standards for herself. Macy graduated as valedictorian and was accepted into the State University of New York at Albany, where she chose to study linguistics and international communication. The campus was just over an hour's drive from her hometown, so Macy decided to stay at home with her family instead of moving into a dorm. Her close bond with her parents and siblings made this arrangement comfortable and natural. Albany, the capital of New York State, is a bustling modern city. Quite the contrast from tiny Fort Plain. To Macy, it felt like an entirely different world, full of energy, possibilities, and experiences she had never been exposed to before. With her charm, intelligence, and striking appearance, Macy quickly made friends and became a standout presence in her social circle. She continued to excel academically and soon became one of the top students in her program. At the same time, she and her new friends began frequenting local bars, clubs, and nightlife spots around the city. It didn't take long for Macy to adjust to this new rhythm of life. Days were spent in lectures and libraries, while nights often turned into late-hour adventures in the city's nightlife scene. Despite her increasingly active social calendar, Macy showed up for class, passed her exams with flying colors, and looked effortlessly put together. As is typical in many college nightlife environments, there was frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages. Over time, Macy began drinking more regularly, and what started as casual, social drinking gradually became a daily habit. Still, her young, healthy body seemed to handle the lifestyle well. She maintained excellent academic performance, and her professors continued to praise her intellectual gifts and talent. At home, her family didn't notice anything particularly alarming in her behavior or lifestyle. However, during her junior year, Macy decided to move out of her family's house and into an off-campus apartment near the university. She shared the place with a group of girlfriends, a change that marked a new chapter in her increasingly independent life. Around this time, Macy began experimenting more actively with a range of powerful and mood-altering substances. She typically obtained these restricted items directly from nightlife venues, often consuming them on site. Despite the growing frequency of her use, she didn't see it as a problem. In her mind, she could stop anytime she wanted. By the time she graduated from college, Macy had fully embraced the party lifestyle. Nightclubs, dancing, and the constant presence of alcohol and other prohibited items had become a regular part of her world. Nevertheless, she managed to complete her degree, defend her thesis successfully, and receive her diploma. Even then, though, she already knew she didn't want to spend her life behind a desk in some stuffy corporate office. Macy came of age at a time when social media platforms were exploding in popularity worldwide. Unsurprisingly, she created profiles on several major platforms while still in high school. Back then, living in the quiet and remote town of Fort Plain, her online presence was modest, just a few dozen followers, mostly people she knew. She occasionally posted family photos or scenic shots from the area, but never cared much about likes or follower counts. Everything began to change drastically after Macy moved to the city for her 18th birthday. Her parents gifted her a luxurious white Mercedes-Benz, something she had dreamed of for years. They also continued to support her financially, which allowed Macy to enjoy a carefree social lifestyle and showcase it extensively on her social media accounts. With her stunning looks, vibrant personality, and high-energy lifestyle, Macy quickly gained traction online. Her social feeds painted a picture of nonstop parties, fun, and glamour. Her follower count skyrocketed, and soon she had developed a loyal following that made her something of a local celebrity. During her final years at the university, Macy had already realized that she wouldn't be pursuing a traditional career in her chosen field. She was more interested in finding ways to turn her passion for fun into a source of income. She began taking dance lessons and sent out her modeling portfolio to various agencies, hoping to catch the attention of professionals who might offer her a lucrative contract. Despite her good looks, slim figure, and strong charisma, Macy wasn't able to break into any major modeling circles. However, her online popularity continued to soar. She portrayed a glamorous lifestyle, talked about her success, and occasionally promoted products or services on her platforms for small fees. After graduation, Macy informed her parents that she was planning to move to sunny Florida and settle in Miami. Her goal was to work as a hostess at one of the city's trendy nightclubs while continuing to pursue opportunities in modeling. Naturally, her parents were both surprised and disheartened by her decision. After all, she had always been a top student full of promise and had just completed her degree at a respected university. Now it seemed like she was walking away from all that for what? Still, they didn't pressure her or try to change her mind. In fact, they continued to support her regularly, sending money to help with her expenses. So, in early 2023, Macy relocated to Miami. She rented a modest apartment and began job hunting. At the same time, she immersed herself in the city's nightlife, hoping to make useful connections. She quickly became a fixture in the scene, fully embracing the party lifestyle once again, and she had no intention of slowing down. Over the years, Lathers had taken on various roles in the nightlife and entertainment scene. She worked as a promotional model, a dancer, and even served as a ring girl at combat sports events, stepping onto the mat in a skimpy outfit to display the round numbers to the crowd. During this period, her public profile began to rise. Local media outlets featured her several times, and she was even invited for a few interviews. By the spring of 2024, Macy's following on social media had grown into the tens of thousands. She rebranded herself as a fitness influencer, promoting sportswear, supplements, and beauty products. However, behind the carefully curated image, her real lifestyle was far from the clean and healthy image she projected online. She was a regular at nightclubs and parties, frequently indulging in strong alcoholic drinks, and was often open to trying new restricted substances offered in those settings. Over time, this pattern of behavior began to catch up with her, both personally and legally. At one point, Lathers was caught driving under the influence and had her driver's license temporarily suspended, but she violated the law again, this time resulting in her license being permanently revoked. Still, that wasn't enough to make her change course. On the morning of August 10, 2024, around 6 a.m., the streets of busy Miami were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the screech of brakes and the sound of multiple loud impacts. A major collision had occurred at an intersection involving 3 vehicles. Bystanders rushed toward a black Range Rover, which had taken a heavy hit on the driver's side. The man behind the wheel had a bloodied face but was conscious. Witnesses carefully helped him out of the twisted wreck. He had suffered head trauma and broken ribs and could barely remain standing. Good Samaritans provided first aid, doing their best to stop the bleeding while waiting for emergency responders. The second vehicle was a Suzuki minivan, which sustained even more severe damage. The frame was crumpled and the doors were jammed shut. Inside were 3 individuals, a middle-aged woman behind the wheel, a man in the front passenger seat, and another man seated in the back. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver and rear passenger were unresponsive, while the front seat passenger appeared to be in shock. Since there was no immediate fire hazard, rescuers avoided pulling them out through the windows, fearing it could worsen potential head or spinal injuries. The third vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz, was barely damaged. It had swerved off the road, lightly clipping the other 2 vehicles before striking a curb. When witnesses approached it, they found it empty. The driver was nowhere in sight, and the interior, covered in pale leather, showed no signs of injury. No blood, no visible struggle. It was clear the person behind the wheel had left the scene voluntarily, either unharmed or with only minor scrapes. Soon, eyewitnesses came forward. Several had seen a young woman leaving the Mercedes-Benz just moments after the crash. She exited from the driver's side, moving carefully and trying not to draw attention. She wore blue jeans and an oversized hoodie with the hood pulled low over her face. She crossed the street and quickly walked away from the scene, vanishing into the early morning quiet. The unidentified young woman attempted to blend in by joining a group of early morning joggers passing nearby. Since no one tried to stop her, she managed to slip away unnoticed. None of the bystanders were able to give a clear description of her appearance. When first responders, police, medics, and rescue crews arrived on the scene, they focused on freeing the injured passengers from the mangled vehicles. By that time, the man in the front passenger seat of the minivan was unresponsive. Medical examiners later determined that he had suffered extensive head and internal injuries, with massive internal bleeding cited as the cause of death. The woman who had been driving the minivan and the man in the back seat were both transported to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought hard to save their lives. The driver of the Range Rover was also hospitalized with moderate injuries. His life was not in immediate danger, though he had sustained a serious head injury and damage to one of his lungs. After speaking with witnesses, investigators determined that the person behind the wheel of the third vehicle, believed to have caused the crash, was a young woman who fled the scene. Fortunately, the intersection where the crash occurred had multiple surveillance cameras installed, and investigators quickly began collecting and reviewing the footage. The video clearly showed a white Mercedes-Benz speeding through the intersection, ignoring a red light. The other two vehicles were moving within the speed limit and had the right of way. The woman in the minivan appeared to try and avoid the collision, swerving at the last moment, but still clipped the Mercedes. Her vehicle then spun into the Range Rover before finally crashing into a utility pole. From the footage, it appeared that the woman in the Mercedes was not seriously injured. She jumped out of the vehicle, pulled her hoodie tightly over her face, and attempted to disappear among the joggers. She then veered off into a nearby park where the trail went cold due to a lack of camera coverage in that area. Who was the mystery driver of the white Mercedes-Benz? Why had she run? And where had she gone? None of the witnesses could describe her with any certainty or say where she had headed. Detectives turned to the vehicle registration to trace the owner, but before they could complete their investigation, the woman in question surfaced in the most unexpected way. While police were still reviewing footage and speaking with witnesses, a strange call came into emergency services. A construction worker laboring just a few blocks from the crash site reported an incident involving a young woman in a highly disoriented state. According to the caller, the woman had initially tried to flag down cars in an erratic and dangerous manner, running into traffic and throwing herself toward passing vehicles. Then she suddenly began undressing. She removed her hoodie, then stripped off a small top, leaving her in jeans and unclothed from the waist up. She started yelling profanities, spinning in circles in the middle of the road, attempting to force her way into random vehicles by yanking on their door handles. Eventually, she lay down across the roadway, rolling around on the asphalt. The witness who contacted emergency services rushed to help her. He tried to pull her to the sidewalk, but she was surprisingly strong and kept breaking free, shouting incoherently. Realizing he couldn't move her, he stood nearby and directed traffic to prevent vehicles from hitting her. He remained by her side until police arrived. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the first thing they did was cover the half-dressed woman and try to ask her some basic questions to determine her identity. But she seemed completely detached from reality. At times, she muttered incoherently, then suddenly screamed, clearly under the influence of some kind of substance. She couldn't even say her own name, but was shouting about extraterrestrials, warning that they were on their way and would be arriving soon. Then, in a sudden shift, she calmed down and claimed she had come from the future, could travel through time, and possessed a magical orb. When asked what the last thing she remembered was, she paused for a moment and said, "I remember dying." It was clear that attempting a proper interview under these circumstances was nearly impossible. Her speech was a mixture of delusions and hallucinations. But then, unexpectedly, she asked if anyone had seen her white Mercedes-Benz and expressed concern that it might have been taken by aliens. At that moment, investigators no longer had doubts. She was clearly the same woman who had fled the scene of the crash. She repeated several times that she was from the future, then sat down on the asphalt and began speaking to someone who wasn't there, as if she were having a heartfelt conversation with her mother. "Mom, I'm gone now. Don't cry. I can time travel. I'll come visit you," she said. Then she looked around and asked where her car was, before turning back to her invisible companion. By the time paramedics arrived to assist the so-called visitor from the future, she had managed to recall her name, Macy. But other than that, her condition remained unchanged. She was hallucinating vividly and speaking in fragmented, irrational thoughts. Based on her behavior, the medical team suspected she had consumed a dangerous mix of strong alcohol and powerful psychoactive substances. To treat her properly, they needed to figure out what exactly she had taken, so they could administer the right medication to neutralize the effects of the substance. Macy's condition fluctuated rapidly. At moments, she seemed coherent and aware of her surroundings, and then she would drift off into conversations about aliens and time portals. When asked directly what she had taken, she couldn't provide an answer. In fact, she didn't even seem to understand the question. Then suddenly, she started making sprinkling motions with her fingers, as if tossing glitter, whispering, "Pink, pink, pink, powder." It sounded like more nonsense, but one of the medics recognized the reference immediately. She was likely referring to a potent street substance, often nicknamed pink cocaine, a synthetic blend of various psychoactive chemicals. The danger of this mix lies in its unpredictability. There's no standard formula, and the balance of ingredients varies with each batch, making the effects anything from mild euphoria to vivid hallucinations or even fatal overdose. It had become particularly trendy among the club scene due to its flashy appearance and low cost. The signature pink color was usually achieved with food dye and sometimes mixed with glitter to give it a stylish, glamorous look. A toxicology screening conducted at the hospital confirmed the dominant component in her system, allowing doctors to administer the appropriate IV treatment to neutralize it. Meanwhile, law enforcement identified the woman as Macy Lathers, 24 years old, a fairly well-known online personality, social media influencer, and frequent presence in Miami's nightlife circuit. The crash caused by Macy Lathers involved 3 vehicles, including her white Mercedes-Benz. 4 people were seriously affected. In the minivan were married couple Juanita and Abraham Nandez, along with their friend Jesus Rubio, who was seated in the back. Tragically, Abraham, who had been in the front passenger seat beside his wife, he succumbed to his injuries before first responders could reach the scene. Jesus in the back seat sustained severe trauma and was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition. Doctors fought for days to save his life, but he ultimately passed away without ever regaining consciousness. Juanita miraculously survived the collision, but the injuries she sustained left her permanently paralyzed. She now relies on a wheelchair. The couple's son, a school-aged boy, lost his father instantly and has been left without the daily care of his mother, who remains hospitalized. Jesus Rubio, a father of 2 and sole provider for his family, left behind loved ones, facing not only grief but significant financial hardship. The driver of the Range Rover was less severely injured than the others, but still required multiple surgeries and a long road to recovery. He remains unable to return to his previous work or lifestyle. Macy, on the other hand, escaped the crash without a single visible injury and attempted to flee the scene. It later emerged that she had already been caught driving under the influence several months earlier and had her license suspended. Following a second offense, her driving privileges were permanently revoked. Yet that didn't stop her from continuing to consume alcohol and restricted substances, then getting behind the wheel, until it all culminated in a devastating incident that claimed 2 lives. Macy Lathers now faces multiple criminal charges: driving under the influence without a valid license, vehicular manslaughter, causing serious bodily injury through negligence, and fleeing the scene of a crash. She was booked into custody without release, and her bail was set at $150,000, 0 cents. With no access to that kind of money, either personally or from family, she remains behind bars awaiting trial. Even though surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts strongly support Macy's responsibility in the crash, her defense attorney has argued that she should only be held accountable for driving under the influence and lacking a valid license. The rest, he claims, occurred while she was experiencing intense hallucinations making her incapable of understanding her actions. According to him, the real blame lies with whoever manufactured and distributed the powerful synthetic cocktail Macy ingested. The prosecution sees it differently. They point to video evidence showing Macy behaving rationally in the immediate aftermath of the crash, covering her face, attempting to blend in with bystanders, and even joining a group of joggers to avoid detection. These deliberate actions suggest that Macy was fully aware of what had just happened and was actively trying to avoid responsibility. The episode involving public disrobing and fantastical claims of time travel, prosecutors argue, was an attempt to appear mentally unfit to stand trial, potentially leading to psychiatric treatment instead of prison. As of spring 2025, the legal proceedings against Macy Lathers are ongoing. No final verdict has been issued, and she remains in custody. To date, she faces 8 separate charges, and if convicted on all counts, she could face a life sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness. Amid her hectic schedule, she got to know Alessandro Impagnatiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, But Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Giulia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Giulia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Giulia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Giulia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Giulia's choice to become pregnant. Giulia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Giulia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Giulia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Giulia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Giulia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Giulia was still feeling bad, The pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Giulia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Giulia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Giulia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Giulia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Giulia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Giulia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Giulia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Giulia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Giulia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Giulia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Giulia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Giulia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Giulia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Giulia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Giulia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Giulia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Giulia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Giulia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Giulia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Giulia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Giulia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatello was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, He had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The devil doesn't force you to do it, so the saying goes. He simply draws attention to how simple it is to go too far. And in the early hours of August 15, 1967, that is precisely what took place. On that day, 9 innocent lives were lost forever in one of Canada's most horrifying, terrible, and senseless mass killings. Desperate to stay out of a psychiatric hospital, Victor Hoffman was a disturbed young man. Mental health services were very different in the 1960s than they are now. It was frequently vilified, misunderstood, and underfunded. Victor promised himself that he would never go back to that location again, and boy did he, but in a way that is so terrifying that it stays with you long after you've heard the story. Let's take a moment to reflect on Victor's early years and the circumstances that initially sent him to that mental institution, before delving into the sinister core of it all. Victor, who was born in 1946, came from what appeared to be a normal, hard-working family in the Canadian town of Leask. His parents, Robert and Stella Hoffman, were pious Lutherans. The Hoffmans were well known for their commitment to farming, their religious beliefs, and their observance of Sundays. They were the type of family that many would characterize as typical and devout. The Hoffman family had 7 children, Victor being the 5th. He wasn't particularly different from his siblings when he was a boy. According to his parents, he was a conscientious, hard-working child who achieved all of the typical developmental milestones. He He had a natural talent for hunting and was a reliable worker on the family farm. He spent a lot of time on his hunting abilities and enjoyed firearms. There was one characteristic that distinguished Victor, though. He was a recluse. He failed in school and had no friends, mostly due to his inability to focus. Still, at the time, his parents didn't give it any thought. Victor was merely a peaceful, self-sufficient child to them. Victor, however, eventually admitted to psychiatrists that his difficulties started at the age of 6. He had never seen the demon before. He gave a detailed description of the figure, describing it as a big, black 6-foot creature with a lengthy tail. From that point on, he felt as though he was being pursued by both God and Satan. Victor's mental struggle was unrelenting. He frequently heard odd tapping noises that got louder and faster as he woke up in the middle of the night. These experiences had become more sinister by the time he aged 10. Victor started experiencing violent emotions and daily thoughts of killing. Victor kept his troubling thoughts to himself, concealing them from his parents and siblings, even though he had fantasies about hurting his family and even complete strangers. He turned his violent impulses against animals as a coping mechanism. He compared his feelings of relief and even joy from killing animals to the hunter's delight following a successful kill. The devil. But he never abandoned Victor. He heard a voice reaching out to him one morning as he was eating breakfast. He said that after following the voice outside, he had once more seen Satan, but in a far more hideous shape this time. A 6'6" guy with a pig's face and a weight of over 300 pounds. In return for Victor's soul, the devil offered him riches and influence. Victor acknowledged that he had knelt down in the hopes of becoming at least half as wealthy, despite his claims that he didn't want to make a deal. However, nothing came of it. These run-ins with the devil now only made his already precarious mental state worse. In addition, he said that he could feel the cold, severed hands touching him and that he could see them floating in his room. Victor began to get frequent visitation from the devil, who would persistently approach him and demand his soul. However, the devil would always come. Victor was not going to back down. Victor reportedly started seeing angels shortly after these encounters began. These angels were less common than the devil. Victor claimed that they were clothed tastefully, resembled human women, and were primarily concerned with guiding him away from the devil's clutches. Victor thought they were divine messengers come to keep him safe and on the straight and narrow. Victor said he once got a word from God. He was given a remarkable duty by the angels and God himself to apprehend and eliminate the devil. They assured him that they would take him to heaven. Victor was absorbed by this message. Although it just made his conduct more unpredictable, it provided him a sense of purpose. Victor did everything he could to catch the devil because he was determined to complete this sacred assignment. His initial plans used nets, but they failed. Exasperated, he devised a fresh scheme. On May 27, 1966, he'd shoot the demon down. Stella, Victor's mother, discovered him shooting his weapon into the air when they were in their backyard. He had shot 3 rounds by the time she arrived. Stella, naturally frightened and confused, insisted on knowing what he was doing. His response was straightforward yet disturbing. "The devil was shot by me." Stella pleaded with him to stop, and she was able to get him to return inside the house. After grudgingly setting down the rifle, Victor snatched up the family vehicle and drove away. Stella and the rest of the family hurried to conceal all of the firearms in the house while he was out. Victor promised that no one would be harmed when he returned and asked for the firearms back, but his family angrily refused. He departed once more but returned soon after, requesting to talk to their pastor. After the pastor showed there, the two had a private discussion. When they went outside to wrap up their conversation, Stella, who couldn't hear much of what was being said, heard Victor say something that really shocked her. "I want to kill my mother." That was it. Robert and Stella felt that they could not wait any longer. They arranged for Victor to be admitted to Saskatchewan Hospital the following day. Located in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Canada, Saskatchewan Hospital was a sizable mental health facility in 1967. Mental health services were less developed back then than they are today. In hospitals like Saskatchewan, patients were frequently kept in isolation and provided with subpar care, making them more resemble institutions. Helping folks recover or get better wasn't the main goal. Patients were essentially managed. There was little focus on identifying or treating the underlying causes of their diseases. Instead, the primary focus of treatment was on using medication to manage symptoms. Now, the attending physician formally diagnosed Victor with schizophrenia during his initial psychiatric evaluation. There was no question about how serious his health was. Victor had to be admitted to the hospital. To his surprise, he didn't object. Perhaps thinking that it was the best course of action for everyone, including himself, he willingly committed himself. The documents show that he was dealing with more than just a severe mental ailment. Stress was also manifesting in his physique. He was frequently observed talking to himself, laughing at nothing, and being profoundly confused about who he was. He even wondered at one point if he was a girl or a boy, which further confused his thoughts. Although he cooperated with the doctors during his examinations, he came across as distant, evasive, and uninterested. Because they were unable to comprehend what Victor was going through, it appeared that he felt alienated from his own family. He told his siblings that he had seen the devil, but they dismissed his worries with laughter. Victor thought the devil was punishing him for not selling his soul, but he wasn't simply dreaming. He even believed that he had someone else's brain inside of him at one point. He asserted that Denise, a girl, owned the brain and desired complete control over him. Victor was convinced that all of this was a delusion, despite his physician's explanations to the contrary. He wasn't prepared to give up his convictions because he felt as though he had touched both angels and the devil. However, Victor came to the realization that he would never leave the hospital if he continued to assert that he was seeing the devil. He therefore made an effort to persuade himself that it was all in his imagination. He desired to recover, to live fearlessly, and to get rid of the ongoing worry. Occupational therapy, supportive psychotherapy, tranquilizers, electroconvulsive therapy, and a total of 12 sessions were all part of the treatment plan that the doctors put him on. By the time Victor's treatment was over, the physicians thought he had accepted that all of the demon sightings were only hallucinations. Victor seemed to believe this as well, because his thinking looked clearer than ever, and he no longer dreaded the demon. However, he remained cooperative and content, a little reclusive and preferring to be by themselves. The problem is that Victor's darker tendencies persisted, despite his lack of fear of the devil. He continued to have violent ideas, picturing himself murdering his loved ones and those in his immediate vicinity out of pure desire. His physicians were aware of these urges because he freely discussed them with them. Nevertheless, they remained hopeful that he would recover. They assured his father that additional therapy would help him recover in a year or two. Therefore, on July 26, 1967, the physicians released Victor from the hospital despite being aware of his dangerous tendencies. In the hopes that this would keep him quiet and stop any further risky conduct, they returned him home to his father along with a prescription for tranquilizers. However, things didn't exactly go as planned at home. Even though he was surrounded by the sights and sounds of home, Victor found it difficult to adapt to life on the farm. His thoughts remained confused, and he couldn't get rid of the impression that things had changed since he was admitted to the hospital. Neither did the medicine that was prescribed to him. It actually made matters worse. His work on the farm was hampered by the extreme drowsiness the tranquilizers caused. His back also ached all the time, which made him even more frustrated. Victor had had enough of the drug by August 8. He bemoaned how the tranquilizers made him feel helpless and weak, and he was itching to resume his regular activities. He needed to regain his strength, particularly so that he could assist on the farm. Thus, he made a decision. He stopped taking the medication. He didn't see any significant changes at first, but after a few days, something inside of him changed. Victor woke up with a spooky feeling on August 11. It wasn't the typical feelings he experienced on a terrible day. This was not like the others. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strong feeling that something was going to happen. He only knew that he was afraid of going back to the hospital or going to jail. Victor was most afraid of returning to the hospital. He claimed he would sooner die than suffer the fate of being imprisoned once more, since it terrified him. He believed that the hospital was merely a place where people didn't understand him. Since he had been in pain for so long, he felt that being confined in a place where no one could see what was truly happening within his head was worse than the isolation or the therapies. Victor had always felt unusual, and he started to think he was gifted. He referred to it as visions. However, Victor said that these visions were a means of seeing the future and that they were not merely ordinary dreams or daydreams. He thought that these visions had been occurring for as long as he could remember, and they would occur daily. Every time he saw the future, he would feel uneasy because he would contemplate killing someone. It seemed as though this deed would in some way show the devil that he was at last on his side, and that he wasn't scared to take any risks. Victor's day began quite routinely on August 14th. He tried to keep himself occupied and active during the day by working on the tractor, but by 9:30 p.m. he was worn out. He slept out on the couch, but his parents roused him at 11:30 p.m. and urged him to go to his bedroom. He fell back asleep but woke up again at around 3 in the morning because he could not sleep any longer. At that point, he made the decision to go to the garage and try to divert his attention with some work. However, even after working for a while, he was still experiencing restlessness, so he started pacing the garage and allowing his thoughts to wander. At that moment, an odd thing occurred. Victor was standing at the garage entrance when he suddenly had an odd feeling on the side of his head. It seemed more like an unexpected rush of pleasure than agony. He spoke of it as though something had been taken from him after his body had been cut in two. It was more like a sense of release than pain. It seemed as though all of the anxiety and stress he had been suppressing had disappeared, only to be replaced by an even greater desire to murder. This new, overwhelming impulse to kill took over his thinking as the feeling swept through him. Victor made the decision that something had to be done. He loaded up his pump-action repeater rifle, a .22 Browning. All he knew was that he had to do something, even though he wasn't thinking straight. He had a straightforward plan. After an hour or so of driving, he would search for little mice to hunt before returning home to complete his responsibilities. Specifically, he was searching for squirrels that resided in the spruce trees surrounding his farm. However, after what seemed like an eternity of driving, he came across no squirrels or other tiny animals. Something inside Victor kept him continuing, even though he could have seen that as a sign to turn back. He couldn't shake the idea of killing. The want to vent his wrath on someone was too strong for him to resist. He continued to drive, passing one home after another. He didn't see a basic farmhouse until about 6 in the morning, when the sky was beginning to lighten. The emotion inside him grew stronger, but it didn't look any different from the dozens of other residences he had seen along the route. This place seemed to be calling to him. Regretfully, the Peterson family, who resided in Shell Lake, around 40 miles from Victor's home in Lesk, occupied the farmhouse where Victor ended up. In contrast to Victor's turbulent life, there was laughter and joy in the Peterson home. With 10 members altogether, they were a large, close-knit family. James Peterson, a dedicated, modest man who valued community, was the center of the family. James purchased 328 after participating in World War II, acres of land, and started farming cattle and grains together. Life wasn't simple, though, and James's workload increased when his father retired and he took on an extra 72 acres. Large families were usual in Canada at the time, and the Petersons were no exception. From the oldest, Kathy, who was 19, to the youngest, Larry, who was just 1, they had 9 children. Jean, 17, Mary, 13, Dorothy, 11, Pearl, 9, Phyllis, 4, William, 5, and Colin, 2, were the remaining children. Everyone regarded the Peterson children as well-behaved, courteous, and well-liked. The entire family was known for being decent people. Since they were a typical church-going family, nobody really had anything negative to say about them. The only one not residing at home at the time was Kathy. She and her spouse had recently married and relocated to British Columbia. Together, the other Petersons occupied a small, comfortable 4-room farmhouse. Only 2 of those were utilized as bedrooms. With the exception of the infant, who shared a bed with James and Evelyn, all of the children slept in the same room. They managed to make it work despite the crowds. The Petersons were by no means wealthy, yet they never voiced any complaints. They were grateful for their family in particular. James and Evelyn created a household centered around their children since they were completely devoted to them. They wanted the best for their kids and loved them more than anything else. Jean, their eldest daughter, was a budding athlete, and her parents were committed to helping her develop her skills. James made the decision to contact his neighbor Will Drew Lang in order to assist with the cost of a track camp she wanted to attend in Dundurn. On August 15, 1967, the next morning, He required assistance moving 50 bucas of hay to the grain elevator for sale. Interviews from Victor's trial reveal that on the day that he was experiencing the overwhelming desire to kill, he heard voices in his head telling him, "This is it. You must go here and complete the task." To his astonishment, he reportedly recognized the kitchen even though he had never been there or even met the Petersons. He thought he had seen it in a dream previously since it felt so familiar. James Peterson confronted him shortly after he entered, attempting to defend his family by lunging for Victor without knowing who he was or why he was there. James retaliated, but Victor was too quick. In an attempt to protect his loved ones, he shot James 7 times. Victor then returned outdoors to collect his thoughts and reload his revolver. However, while he was standing there, he noticed James's wife Evelyn climbing out of a window while holding their youngest son Larry. He shot Evelyn without hesitation, leaving her where she lay, frozen in place. Victor continued after that. The Peterson children were still in their beds when he returned inside the house. The youngsters had little chance as he shot and killed 6 of them, one by one at close range as they lay helpless: Jean, Mary, Dorothy, Pearl, William, and Colin. Then he went back to where Evelyn's body was lying and killed Larry too. The tiny youngster was too young to live on his own, therefore he subsequently claimed it was a mercy killing. Victor continued to use warped logic after that. He decided there was no reason to leave anyone alive to identify him, because he had already killed James. He therefore started gathering as many used cartridge cases as he could locate, making sure that nothing was left behind that would link him to the incident. Victor returned to his own parents' home after the horrifying incident. He got there at 7:30 in the morning, but rather than being relieved, he was sickened and horrified by what he had just done. He struggled with the reality of his actions for the remainder of the day, feeling a great deal of remorse. Will Drew Lang, meanwhile, was expected to see James when he got at the Peterson farm, but James was not there. Since it was already 9 in the morning, Lang joked to the home and called out for James, figuring he had slept late. However, his light-hearted tone soon changed to one of surprise when he pushed open the door. The dead body of James Peterson was lying on the kitchen floor as he entered. Lang backed away in horror and hurried to his car. To make the call that would alter everything, he drove to the closest phone, which was at least 4 miles away. The quiet morning in Shell Lake was upended, and the lives of the Peterson family and everyone else in the neighborhood would never be the same. The cops did not spend any time in getting to the Peterson farmhouse. Rushing inside, they looked about the house for survivors and hints that would help them figure out what had happened. However, the scene they discovered was unsettling. Everything seemed undisturbed, and there were no indications of a robbery. It appeared that the killings had no apparent reason. They discovered 28 gunshots inside, 27 of which had struck their targets. It was evident that the murders were not arbitrary but rather planned. Strangely, no footwear from the Peterson residence matched the boot prints found on the linoleum floor of the kitchen. In addition, 5 bullet casings were discovered, indicating the employment of a .22 caliber handgun. Then, as they were beginning their inquiry, a strange incident occurred. The silence was broken by a muffled sound. After following the sound to one of the beds, they discovered 4-year-old Phyllis jammed between her sister's bodies and concealed behind the sheets. She was the lone person who survived the horrific slaughter. She first didn't fully comprehend what had transpired, but she was aware of how serious the situation was. She later remembered the officer's tears as he took her out of the house. She realized then that something really horrible had happened. Phyllis's story would haunt everyone who heard it, and her survival was a miracle. For many cops, the Peterson family massacre was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. While Kathy, her older sister, was informed of the tragedy and horrified, Phyllis was escorted to her uncle's house nearby. In order to take care of her surviving sister, Kathy returned to Shell Lake. The police searched the fields and high grass around the farm in the hopes of finding something, anything, that could lead them to a lead. Roadblocks were erected, and the killer's hunt spread throughout the region, getting bigger every day. They combed the area for days with 250 personnel and dogs, but they managed to find nothing. Then, on the 4th day, they had a break when a Lyask native, distressed by the tragedy, entered the Shellbrook office of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment. The resident proposed that they investigate a young man who had just been released from a mental health facility. He was his neighbor's son. Red flags were raised right away by the man's known obsession with hunting and firearms. The corporal and his crew didn't hesitate. They hurriedly climbed into their vehicles and headed toward Lesk, the Hoffman family's farm, along the winding, narrow routes. They had a suspicion. They may have found the lead they were searching for. They began by interrogating Victor's parents, paying particular attention to any boots, guns, and, of course, their son. Things began to pile up as the investigation progressed. The Hoffmans discovered a weapon on their land, and while it wasn't the precise model they had anticipated, it was nonetheless important. It was in the hands of the police. To check if it matched the rounds from the Peterson residence, it was sent for ballistics testing. The detectives also found a pair of rubber boots during the search. When the results were in, it was evident that the boots and the rifle matched the evidence discovered at the Peterson residence. These boots were also sent for comparison. Before long, they had sufficient proof to make an arrest. 9 members of the Peterson family were brutally murdered, and Victor Hoffman was charged with their crimes. There was something icy about Victor's attitude when he was arrested. Police described him as an average-built, unmarried male who showed no signs of fear. Actually, he was remarkably composed and gave up without a fight. The case was made even more shocking and horrifying by the fact that he was arrested only 3 hours after the Petersons' funeral. After being brought to the station in North Battleford, Victor remained silent for the first 10 to 15 minutes before sobbing. Even more unsettling was what happened afterward. Victor admitted to all of it. He acknowledged that he killed the Petersons because of the devil. The question about Phyllis, the lone survivor, was possibly the most disturbing aspect of his confession. Victor asserted that Phyllis's angelic visage was the reason he spared her. He claimed that because the others resembled pigs, he didn't respect them. Serious questions concerning Victor's mental health were raised by these terrifying answers. He was therefore brought to a local mental hospital for additional assessment there, rather than being sent to a conventional prison. He was once again diagnosed by doctors with paranoid schizophrenia, a disorder that had obviously not been treated. The court determined that he was nonetheless competent to stand trial in spite of this. Victor was charged with 2 counts of non-capital murder, and his trial started on January 8, 1968. The defense team contended that if Victor hadn't been suffering from an untreated mental disorder, he wouldn't have committed the heinous crime. They remained steadfast in their belief that his illness was a major contributing factor to the catastrophe. The jury returned a verdict following 3.5 hours of deliberation. Victor was ruled not guilty by reason of insanity by the jury, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Many were taken aback by the ruling and wondered how someone who had admitted to such a heinous act could avoid the full force of the law. However, the jury's verdict was based on Victor's mental state, which many had not anticipated at the time. Victor's mental illness was explained in such a thorough and rational manner by the defense's doctor that the jury was persuaded that Victor was motivated by something that seemed real to him. The jury was convinced that he genuinely thought he was doing what he believed was required, since his paranoia and delusions had been a fundamental factor in what transpired. The judge made sure Victor didn't get off easy, even though he wouldn't be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Victor was committed to a facility for the criminally ill rather than receiving the usual prison term. He looked to be even more hurt by this. He showed no emotion at all after hearing the verdict. He simply sat there staring straight ahead. It seemed as though the truth of his predicament had not yet dawned on him. Victor was sent to an indefinite stay facility in southern Ontario, with his release contingent on governmental policies. Before being given supervised access to neighboring communities in December 2001, he spent years hidden away at the institution. However, even this little liberty was short-lived. True freedom would never return to Victor. Victor passed away from cancer while in detention on May 21, 2004, but the consequences of his misdeeds would last for a very long time. The only survivor of the massacre, Phyllis, was raised by Kathy, the sister of one of the murdered. She gave Phyllis a second chance at life after the atrocities she had witnessed by raising her among her own children. After their family farmhouse burned down, Kathy and her husband eventually retired from farming and relocated to a nearby town. But even after all these years, Kathy and Phyllis were still frustrated by what had transpired. Phyllis was a young child when the slaughter took place, and the tragedy continued to haunt her as she grew older. As the sole survivor, she talked about how hard it was to deal with the unwelcome attention. She was viewed differently by others, and the burden of the past was difficult to shake. In 2004, Phyllis talked candidly about her difficulties. The birth of James marked a turning point for Phyllis, who remarked, "It was always hard to adjust, always feeling like I didn't fit in, until I had my son James." In ways she never imagined, it aided in her recovery. Regretfully, Phyllis died of cancer in May 2019. Details of the case were chronicled by Canadian journalist Peter Tadman in his book, The Shell Lake Massacre. According to Peter's multiple interviews with Victor in the book, Victor remained steadfast in his conviction that he felt no remorse for his deeds. He even asserted that the demon who had driven him to kill so many innocent people was still visible to him. The Peterson Massacre, which claimed the lives of 22 innocent people in 2020, is still regarded as one of Canada's most horrifying random massacres. We cannot deny the insanity and decision in Victor's case, although it is undoubtedly difficult to accept. A person's behavior cannot be excused only because they are considered mad. No matter what, no innocent life should ever be lost. But let's face it, if Victor hadn't been discharged from the mental institution in the first place, none of this would have occurred. What do you think then? Is Victor really a psychopath who somehow escaped? Or is there another factor at play here? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Beaudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Beaudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Beaudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Beaudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Beaudoin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Beaudoin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger. Now, the children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Baudoin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Baudoin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Baudoin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. "A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door," he subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Baudoin, was working the 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. "Are they all dead?" His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Baudoin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Baudoin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Baudouin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Baudouin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudouin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day at 2 or 3 a.m. by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin. Having been incarcerated from the age of 27, he was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We will be in the state that makes up about 3/4 of the island of Haiti today. Travelers from all over the world come to this wonderful country to unwind on snow-white beaches that look like they were lifted from advertising brochures, to experience the exotic, nearly unspoiled nature, and to sample the distinctive local cuisine. It's the Dominican Republic, of course. One of the Dominican Republic's most visited beaches, the Azure Coast, is where our narrative starts. In a beachside parking lot, a black Honda Accord came to a stop. In the car, music was playing gently. 3 girls and 2 men were engaged in heated conversation about general subjects. They appeared to be old friends who had gotten together for a good time. Every passenger exited the vehicle and strolled slowly in the direction of the ocean. One of the girls was beckoned to by an adult guy who took her hand. She yelled to her pals that she would return later after he murmured something in her ear. In the evening, the beach was essentially empty, making it a sight of meeting alone. They climbed into the car and chatted for a while. The man felt her large lips, which drew his kisses like a strong magnet, and stroked her long hair. The girl came home and went to bed a few hours after the walk. Her mother discovered that her daughter had skipped breakfast the following morning. In an attempt to wake her daughter, she knocked on the door of her room, but she was met with stillness. The woman shouted as she stepped into the room. The girl's father rushed in at the scream. Before the parents was a horrible image. The entire bed was covered with blood, and their daughter was lying on the floor of the bathroom in a pool of blood. She had passed away. Based on their observations, the father summoned the police despite the couple's legs failing. Police arrived at the location at around 8 a.m., looked inside the girl's room, and spoke with the parents. To determine the cause of death, the body was brought to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination. The parents wept and pondered what might have happened to their daughter while she was at home at night. But regrettably, the events leading up to this catastrophe started much earlier and were not visible to them today. A contemporary tale of an impossibly romantic relationship between a small girl and an adult will be presented to us. She will turn 16. Esmeralda arrives at Martinez's house. In the province of La Alta Gracia on August 23, 2006, I was born into the family of Isabel Martinez Reach Riscosti and Ali Hill, restaurant proprietors. Her family was utterly content when she was growing up. She had a friendly relationship with her older sister. Esmeralda developed into a bright and attractive young woman. In 2023, she was happy to showcase her unique artistic abilities in social media videos, showcasing her passion of singing and dancing. Esmeralda, who was in her final year of high school, intended to attend college. Because the girl's joyous demeanor drew in more than just her contemporaries, she was constantly surrounded by pals. One of Esmeralda's closest friends was John Kelly Martinez, who was 35 years old. After completing a competitive teacher's exam, John Kelly joined the public education system. He was still on probation, which lasted for a year, and was going through the new teacher induction process. Because he treated them like friends and took them on frequent adventures outside of school, the students really liked the new instructor. John spent the majority of his leisure time with his students. Even though he was married to another educator and had 2 daughters, they were disposed to the teacher after he laboriously developed a trustworthy relationship with them over an extended period of time. The majority of them were intelligent, attractive students. For example, Esmeralda's evening stroll on February 12, 2023, was an entirely typical encounter between a teacher and female pupils outside of the classroom. The last person John Kelly picked up that night was Esmeralda. He went into the house after her. He said he was a teacher and that he would take her home. Teacher Kelly then drove the group of 3 young female pupils and 2 adult male students to the beach. Everyone, with the exception of Esmeralda and John Kelly, exited the vehicle after it had stopped. After some time spent alone, John and Esmeralda joined the company. They went for a quick stroll along the beach after enjoying a few beers. Esmeralda felt ill all of a sudden. The chicks got going. The walk had to be stopped because she was bleeding, and she had to be taken home. Her parents discovered her lifeless in the morning. The parents were not given answers to their queries, but an autopsy determined that it was a homicide. Esmeralda Richiez died from a perineal laceration with extensive internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock after the violent acts, according to a tentative determination made by the National Institute of Forensic Medicine. The girl's death was categorized as a violent death of unknown cause following the autopsy. However, who had the audacity to do so when Esmeralda was on a walk with friends under a teacher's supervision? Clarity was obtained, and the first suspect was identified through interviews with the girlfriends and an examination of the confiscated phones. One of the females who had gone out with the teacher that night in Esmeralda gave a testimony that was breathtaking. While they were on the beach, she claimed to have witnessed the professor sneak 5 tablets into Esmeralda's drink. In the Dominican Republic, where abortion is illegal, the police's preliminary findings also generated a lot of discussion. The cause of Esmeralda's death was the subject of much conjecture in the neighborhood. Some claimed she passed away from a heart attack, while others were certain that the abortion drugs John Kelly had given her were the reason of her blood loss. Everyone thought that the speculation and rumors would stop after the medical examiner's findings, but when the forensic analysis's findings were available, all the conjecture vanished. Esmeralda's family members were obviously perplexed and quite dubious when they heard the forensic examination's findings, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy. Because this idea best explained what investigators had seen, the victim's family expressed dissatisfaction that Esmeralda's pregnancy was excluded from the report, based on the facts gathered throughout the inquiry, as well as the tests and conclusions of the forensic examiner. After all, an examination of Esmeralda's friends' phones showed numerous text conversations that suggested the teacher's continued interest in the student following the failed pregnancy, however subtly. According to the inquiry, Esmeralda died a few hours after John Kelly drugged her against her will and violently assaulted her on the beach, causing her to lose a lot of blood. Repeated toxicological tests were still pending results. Since John Kelly Martinez and his suspected collaborator Ruben Murillo Martinez are the primary suspects in the young woman's death, the prosecutor's office asked for a coercive measure against them in light of the investigation's development. The evidence gathered against John Kelly Martinez resulted in a 90-day unpaid teaching suspension. As the main suspect in Esmeralda's death, the prosecutor's office asked that John Kelly be placed under preventive arrest for a year. Let me remind you that preventative detention is the practice of locking someone up for a certain amount of time, not to punish them for a crime they have committed, but to keep them from committing crimes in the future. However, the mystery surrounding this terrible tragedy has grown even more as a result of recent occurrences and witness statements regarding the student's death. Authorities discovered after multiple interrogations that the company had to stop multiple times to assist Esmeralda due to serious bleeding, but no one called emergency services or transported the bleeding woman to the hospital. Surveillance cameras recorded some of these stops, where witnesses claimed that the defendants purchased alcoholic beverages and that Esmeralda and John used a bathroom. They later went to the drugstore to get feminine hygiene pads, water, and medication. Esmeralda's garments were found to be entirely soaked in blood at one of the stops, necessitating a complete change of clothes. When Esmeralda's parents saw that she was bleeding profusely after being brought home, they assumed it was a woman's period and gave her a pain reliever to put her to sleep. Esmeralda texted the girl an audio message in the early morning hours requesting assistance, saying, "Please help me," according to information obtained from one of the girl's cell phones. "I'm gushing blood." Sadly, though, the friend heard the assistance tape too late. Esmeralda was discovered unconscious and covered in blood on her bathroom floor the following day. The clothes that John Kelly Martinez was wearing that evening while out with his female students were taken from his cousin, the second guy that night, when police searched his residence a day after he was detained on February 14. Additionally, Ruben Murillo was charged with attempting to conceal John's bloodied trousers. The investigation into the incident is riddled with uncertainties. Instead of generating fresh rumors about an incident that frightened the public, the prosecutor's office ought to have provided clarification. To determine the true cause of the young girl's death, the people sought a thorough investigation. Many believed that the investigators had overlooked the apparent facts that were readily apparent. This included searching the teacher's and his family's home as well as the vehicle where the crime against Esmeralda may have occurred, which is what caused the bleeding. As it turned out, John Kelly's wife quickly sold the car, despite the police urgent request for it. According to the investigation, the car's hurried sale was a result of concealing evidence that would have shown violent behavior. After learning that a coercive measure would be attempted for alleged participation in the case against J. Paniagua Pillier became the buyer of the car, Frank Paniagua, the car's new owner, and C. Espinal Rijo, John Kelly's wife. When the car was ultimately examined, no more evidence was discovered, with the exception of Espinal's blood traces. According to the court's decision, J.S. Espinal Rijo could not be retained due to insufficient evidence from in prison, and she was let out. For several months, the probe went on. Investigators were able to piece together the events of that night minute by minute, thanks to the prosecutor's own investigation and re-interviews with the 3 girls who accompanied Esmeralda. John Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Maria Martinez arrived at Esmeralda Reach's house in La Otra Banda Higüey around 7:30 p.m., accompanied by 3 other girls in the car's passenger seat. After presenting himself as Esmeralda's instructor and informing her of the great evening that her daughter and the other students were in for, John excused Esmeralda from her mother. Esmeralda accompanied him. The entire business had originally planned to visit the fair with its amusement attractions, but John changed his mind while traveling and ended up going somewhere else. Probably, John Kelly wanted a peaceful Macau beach instead of going to the fair. John instructed his brother to sit in the rear seat and Esmeralda to sit in the front seat of the car after stopping it at a store on the way to the beach to buy a beer. The man poured the beer into a thermos he carried with him and mixed in 5 unidentified pills. When one of the girlfriends arrived at the beach, he presented it to Esmeralda without telling her what was in the thermos. John Kelly and Esmeralda were left alone as the 3 females exited the vehicle. For around half an hour, they were by themselves in the car, and naturally, Esmeralda's companions also noted their extended absence. After a brief pause during which no explanation was given, John showed up and instructed everyone to board the vehicle. Esmeralda began to bleed profusely, forcing them to make multiple stops en route to their hasty departure. Witnesses and CCTV evidence show that Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom during one of the stops, which occurred at a gas station parking lot around 9:45 p.m. According to a student, Esmeralda requested to stop at the gas station so she could use the girls' restroom. When she and her pals entered, they saw that her clothes were covered in blood. The girls had to mop the floor because there was so much blood in the bathroom. The girlfriends made an effort to assist Esmeralda. They asked the gas station employee whether it was normal because they were so scared, and she told them it wasn't and suggested they see a doctor straight away. John Kelly was informed by the girls, but he refused to go to the hospital, claiming that doing so would land him in jail. The inspection report states that blood traces from Esmeralda Richezias were discovered in the gas station's service restroom and parking area. At 10:21 p.m., they also made a trip at a pharmacy to get sanitary pads, drink, and other medication. To confirm the information, authorities acquired security footage and a purchase receipt. John Kelly took Esmeralda back to her house about 11 p.m. Minutes after being abandoned in the car with her instructor on February 16, she arrived with severe bleeding. According to an official report, the girls suffered from severe and harsh mistreatment, which led to hypovolemic shock and substantial blood loss. As frightening as it sounds, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night, despite the fact that doctors know how to heal people and that pounds could have stabilized this illness. Although it was previously established that Esmeralda was never pregnant, toxicology tests verified that the active substance in the pregnancy termination pills was present in her body. When administered orally according to the prescribed dosage, this synthetic gestagen component has contraceptive effects. Since this ingredient inhibits ovulation and fertilization, it is possible that the instructor John Kelly was getting ready to have sex with the pupil he liked. Esmeralda's body was eventually permitted to be buried following several medical investigations. The public cemetery at El Banao is where the small girl was laid to rest. Esmeralda's friends and relatives bid her farewell. They characterized her as a happy and kind girl. When her parents trusted their daughter to a teacher and allowed her to go for an evening walk with him on June 4, 2023, they looked back on that fatal evening with bitterness and hated themselves. Prosecutors charged John Kelly Martinez, a math and physical education instructor, with reconstructing the final hours of Esmeralda Richiez's life. An indictment and a request to begin a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubio Mario Martinez, were submitted to the LA Altagracia Instructional Court by the prosecutor's office on June 12. Due to the passing of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was moved from its original date of August 23, 2023, to November 24, 2023. As the only defendant in Esmeralda Richiez's death, the judge mandated that John be retried. Only half of the called witnesses showed up for the trial, which was delayed from its original start date of January 9, 2024. The trial will take place before the College Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Altagracia on February 1 and 6, 2024. In addition to accusing the parents of failing to take measures to prevent their daughter's death while being aware of her issue, the defense lawyer urged the court to take note that his client can only be charged with assault. For its part, the prosecution produced almost 40 pieces of evidence, including examination reports and witness statements. Pathologists and forensic specialists testified for the prosecution during the hearing, showcasing to the court all the audio and video evidence gathered throughout the lengthy and arduous process of determining the girl's cause of death. The defendant attempted to portray himself as a victim in his final remarks. John Kelly Martinez genuinely attempted to reassure the court and everyone in attendance that everything was consensual, even though he acknowledged that he and Esmeralda were in fact close that night in the car. What's important is that Esmeralda was alive and well when he brought her home, he added. According to the motion to compel, Martinez intentionally caused the victim to suffer cuts, abrasions, and contusions that ultimately led to her death, with hemorrhagic shock and severe, acute internal and external bleeding serving as the cause of death. The autopsy report says so. On March 14, 2024, neither the court nor the audience were impacted by John Kelly Martinez's address. For his violent crimes, 36-year-old Professor John Kelly Martinez received a 20-year prison sentence. The Anamuya Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in Higa is where John Kelly Martinez will spend his time behind bars. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin Rich's family, Rubio Mario Martinez, the defendant's cousin who was charged as accessory after the fact, was given a conditional enforcement measure that included recurring court appearances. According to lawyer Raimundo Rosario, the family will not submit a motion to reopen the investigation, since they were happy with the restraining order. Esmeralda's parents' suffering was somewhat lessened by the decision in favor of John. They expressed gratitude to all those who participated in the trial and inquiry. Additionally, they expressed their satisfaction with the decision. Because the deep anguish of losing their daughter was ingrained in their hearts for eternity, Esmeralda's family was unable to rejoice at the teacher's decision. Isabel Martinez, Esmeralda's mother, expressed guilt for allowing her daughter to go out with this fortunate instructor and 3 friends. "Are you a teacher?" I asked him over the phone. Yes, I am," he replied, and I replied, "Take care of my daughter. She's with you, so I'm going to let her go. Since my daughter was seeing this man, I was innocent." According to the mother, the Ministry of Education offered assistance to the girl's family and those of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. They conveyed in their statement their hope that incidents of this like won't recur in the educational community and society at large. They stated that it is their time to fight for justice because of the suffering endured by parents who are unable to accept the loss of their daughter. A tale that started as a pleasant evening excursion that included a trip to the beach devolved into a terrifying night that claimed the life of student Esmeralda Richiez, who bled to death following cuts, bruises, and abrasions caused by a man whose parents are entrusted with their children's lives. Of course, there is some responsibility for the evening's excursion on the part of all those engaged. Unfortunately, Esmeralda was scared to ask for help and tell her parents what had happened because of their too strict behavior. Indeed, there are instances when we believe it is simpler to hide out of fear of punishment or simply to avoid being misinterpreted. Unfortunately, fear prevails in this conflict, claiming valuable lives. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Detectives had been having a hard time solving cases involving John or Jane Doe victims for years. These victims could only be identified by looking through missing people databases for a match, or by a family member recognizing the victim. However, they now have a new tool at their disposal thanks to developments in DNA technology, which is enabling them to solve crimes that had been unsolved for years. Families are finally getting the closure they've long sought over their missing loved ones, while victims who had been anonymous and unrecognized for decades are finally getting their identities back. We'll examine 2 John Doe cases today where the victims were ultimately identified. After decades, the victims in both of these crimes were eventually identified in 2023 through the use of genetic genealogy, a groundbreaking new DNA technology. Let's get started on these situations right away. With a population of more than 640,000, Bucks County, the 4th most populated county in Pennsylvania, is the subject of our first case today. The city of Doylestown serves as its county seat. Its southeastern boundary is the Delaware River, and its entire size is 622 square miles. In 1986, a startling discovery was made here, close to the river. It appeared to be a calm Sunday morning in Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on June 15, 1986. After their late Saturday evenings out, most individuals slept in the morning because the weekend was coming to an end. Others sought comfort in their pastimes. A Buckingham Township fisherman chose to spend his morning fishing by the Delaware River, which was his favorite activity. Armed with his equipment, he left home in hopes of enjoying a leisurely day of fishing in the Delaware River. He could not have been prepared for what he was about to learn. He was planning to capture something completely different on the riverbanks instead of fish. When he got to the river, he was strolling along the bank close to the Mooresville boat ramp, trying to find a suitable place to set up shop, when he saw something white protruding from the vegetation at the riverside. He approached curiously to see what it was, and when he saw it was a human skull, he flinched in disbelief. He searched the area, but he was unable to uncover any more bones or remnants strewn around the head. He first considered calling the police because he knew he had to do something, but he didn't know how long it would take them to arrive, so he decided to handle things himself. He picked up the skull and brought it to the Buckingham Township Police Department so they could look into it. Upon receiving the skull, the Buckingham Township Police Department was unsure of how to proceed with their investigation. Investigators were unable to identify the unidentified individual or even try to characterize any physical traits they might have had because of the skull's state and the fact that no further remains were discovered. They could tell by looking at the skull that it belonged to a white person, but they were unable to identify the victim's age or sex other than the fact that they had been under 70. They had no additional clues as to who this person might be, thus they had very little information to work with, which made the inquiry nearly impossible. There was no way to know if the skull belonged to any of the people they examined, so they looked through missing persons cases at the time to see if any of them matched the little information they had. The probe eventually became chilly since there was so little to work with. The skull was kept as evidence because it was the only hint investigators had, and no funeral was held because only a skull and no other bones were discovered. They believed at the time that the skull will be useful in the future due to scientific advancements. The victim was labeled as unknown, and the case was closed because there were no further leads to pursue. Bucks County detectives acquired possession of the skull in October 2019, 33 years after it was first found near the Delaware River while investigating a homicide case, but they later turned it over to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. The skull was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, database by the Coroner's Office later that year, with the ID up 62,362. Sadly, no one came forward because the victims' data were still insufficient to assist someone identify them. They hoped that maybe it might help trigger the recollection of someone who had been looking for their missing loved one for years. Even with scientific advances since the first discovery, all that was known at this time was that the skull belonged to a Caucasian guy who had been under 70 years old. Despite the fact that NamUs was updated with this information, the case ultimately stagnated for 3 more years. The skull was then taken from the Bucks County Coroner's Office by Bucks County investigators in September 2022, 36 years after it was first discovered. A groundbreaking new DNA testing technique known as genetic genealogy has been used in recent years to solve several cold cases from around the nation. It identified potential relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years using family trees and DNA testing. Detectives in Bucks County were optimistic that this incredible new technology would help them make a breakthrough in the John Doe case they had been pursuing for more than 35 years. Because they had so little information, they had all but given up on ever solving this case. But, after 36 years, they suddenly thought they would have a chance, because to genetic genealogy, Othram, a Texas-based company that specializes in forensic genealogical testing, received the skull. The money required to analyze the skull was provided by AudioChuck, a podcasting company that produces several true crime podcasts, because forensic testing is a costly procedure. After the money was obtained, thanks to AudioChuck's assistance and kindness, Othram's forensic detectives began to work. To create a thorough DNA profile, they first created a viable DNA extract from the skull and then employed forensic-grade genome sequencing in order to determine whether there were any matches in their databases that would point them in the direction of John Doe's surviving relatives. In 2022, their in-house genealogy team next compared this profile to other profiles in their system. They were directed to a 49-year-old Florida resident whose DNA partially matched the profile they had created from the skull after a few short weeks of waiting for results. Othram experts thought this woman might be the daughter of John Doe, who had stayed anonymous for years based on the match percentage. They gave the police in Bucks County these clues, and on January 4, 2023, they proceeded to interview the woman to find out if her father had been missing for more than 30 years. The detectives learned from the woman, whose identity was kept secret, that her father had indeed disappeared when she was just 11 years old. A parent-child relationship between their individual samples was established by a follow-up test that compared the woman's complete DNA results with the profile Othram had created. When detectives ultimately managed to identify the John Doe, they discovered that Richard Thomas Alt had been his identity. The year 1954 saw the birth of Richard Thomas Alt in Trenton, New Jersey. Although not much is known about his early years, he lived his entire childhood in Trenton, where he was lavished with affection by both of his parents. As an adult, he stayed close to his parents and frequently spent time with them because they resided in the same city. He met Lori Sudman, a young secretary, maybe in his late 20s, and fell in love with her right away. They became romantically involved quite fast, and they were still together when Richard vanished. In the spirit of celebration, Richard visited his parents on Christmas 1984, the last time he was ever seen alive. They enjoyed a great day together, and his parents were unaware that this would be their final chance to see their cherished son. They started to worry more and more over the course of the following few days because Richard had not contacted them in any way, which was highly unusual. They attempted to phone him but received no answer. Additionally, they were unable to contact his girlfriend Lori when they attempted to call her to ask whether she was aware of his whereabouts. They finally called the police to report him missing in January 1985. A description of Richard was distributed to the public, and a missing persons report was created. He was 5'10" and weighed 140 pounds according to it. He was a white male with blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair that was medium to long. In the hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, the description was made public. However, nobody did. Lori, his girlfriend, was also reported missing at the time, but no one was able to locate her either. Tragically, Lori Sudman's body was discovered floating on the water 3 months later, on April 20, 1985, by two men fishing from a boat in Trenton's marina on the Delaware River. Since her fingerprints were in the system, and she had previously been arrested on a drug charge, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis when they called the police. Her death was never investigated, and it is still an unsolved homicide. However, at the time, authorities believed that Richard's abduction and her death were both the result of foul play. The circumstances behind Richard's and Lori's deaths are still unknown, and his skull was found more than a year later, but took more than 30 years to identify. Authorities in Bucks County concluded their inquiry into Richard's death and disappearance after he was recognized in 2023, since there was no proof that a crime had been committed in the county. The Mercer County Police Department which has authority over the case, is currently conducting the investigation into his and Lori's deaths. They have requested that anyone come forward if they have any information that could aid in the investigation. I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years, said Matthew D. Weintraub, the district attorney for Bucks County, in a statement to the media. Mr. Alt's family no longer has to wait. He notably commended Othram, stating that the issue could not have been resolved without their technological expertise. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family, he said. In cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so long, he thinks that genetic genealogy and the knowledge of organizations like Othram will continue to yield results. Our second example involves Lolita, a tiny community of just over 800 people tucked away in the center of Humboldt County in Northern California. Beautiful forests and undulating hills encircle Lolita, offering a charming setting for outdoor pursuits including hiking, fishing, and camping. However, a horrifying discovery was made here in this picturesque location in 1998. A Loleta resident and his son were in a boat searching for driftwood on the Eel River on March 27, 1998. As they made their way through the twists and turns of the river, they noticed something odd close to Cock Robin Island. As they drew closer, they saw what looked to be human remains, but at first they thought it was simply another piece of wood stuck in the branches of a neighboring tree. When they were discovered, they were appalled and hurried to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office to notify the authorities. This awful day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history, left the residents of Loleta horrified and devastated. The sheriff's deputies were quick to react after learning the news. Unaware that this case would follow them for a very long time, they rushed to the Eel River via jet boat. Their worst fears came true when they eventually reached the spot where the locals had reported the discovery. There, a man's body was discovered in a state of advanced decay and only partially clothed. Despite his state of decay, the deputies were able to identify him as a white adult male, but they were clueless about his identity and how he entered the river. Even the most experienced deputies were surprised by the condition of the body, and the deputies were shocked by what they were witnessing. Immediately after removing the body from the water, they carefully examined the garments, in the hopes of discovering a sliver of information that would have helped them identify the deceased. They were unhappy, though, to discover that there was no personal belongings or identification of any kind, basically nothing that would have helped identify the victim. After being removed from the scene, the body was sent to the coroner's office for further examination. The autopsy's results were disappointing, but they gave the police a starting point. The coroner's report stated that the person's cause of death was drowning, and the autopsy revealed that he had been in the water for a month prior to his finding. Additionally, they were able to learn some basic details about the man, such as the fact that he was an adult white male, 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed roughly 170 pounds, and was probably between 35 and 45 years old. But when they looked through the database, they couldn't find any Northern California missing persons that fit this description. In light of this, they launched an inquiry to identify the unidentified guy, and he was given the name of Humboldt County John Doe. Detectives felt a feeling of urgency as they tried to unravel the mystery surrounding the man they had found in the river before they could determine what transpired prior to his death. They realized they needed to find out who he was. They were certain that someone out there was missing a loved one, and they were determined to find out who this person had been, in the hopes that someone might remember to file a missing persons report and provide fresh information in the case. The investigators worked hard to make the man's description public. Weeks passed, but they were still unsuccessful despite their best efforts. Nevertheless, they clung to the hope that a single clue might take them to the solution, and they followed up on every lead to the best of their abilities. There was at last some optimism for the police when, later in 1998, the California Department of Justice found one latent fingerprint on the body. This was then examined using the automated latent print system. The investigators hoped that this would provide the necessary break in the investigation. When the findings showed that there were no matches in the system, their dreams were once more crushed. Nevertheless, the investigations gathered the man's DNA profile and entered it into several databases, such as the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index. Once more, they looked through the databases for any sign of a match, but they were unable to find anything. Since inquiries into missing persons cannot be concluded, the case remained open over the years. No profile matches were ever found over time, despite the DNA profile being regularly compared to profiles from other human remains and missing persons in the combined index system, CODIS. The case was unsolved for 25 long years, despite the fact that the investigation was still ongoing. There was no fresh information or leads for the detectives to pursue, thus the case remained inactive. The sheriff's office teamed up with Othram, a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm, in December 2022. By using cutting-edge forensic DNA testing, the collaboration aimed to identify the man. After submitting a sample of the man's DNA to the lab, the team of experts began closely and methodically analyzing it. They developed a thorough DNA profile of the man using a state-of-the-art technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing. Their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations after acquiring the profile. By analyzing a DNA profile's genetic composition and comparing it to the other profiles already in the system, this novel technology created family profiles by fusing DNA testing with conventional genealogical techniques. Researchers can ascertain the percentage of matches and whether the profile they are testing for has any biological relationships inside the system. They identified the Humboldt County John Doe using this technique. In mid-February 2023, Othram eventually provided the authorities with the testing results after months of excruciating waiting. The research conducted by the lab indicated that there was a high probability that the Humboldt County John Doe was related to a woman called Cheryl, who was residing in Missouri at the time. Othram said Cheryl was probably the sister of John Doe of Humboldt County. After contacting Cheryl, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives discovered that she did in fact have a brother named Jeffrey Todd Sydow, who had been missing for a long time. After all these years, Cheryl was taken aback when investigators finally contacted her regarding her missing brother. She informed the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives that she had been looking for Jeffrey for years and had all but given up on ever learning his fate when they traveled to Missouri to interview her. Additionally, Cheryl informed investigators that Jeffrey was born in 1963 and would have been 35 years old when his body was discovered in 1998. She informed them, however, that they had not seen or spoken to him since the mid-1990s, and that the last time she or any family member had spoken with him was several years prior. She informed them that, for reasons that none of them knew, he had ceased to speak to her and the rest of their family. She had attempted to contact him but had never received a reply. For this reason, she and her entire family believed that Jeffrey had chosen to leave their life on purpose, which is why they had never filed a missing persons report for him. It would seem that Cheryl's information and Othram's DNA test would have been sufficient proof for the police to end the investigation, but they were determined to look elsewhere and definitively establish his identity. They accomplished this by obtaining Jeffrey's fingerprints and comparing them to a latent fingerprint that they had successfully removed from the body they discovered in the Eel River so many years prior. The fingerprints were a perfect match, proving that their efforts had been worthwhile. After 24 years, they were finally certain that Jeffrey Todd Sydow was the real John Doe from Humboldt County. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is currently coordinating with his family to ensure that his remains are returned to them so that he can be buried with his other departed loved ones now that his identity has been verified. She commended the detectives for their commitment to her brother's case and ensuring that it was handled after all these years, as she had been unaware of his whereabouts and fate for decades. The California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram were commended by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional efforts and support in resolving this case and giving the Sydow family some closure regarding their missing loved one. Despite their success, the Sheriff's Office is still curious about what transpired with Jeffrey in his last days. We encourage anyone who knows anything about his last known whereabouts or activities before he passed away to come forward and report it. And that concludes it, people. We hope you had a great time with us today and learned how these two John Doe's identities were ultimately discovered in 2023 thanks to genetic genealogy. We anticipate that more and more of these cases that have lain unsolved for years will soon be resolved because of these technological developments. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I look for a young boy that is between the ages of 18 and 25. Is your body typical? I'll kill you and consume your lustful flesh. This terrifying tweet may sound like something out of a horror movie, but it's actually true, and it resulted in a crime that made headlines all around the world. The fact that the victim voluntarily consented to be killed and consumed makes this case extremely stranger. The man regarded as the most courteous killer, Armin Meiwes, existed before Jeffrey Dahmer stunned the world. The title may sound odd, but you'll understand why after hearing the twisted details. And like many murders, his journey into darkness began long before the horrific event itself, so it all begins with his early years. On December 1, 1961, Armin Meiwes was born into a family that appeared to have had everything. Armin's father worked as a police officer and had a steady, well-respected career. With his constant income, he was able to buy a large 16,000 square foot estate in Germany, with 36 rooms and a luxury lifestyle for the family. It was a house that represented prosperity, achievement, and the kind of life that many people would aspire to. But the family's life was anything but perfect within the confines of that magnificent estate. Armin's parents were very different in age. When his father, at just 21 years old, married his mother, she was 40. This significant age gap created the foundation for an unbalanced and problematic relationship. Later, these disagreements would frequently get so out of hand that Armin's mother would threaten to harm him or commit suicide if she didn't get her way. Armin had to deal with an emotionally suffocating environment at an early age, which caused him a lot of stress and instability. Being the youngest of 3 kids, Armin's family's dysfunction only got worse as he got older. When Armin was only 5 or 6 years old, his 2 older siblings made the decision to leave the family home because they were so overwhelmed by the turmoil and poisonous nature of their parents' relationship. Being older teenagers, they were at their breaking point. After they left, Armin was left to deal with his mother, who was becoming colder and more aloof. He felt much more alone and abandoned when his brothers were gone, not only by them but also by his father, who would shortly go. Armin's father abruptly left the family when he was just 7 years old, with no prior notice or explanation. His father got into his car, packed up, and drove away, never to be seen again. Armin, who had already lost his siblings, was devastated by this abandonment because he now had no father. A profound sense of loneliness that would follow him for the rest of his life was brought on by the emotional burden of these separations and being abandoned by people he should have been able to depend on. Armin's connection with his mother remained cold and unloving despite all of this upheaval. She didn't care for him. If anything, she was harsh and demanding, expecting him to do things around the house that a small child couldn't do. Armin was already in charge of running the family by the time he was 6 or 7, with his mother making very little effort. He was made to feel invisible and unloved by her frequent yelling at him. His home exuded a pervasive sense of neglect rather than warmth or kindness. Armin turned to reading as a coping mechanism for his inner stress. Reading gave him solace, and Robinson Crusoe was one of the books he became obsessed with. Despite being primarily about adventure and survival, this great book included a little line that would have a profound effect on Armin. There is a cannibal reference in the story, which caught his interest and held it ever since. Armin became obsessed with the concept of devouring someone else while he was just 10 years old. His twisted and sinister aspirations began with this terrible obsession. His life would be defined by this passion, which went beyond simple curiosity. This infatuation would not materialize so quickly. You see, in an attempt to establish a career as a professional soldier, Armin left home at the age of 19 and enlisted in the West German Army. He served in the military for 12 years, during which he experienced a feeling of routine that kept his darker impulses at bay. He had a few female companions while in the army, but none of them were more than platonic. One of his friends later said that everyone seemed to know Armin might be gay, but he was the last to realize it, or perhaps he didn't understand it at the time. Armin started to doubt his own sexuality and would occasionally ask his friends, "Do you think I'm gay?" To which his friends would reply, That's something you need to figure out for yourself. Armin began drinking more because he was confused. He drove while intoxicated in each of the car accidents that occurred from his alcohol consumption. He was expelled from the army at the age of 32 as a result of these actions. To take care of his sick mother, Armin returned home. Although she had never been particularly independent, she was now much older, battling disease and unable to care for herself. Now that Armin was back at home, he would be the one to take care of her at the big mansion. At one time, the area where they lived looked tense and icy. Armin also made the decision to switch careers at this time. He succeeded in his new position as a computer engineer at a bank, but he would soon learn about something that would completely alter his life in the 1990s, the World Wide Web. Since the internet was still in its infancy, websites were frequently unpolished and primitive. Soon this absence of oversight would become a major factor in Armin's developing fixation. Armin started browsing the internet and discovered something unexpected, a group of people who were interested in the same weird and sinister thing he was: cannibalism. Cannibal Cafe was an online community that provided a safe space for those with cannibalistic fantasies to meet and freely discuss their wants. Armin was surprised and relieved to find this community. At last he had company. His perverted beliefs were shared by others and he felt understood for the first time. Because of its unrestricted expanse, the internet has made it difficult to distinguish between fact and imagination. Eager to further explore his impulses, Armin built his own website where he could discuss cannibalism in an open manner. He even started creating fictitious pictures to feed his own and other people's imaginations. Just to give you a spoiler, the website is no longer accessible if you were considering looking it up. You can still see traces of the past, though, if you utilize the Wayback Machine, a neat program that lets you explore websites that have since disappeared. You won't find any of Armin's posts from that time period after things took a bad turn, even if the majority of the website is no longer there. Although his contributions were removed, it was essentially a platform where people may freely discuss their most sinister desires. People posted things like, "I want to eat your flesh," or "I can't wait to kill this person and devour them." These posts were disturbingly common. Armin Maywes, with his deranged wants, found a way to connect with people who shared his horrific ideas in this unsettling part of the internet. Armin chose to literally take matters into his own hands rather than just discussing them. With a combination of gruesome inventiveness and a chilling wish to be perceived as a true cannibal, he went to butcher shops, purchased actual meat, and altered it to resemble human body parts. He captured his creations on camera and shared them online, presenting a graphic depiction of consumption and murder. Many people were duped. In a place where fancies ran wild, Armin looked all too real, and they later started to worship him after believing his gory posts. As he persisted in controlling the forum, his online persona gained popularity, gradually establishing a reputation among the visitors of the website as the man who was truly pursuing his deepest desires. But Armin's life changed on September 2, 1999. When he got home from work and went into his mother's bedroom, he found her dead. Most people would have been depressed or grieving, but Armin was not. Rather, he experienced a profound sensation of relief. His mother had dominated his life for years, using her aggressive and possessive ways to manipulate him. He felt free to pursue his twisted dreams without his mother's scrutiny or oversight. He intensified his passion, no longer constrained by her presence. He converted one of the house's rooms into his cannibal room, where he could privately indulge his deranged fantasies without being constrained by social conventions. Armin then started looking for those who would give in to his worst urges, which led to a spiral into insanity. And it all started with that post you saw in the introduction. Although Armin received a surprising number of answers from interested parties, the majority of them would abruptly withdraw. But one individual in particular was adamant about seeing it through. This man, whose identity is unknown, kept exchanging emails with Armin, showing a keen interest in Armin's strange and terrifying fantasy. During their conversations, he freely acknowledged that being eaten was his fantasy. Presumably interested, Armin agreed and set up a rendezvous at his home. The man was met with a somber scenario upon arriving at Armin's estate. Armin had laid the man out on a table and laid out the details of his evil plans, outlining each step of what was going to happen. However, The man abruptly changed his mind and said he didn't feel good and didn't want to continue the torture. He let the man get up, walk away, and head home, much to Armin's amazement. Although Armin was obviously disappointed, his main goal was to locate a willing participant. He didn't want to put anyone in the terrible circumstance he had in mind. And when you consider it, that man was lucky that Armin wasn't completely overcome by his insanity and that things didn't get worse. But Armin was not deterred. Unwilling to give the impression that his hideous fantasy was coming true, he turned to an unsettling kind of artistic expression. He used papier-mâché to create a realistic body, painting it to look like a real human body. He also bought an old mannequin from a store that was getting rid of it, painted it to look like a corpse, and took pictures of the finished product. Armin's internet reputation grew even more after he uploaded these pictures on the cannibal website. Users of the website were captivated, thinking that Armin had truly killed and eaten someone. They praised him as a hero, a living example of their collective cannibalistic desire. Many people idolized him for what they saw to be his gory actions, which helped him gain notoriety among the cannibal community. Armin's determination to locate a willing participant remained unwavering in spite of these online spectacles. He kept looking and braced himself for the moment when he would find someone who would sacrifice themselves for his perverse goal. He had converted one of his mansion's rooms into what he called his slaughter room. With no windows, a cage to house his victims, and meat hooks dangling from the ceiling, this area had a sinister appearance, evocative of a horror film. Finally, when Armin heard back from a man named Brandis, his perseverance paid off. After disclosing that he was interested in pursuing connections with guys, 34-year-old engineer Brandis recently ended his marriage. His marriage had probably been strained by his internal conflict over his sexuality, and his wife's departure had left him to face his cravings on his own. Brandis had also been active on the cannibal forums, and had indicated that he would be open to joining Armin in his grotesque fantasy. Throughout their many email exchanges, Armin described his plans for Brandis's body after the act was finished. In response, Brandis offered his own suggestions and asked that his skull be turned into an ashtray once he passed away. He also requested that his penis be cut off, and that the two men share in its consumption in a very unsettling interaction. According to Armin, who would subsequently talk about his reasons in interviews, he never intended to go against what his volunteers wanted. He was more than happy to comply with the wishes of those who desired to be consumed in a specific manner. Every element had to be in line with what his victims wanted, according to his perverted sense of respect. Following weeks of communication, March 9, 2001 was chosen as the day. Brandis would go to Armin's house and execute their unimaginable scheme together. Before they made the preparations, they had sex when he arrived. In an attempt to lessen Brandis's suffering, Armin gave him beer, sleeping pills, and even Vicks, thinking that these substances would make any pain go away. Knowing exactly what was going to happen, Brandis voluntarily took these medications. In order to allow him to enjoy the event long after it was ended, Armin also told him that the entire process would be filmed. Brandis lied down on the table with the camera set up and prepared to record everything. As agreed upon, Armin started with the act Brandis had asked for. He cut the man's genitalia with a sharp blade. In subsequent interviews, Armin recounted how Brandis screamed horrifyingly for a brief period of 20 to 30 seconds. Armin's mind would be permanently etched with the picture of blood spraying from the wound like a fountain. But the horrors of the night were far from done. Following Brandis' instructions, Armin carried the severed organ to the kitchen. There he made a careful effort to prepare it as a dinner. He put it in a pan with oil after seasoning it with salt, pepper, and garlic. Neither he nor the investigators, who had later learned the somber facts of this crime, would have forgotten the bizarre quality of the moment. Armin tried to cook the cut organ, then plated it elegantly, and served it to Brandis and himself. However, it was not what he had anticipated. It was almost impossible to eat the extremely tough flesh. Armin acknowledged that it tasted awful, chewy, rubbery, and simply not what he had anticipated. Brandis was bleeding profusely in the meantime, and the situation was becoming unmanageable. Armin brought him to the bathtub in the hopes that the running water would help contain it. He expected Brandis to pass swiftly, so he checked on him every 15 minutes, but the process was taking far longer than he had anticipated. He read a Star Trek book to kill time as he waited, but even as he read, Brandis was still alive and gradually disappearing. Armin made the decision to expedite things after almost 3 hours. "Sorry, but you're taking too long." He walked into the bathroom, glanced at Brandis, and sliced his throat after kissing him. Armin started working after Brandis died. After dragging the body from the tub, he cut it up and meticulously placed the various parts in his freezer, but the skull was given its own place to repose. In his garden, it was buried. For future meals, the remaining remnants were wrapped and kept fresh. In an interview, Armin talked about how he used his best crockery and lit candles as he meticulously arranged the table. He fried a chunk of Brandis back meat with Brussels sprouts and mashed potato. Armin survived on Brandis remnants for the next 6 to 8 months, keeping them in his freezer beneath piles of pizza boxes. He consumed the meat in a variety of ways, including frying it, topping pizzas, and even eating it for breakfast. Eating, however, was insufficient. He needed approval. Showing off his accomplishment to the shadowy corners of the internet, he went back to the cannibal forums and posted pictures of Brandis's remains. People on the website were excited by his posts and showered him with praise. After several months of eating human meat, he was nearing the end of his supply by late November or early December. He went back to the cannibal websites and posted ads for a new volunteer since he was looking for a new victim. An Austrian student, however, became aware of Armin's online behavior after discovering his posts and the unsettling pictures he had uploaded. When the student realized this was more than a fantasy, he informed the police, saying, "I think this guy actually killed someone." The police showed up at Armin's residence early on the morning of December 10, 2002. At first, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary when they searched the house, but they found 50 pounds of meat when they unlocked the freezer that was concealed beneath piles of pizza boxes. When cops looked more closely, they discovered something startling. The flesh still had human skin attached. Armin calmly explained that it was a wild pig. Armin made no attempt to conceal anything when confronted with the facts. He instantly came clean, confessing to everything he had done, including turning over his computer, the pictures, and the VHS film that showed the crime. He was immediately apprehended by the police, and as the case progressed, the public was appalled by the revelations. Armin was found guilty of manslaughter on January 30, 2004, and given a meager 8.5-year prison sentence. Outrage ensued because many people thought the punishment was excessively light. His defense, nevertheless, was unique and powerful. The emails and the fact that Brandis had come to Armin's house voluntarily demonstrated that he had voluntarily participated. Because cannibalism was not technically outlawed in Germany, this case revealed a startling legal loophole. Prosecutors pushed for a retrial as public pressure grew, claiming that Brandis was not in a stable enough state of mind to give his own consent. Armin was found guilty of murder on May 10, 2006 and given a life sentence. Since then, Armin has changed in an unexpected way. He gave up meat completely and became a vegetarian while he was serving his term. In his numerous interviews, which are readily available online, he discusses his misdeeds in a cool, collected manner. You wouldn't think he was a murderer if you saw him. If true crime has taught us anything, it's that murderers can appear to be quite normal. Although Armin has admitted that his actions were wrong, the harm had already been done, and his case is still among the most unsettling in contemporary history. What do you think then? Did he merit a life sentence? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The body of 22-year-old Katie Sepich was discovered dead on the morning of August 31, 2003, next to a distant dump in the Las Cruces, New Mexico desert, last spotted by pals departing a nearby house party following a night of going out to bars. Her mother characterized her killer as a 22-year-old lady who was loud, lively, and intelligent. It would take almost 4 years to identify her. Carlsbad, New Mexico is where she was raised. Out of her 3 siblings, she was the eldest. After graduating from New Mexico State University with a business degree, Katie planned to enroll in graduate school to earn an MBA in the fall. She was employed at a nearby Mexican restaurant as a waitress. Katie was an extremely gregarious individual. She met Joe Bischoff while she was a student at the institution. They soon developed a more romantic relationship from their friendly one. Katie expressed her happiness with Joe to her mother, Diane. When Joe offered Katie a diamond ring a few months later, Katie understood that her dream of building a future with him could actually come true. There were issues in their relationship after Katie and Joe graduated from college in the summer of 2003. Joe went back to live with his parents in Gallup, New Mexico, a little town roughly 350 miles from Las Cruces, while Katie chose to continue her education at the university. Joe's departure caused Katie a great deal of distress. Even though their long-distance relationship was intolerable, they occasionally managed to get together. When Joe visited Las Cruces over Labor Day weekend in 2003, Katie was ecstatic. But their weekend together ended tragically. The date was August 30, 2003, a Saturday. After having a good time with Joe and his friends, Katie went from bar to bar until they arrived at a house party in the area, where she vanished. Katie's mother, Jay Ann, had a call the following day that permanently altered her life. My family woke up to the promise of a beautiful day. We had a house bursting with friends and family, and we were preparing to celebrate Labor Day weekend with a cookout. Then, at 2:15 that afternoon, the phone rang, and our lives were shattered with just 6 words. "Have you talked to Katie today?" Jay Ann later wrote about the morning she learned her daughter had vanished on August 31, 2003. "My daughter Katie was brilliant, lively, vocal, and amazing. Our firstborn Katie brought joy and sunshine into every space. Her roommate wanted to know where she was, so he called. Even the nearby hospitals and all of her friends had been contacted, but Katie was nowhere to be found." Jay Ann was informed by Katie's roommate, Veronica, that Katie had left the party by herself that evening. In the house where the party was being held, Veronica and Joe dozed off. Katie was nowhere to be seen in the morning, despite their belief that she had gone home. Here, relatives reported the disappearance to the police. A half-naked woman's body was found near to a desert landfill at the same time. The police officers who arrived at the scene came to the conclusion that the body had been laying there for little more than a day based on the exterior evidence, even though there were no documents close to it. Additionally, they recognized right away that the victim's death was not due to an accident. The victim looked to be between 20 and 25 years old. Since she was completely nude, the motivation behind this crime was clear. Her arms bore wounds from self-defense. She was scratching the assailant in an attempt to save her life. Under her fingernails were bits of the criminal's skin. Thus, the DNA sample of the individual who killed her was in the possession of the police. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, which initially appeared to be the most likely cause of death. Since there were no indications of a struggle close to the body, the detectives were able to determine that the young woman passed away elsewhere. In the hopes that it would take a long time for someone to find her, the criminal apparently transferred her remains to the isolated desert landfill. The victim's back and arms had burn marks, which was another startling discovery. It suggested that the offender set the victim on fire in an attempt to get rid of the body or destroy any evidence. The police made a rapid connection between the body of a young lady they discovered and Katie's disappearance. Diane, Katie's mother, said of the body when her father visited the morgue to identify it. "A few agonizing hours later, our worst fears were realized. There are no words to describe the agony, no way to express the pain. We fell into a deep black hole with no way out. There was no tomorrow. All joy was gone." In order to identify his cherished daughter, Katie's father had to visit the mortuary. He later told me that he knelt down and prayed to God to take him, as well as they peeled back the sheet, and he saw her lovely face twisted in agony and bruised. The people who lived in the formerly tranquil town of Las Cruces were afraid. Katie's experience was horrifying. Since there was no assurance that the offender would not conduct another crime, the police made every effort to apprehend them as quickly as possible. When the police started looking into Katie's case, their initial goal was to learn as much as they could about her final hours, including where she was, who she was with, what she was doing, whether she had any enemies, and whether she had argued with anyone. The house where Katie lived was roughly a mile away from the location of the party. The investigators first spoke with her roommate Veronica and her boyfriend Joe in order to determine whether or not she had arrived at her house. The fact that these two remained at the party while Katie went home by herself in the middle of the night appeared odd. Joe didn't seem interested in helping the cops. He said that Katie had departed, leaving behind her keys, phone, and purse. The investigators began examining Katie's path. In an attempt to gather hints, they interrogated the locals as they went from door to door. Unfortunately, though, it was ineffective. Nobody heard or saw anything. Based on one discovery, it was assumed that Katie arrived at her residence but never entered. She departed without her keys, in case you forgot. After looking throughout the property, the investigator discovered Katie's shoes outside her bedroom window. Someone apparently attacked her as she attempted to enter the residence through the window. This was further supported by footprints found in the gravel around the home. Although Katie battled for her life, the assailant ultimately proved to be more formidable. The investigators hypothesized that the offender transported Katie to the desert landfill and attempted to burn her after killing her. They began to wonder, was it someone she knew and trusted, or was it a complete stranger? There were maybe 40 people at the gathering. Perhaps Katie was attacked by someone who followed her home. Is this someone who might be her boyfriend? These were the questions the investigators sought to answer. After interviewing all of the guests, they learned one important element that Joe had forgotten to include. Katie reportedly witnessed Joe kissing another girl, according to many witnesses. They later witnessed them fighting. That's why Katie went home by herself and left her handbag behind. She wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible since she was upset. On the other hand, Joe made no mention of it during his initial police interview. Additionally, he kept it a secret from Katie's parents, who were curious as to why Katie had left that party unaccompanied. Joe was questioned once more by the investigators. Joe acknowledged that it was true when they told him that they knew he and Katie had argued because Katie had witnessed him kissing another female. He claims that he drove after Katie when she went home. Joe allegedly pulled up to her house, but he didn't enter. He thought she was already asleep when he noticed the light in her bedroom was off, so he went back to the party. As a result, Joe was not there at the party when Katie was attacked. When Joe returned, none of the people the detective spoke to could say for sure. He most likely had enough time to carry out the crime, transport Katie's corpse to the desert, and then head back to the celebration. After speaking with witnesses, the detectives learned of yet another odd detail. Joe went back to the party and began phoning Katie's cell phone, housed in her purse. When he heard Katie's phone ring, he located it. Even though Joe knew it was Katie's phone, he kept phoning her till dawn. Where did that come from? Perhaps he was attempting to give himself an excuse. Maybe he wanted to seem worried about his sweetheart. Joe didn't want to speak to the police anymore, but the detectives wanted him to explain his odd conduct. Joe did not even attend Katie's burial, which increased suspicion despite Katie's deep love for him. However, Joe's DNA sample was all that was required for the authorities to rule him out of the pool of possible suspects. 3 distinct locations on Katie's body had DNA samples, according to experts. It was mostly beneath her fingernails. The skin was human. The samples that were discovered on Katie's body were all from the same individual. There were issues with the police's plan to compare Joe's DNA with the DNA discovered on Katie's body. His parents hired a lawyer while Joe was out of town, and the lawyer told the investigators that Joe had declined to give a DNA sample. Given Joe's actions, it was obvious to everyone that he had a secret and was involved in Katie's demise. To verify this, the authorities had to figure out a legal way to get his DNA, which took time. Meanwhile, different versions were being considered by the investigators. They were investigating related instances to see whether Katie was the only victim of the person who killed her. When DNA samples discovered on her body were compared to a national database, no matches were identified. The investigators made the decision to go back to the party, which was the beginning of it all. All of the guys who were present at that party were identified, and they were requested to submit a DNA sample. Since none of the men had anything to conceal, they all agreed. But the DNA that was discovered on Katie's body did not match, which led the investigators back to Joe. The only person who declined to give his DNA was him. However, the detectives managed to obtain it in a different way. They discovered that Joe and Katie had made sexual contact in her bedroom before tending the party. The police were correct when they went to the residence and removed the sheet from Katie's bed in the hopes of finding Joe's DNA there. Although a male DNA sample was discovered by the lab, it did not correspond to the one discovered on Katie's body. It indicated that she had not been attacked by Joe. If he had nothing to do with his girlfriend's fate, why did he refuse to assist the police? Joe's attorney received the test results from the police. Joe made the decision to speak with the police once more and give a sample of his DNA after finding out that he had been taken off the list of suspects. The first conclusion, that Joe was not involved in this crime, was validated by the new test. When asked why he wouldn't help the police, Joe explained that he was worried they might find his DNA on Katie's body because he and Katie had had sexual contact prior to the party. The police and Katie's family were still unsure of Joe's actions the night of Katie's death. The police had to search for alternative versions when Joe was removed from the suspect list. Investigators were informed by a number of partygoers that Katie was wearing rings on her fingers that evening, including the one Joe had given her, but Katie's fingers had no rings on them when her body was found. The police thought the person who killed her had taken them away. They searched every pawn shop in the neighborhood but were unable to locate Katie's jewelry. Tire traces close to where Katie's body was discovered could also be a clue. The tire's model and brand were determined by the experts. Police were told by the manufacturer that these tires were typically found on pickup trucks. Sadly, it did not advance the search for the perpetrator, and the investigation came to a standstill. A year or so later, someone in Wisconsin committed a crime that was strikingly identical to Katie's experience. In Green Bay, a girl was attacked and subjected to the same treatment as Katie. Luckily, the sufferer survived despite being set on fire as well. She said to the police that the only reason she survived was because she feigned to be dead. She extinguished the fire and went to a neighboring house for assistance after the perpetrators had fled. She claimed that 2 Hispanic men had attacked her, but all the evidence in Katie's case pointed to just one individual. To verify or disprove the link between the 2 crimes, DNA analysis was required. The Wisconsin victim gave the authorities a detailed account of how the males who attacked her looked. One of the farmers identified Gregorio Morales and Juan Nieto, his employees, in the sketches when the Green Bay police released them. One of them frequently traveled to Las Cruces to visit relatives. Both males were taken into custody. The police who were looking into Katie's case thought they had finally identified the criminal. But the DNA analysis's findings showed otherwise. The DNA on Katie's body did not match the samples. These 2 men had nothing to do with the Katie case, but they were eventually found guilty of abusing a female in Green Bay. Morales received a 50-year sentence, and Nieto received a 70-year sentence. The detectives thus came to yet another dead end. Tire tracks from the crime scene and the offender's DNA samples were the only pieces of evidence the police had. The authorities had issues identifying the individual who killed their daughter, despite Katie's family's anticipation that DNA would help them identify the culprit. Taking a DNA sample from someone who had been apprehended by the police was illegal. Diane, Katie's mom, will put it the following: "Later, we had lost our daughter to a monster and we needed justice. We needed to know who had done this and why. But most of all, we needed to know that he would be stopped from doing this again. There were no real clues. The detective in charge of Katie's case told me that the only evidence they had was DNA. You see, Katie had fought so hard for her life that the blood and skin of her killer had been found underneath her fingernails. A DNA profile had been extracted and uploaded into the National Forensic Database called CODIS. Detective Jones explained that once a week, this evidence would be cross-referenced against the offender database to look for a match. This gave our family bright hope. We had the identity of our daughter's murderer. We just had to match it to a name. I casually said that this man was so monstrous that he would undoubtedly be caught for a new offense. We would identify him, apprehend him, and bring him to court when his cheek was swabbed and entered into the database." "Oh no, Diane, it doesn't work that way here in New Mexico, and in almost every other state. It's illegal to take DNA when someone is arrested." Detective Jones said that, and I must admit that I was taken aback. I was aware that fingerprints and a photo are taken of an individual upon arrest. However, was it unlawful to identify the horrible monsters who are pursuing and killing our children using the most precise and cutting-edge scientific instrument available? This case was interrupted on December 18, 2006, 3.5 years after Katie's passing. A DNA sample that matched the DNA on Katie's body was discovered by the lab. Gabriel Avila, age 26, was the man who assaulted Katie. He didn't know Katie and was a married father. In addition to his lengthy criminal history, he was freed from prison just before Katie died, on November 13, 2003, less than 3 months after killing her with brutality. After using a knife to break into the residence of 2 young women, Avila was taken into custody. The college roommates called 911 and locked themselves in the bathroom to prevent an attack. In March 2004, he was found guilty of aggravated burglary and with intent to conduct aggravated assault. However, the Albuquerque Journal claims that Avila fled when he was freed on bond. Due to a flaw in the system, Avila's involvement in Katie's death was finally discovered 3.5 years after the incident, even though he might have been arrested as soon as 3 months later. Before being caught, in November 2004 on a tip, the fugitive eluded law enforcement for almost a year. He received a 9-year prison sentence. Avila's DNA sample was collected while she was incarcerated, but it wasn't tested for another 2 years. Investigators moved swiftly to find the truck Avila used to dispose of Katie's body, after the results showed a partial match to DNA recovered from her crime scene. They discovered Katie's ring in the middle console. This instance demonstrated the necessity for systemic reform. If the police had obtained Avila's DNA sample at the time of his initial arrest, they may have nabbed him much sooner, saving them time and money during their 3-year search for the criminal. The fact that a sample of his DNA was examined in 2006, just 2 years later, is also unexpected. To speak with Avila, the investigators looking into Katie's case visited the prison. He admitted that he had committed this act after discovering Katie's ring in his pickup truck. He claimed that while his wife was away that evening, he was in the area purchasing illegal substances. He asked Katie if she needed a lift when he saw her. "No," she replied. Then, in front of her house, he saw her once more. Avila explained, "I stopped and asked her if she needed help. She goes, 'I just can't get into my house. I don't have my purse.' Katie wanted to get into her bedroom through the window, but Avila attacked her and started undressing her, and you of course understand what happened after. After that, Avila didn't know what to do and decided to strangle Katie. He was afraid that she would identify him later. She put up a little bit of a fight, and for some reason, I decided I was going to strangle her. Had my hands around her, I locked and I couldn't let go," Avila said. Katie's body was then placed on the ground in a desert waste after he loaded her into his pickup vehicle. He was mistaken to believe that burning her body would eliminate all the evidence. When DNA evidence was discovered on Katie's body, a retake of Avila's DNA sample revealed a match. Her parents hoped it would result in a speedy investigation in 2003, but taking DNA after an arrest was forbidden in New Mexico and almost every other state. Only those convicted and imprisoned had their DNA added to the system. Katie's parents launched a national effort to have a law passed in each of the 50 states bearing their daughter's name, forcing anyone detained for a violent crime to provide a DNA sample. After that, the DNA would be included in the National CODIS database. Katie's bill was signed into law in March 2006 after passing the New Mexico state legislature with just 5 nay votes. It became federal law in 2010 as a result of Katie's parents' unwavering efforts, and more than 31 states now have laws that are comparable to Katie's law in New Mexico. According to Katie's father, David, his greatest worry was that Katie's killer would have to kill someone else. However, he may now relax about that fear. Opponents claim that this regulation violates civil rights and infringes on privacy. Others remark that DNA is very different from fingerprints in the U.S. because it carries sensitive genetic information. In the case of versus Poole, a federal district court affirmed that there is no constitutional infringement of the federal statute permitting the gathering of DNA samples prior to conviction for inclusion in the National DNA Database. The court explicitly said in its decision that the collecting does not constitute a Fourth Amendment infringement. In 2007, Gabriel Avila's trial got underway. Avila expressed regret to Katie's relatives. His attorney claimed Avila was sorry and asked the judge to be forgiving. Susana Martinez, the district attorney, contended that Avila did not confess until officers approached him with DNA evidence, more than 3 years after the murder. David, Katie's father, pleaded with the judge to impose a severe penalty during the sentencing hearing. He said, "We do not get another chance to see her in this life, and it is only right that the person who did this to her not get a chance to experience freedom again in his life." Gabriel Avila was convicted in May 2007 and given a 69-year jail term. He will serve 30 years of his sentence before being eligible for release in about 2043. Jan stated that although she is prepared to move on, There's no such thing as closure. We've been healing. We've been going forward with our lives. We have 2 other incredible children we love so much," Jan added. In honor of their daughter, Jan also promised that she and her husband would keep pushing for the passage of Katie's Law in each of the 50 states. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Mississippi's charming seaside village of Ocean Springs was well known for its peace and easygoing way of life. It was the type of community where neighbors watched out for one another and life went more slowly. Lauren Johansson, a kind young woman who seemed to improve the world simply by existing, was one of its occupants. Because she loved animals so much, Lauren spent a lot of her time volunteering at nearby shelters. One day, she hoped she would build a sanctuary where all stray animals may find refuge. However, everything changed on the morning of July 3, 2024. Lauren's phone was inaccessible, and she failed to return home. Her father became concerned after receiving an odd message from her number. The events that transpired next exposed the flaws in the system that was supposed to serve and protect. On October 30, 2001, Lauren Johansson was born in Ocean Springs. Numerous tourists were drawn to the town by its wide beaches, oak-lined walkways, and scenic surroundings. But to Lauren, Ocean Springs was more than just a vacation spot. It was home. She was able to experience her family's love and support there, which helped to mold her into the kind and responsible person she is today. Lauren was lovingly raised by her parents, Robert and Tamala. She was born with 2 older sisters, both of whom had serious health issues. Lauren actively participated in their care from an early age, helping her parents with everyday duties. She developed a great feeling of duty and compassion as a result of this event. She constantly tried to lessen the hardships of people around her and showed a remarkable ability to care for others, even as a young child. Early in life, Lauren developed a deep affection for animals. From pets to wild animals, she was fascinated by all types of wildlife. This love was fostered by her parents and developed into a calling over time. Lauren began volunteering at nearby animal shelters when she was a teenager. She was more than simply a dog or cat food and cleanup lady. She provided medical attention to injured horses, birds, and even rescued wild animals. It was evident from her ambition, commitment, and kindness that Lauren was meant to serve others. She chose to become a nurse in high school, which was a great fit for her nurturing personality. She enrolled in the University of Southern Mississippi's nursing school after graduation. Lauren's intense interest in the subject and her unwavering work ethic drove her academic success. Her exceptional academic performance demonstrated her will to succeed and her sincere desire to improve people's lives. Lauren's aspirations went far beyond being a nurse. She had dreamed of establishing an animal rescue and rehabilitation center since she was a young child. She meticulously saved every dollar she made for this purpose. Building a location where animals in need may find refuge and a chance at a new life was her clear aim. She found motivation and purpose in this project. In her final year of high school, Lauren got to know Bryson Rivers. Bryson was popularly perceived as the ideal man, since he was charming and had exceptional athletic ability. They met at a school function where they had both volunteered. A casual talk quickly developed into a passionate partnership. Lauren was deeply impacted by Bryson, who was a year older than her. He was born on February 9, 2000, and was raised in a big, deeply religious family. His parents emphasized the importance of close connections, church attendance, and family values. Bryson was supposed to assist in taking care of his younger siblings because he was the oldest. His seemingly perfect image in high school was a result of the discipline and sense of duty that this upbringing established in him. Bryson was a standout student and athlete who constantly had high grades and was commended by teachers for his concentration and hard work. He was a standout on the school team and a favorite among his friends because of his athletic ability, especially in football and track and field. While friends appreciated his perseverance and capacity to succeed, teachers saw immense promise in him. His relationship with Lauren appeared to be ideal from the outside. They seemed to work well together and were both driven and ambitious. Lauren took pleasure in Brisson's apparent support and frequently expressed how considerate and kind he was. Brisson responded with praise of Lauren, making her feel appreciated and going with her to significant occasions. However, concerning trends started to show up over time. Bryson showed signs of a need for control early on in their relationship. At first, it sounded like cute requests to talk longer or to find out how Lauren's day went. But these requests quickly turned into demands, and Bryson became more and more envious of the males in Lauren's life, including her classmates and friends. Claiming it was for her own benefit, he started to insist that she limit her contacts with people he didn't particularly approve of. Lauren's acquaintances observed little yet noteworthy behavioral shifts. She began going to fewer social events and frequently avoided talking about her relationship. She explained away Bryson's growing domineering behavior by pointing to the strain he was under from school and training for the military. Lauren stood up for Bryson, highlighting his love for her, even when his actions became harsh. Bryson's attempts to control Lauren increased, along with his jealousy. He frequently played on her feelings and used guilt to persuade her that his behavior was acceptable. Lauren would argue whenever she tried to set limits, and Bryson would respond by assuring her that everything he did was for their mutual benefit. As this conduct became more commonplace, Lauren noticed that she was adjusting to his expectations more and more. Bryson's influence grew stronger throughout the years. He created a dynamic that made Lauren feel reliant on him by deftly alternating between demonstrating concern and applying emotional pressure. She missed the red flags of an unhealthy relationship because of this pattern. Despite warnings from worried friends and family, Lauren consistently justified his actions, claiming that he was a decent man going through a difficult time. When Bryson first became physically aggressive during an argument, things became more heated. He became louder as he accused Lauren of not giving him enough credit. Then, in order to prevent her from leaving the room, he grabbed her wrist. This was the first time his actions had clearly gone too far. Despite being terrified, Lauren later told her friends about the occurrence and justified it by claiming that Bryson had been agitated and didn't intend to harm her. As they observed Lauren's reserved manner, her pals grew more concerned. She had been candid about discussing good times, but now she avoided talking about her relationship. Her family members voiced their worries, particularly after she disclosed that Bryson frequently chastised her for her actions, saying that was the reason for their arguments. Lauren brushed off her closest friend's attempts to persuade her that his treatment of her was wrong, referring to it as a short-term issue. The way Brian behaved in public raised yet another red flag. If he felt Lauren was getting too much attention, he would frequently cut her off in talks or make scathing comments. One instance happened when Lauren thanked a server for their service on a night out with pals. Bryson was annoyed by this insignificant gesture, and he used the remainder of the evening to express his annoyance by making passive-aggressive remarks about her. Robert, Lauren's father, also started to notice changes, and although he had never seen Bryson act aggressively, he had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. He made multiple attempts to talk to Lauren, but she refused to admit that there were any issues, claiming that her father was unfairly criticizing Bryson and being unduly protective. The culmination of the matter was when Lauren stopped talking about her feelings with anyone. She would either quickly shift the topic or defend Bryson by claiming that his actions were due to stress, fatigue, or frustrations at work whenever her friends or relatives brought up her relationship. She started to think that it was her duty to keep him from losing his temper. For Lauren, these aggressive and manipulative behaviors formed a vicious cycle. She eventually gave in to Bryson's influence and grew more and more cut off from people who could have been of assistance. Her loved ones could see her internal conflict, but they were powerless to change her choices. Unaware that she had already resorted to emotional and psychological dependence on her boyfriend, Lauren thought she could manage the problem independently. Bryson and Lauren organized a trip to Nashville in December 2023. Lauren was on winter vacation from college, while Bryson was on leave from the military. While Bryson saw the vacation as an opportunity to show himself as a kind partner, Lauren saw it as a chance to escape her everyday routine. They intended to unwind together, tour well-known sites, and take in the city's vibe for a few days. The journey began without any problems. They visited well-regarded restaurants, strolled the streets, and investigated nearby landmarks for the first few days. Bryson felt at ease and delighted in their time together, but there was tension between them beneath the surface. Despite feeling the weight of his expectations, Lauren ignored the warning signs. In order to watch a football game that was significant to Bryson, the couple made the decision to go to a nearby tavern on December 11. Bryson, a former athlete, was a devoted supporter of his team and would not miss a game, not even on vacation. The evening was uneventful at first. They ordered drinks, watched the game, and sat at a table. Although there was a tinge of fatigue in her eyes, Lauren seemed at ease. When Lauren needed to use the restroom, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. She asked a server for directions and did what he instructed. Bryson's unjustified suspicion was aroused by an innocent coincidence a few minutes later, when the same waiter occurred to walk down the same corridor. Lauren saw that Bryson's attitude had altered when she went back to the table. He appeared tight and annoyed without any justification. He also alluded to alleged adultery and charged her with purposefully vying for the waiter's attention. The dispute swiftly became heated, and despite Lauren's efforts to soothe him, Bryson became irate and raised his voice. Later, witnesses observed that although Lauren seemed to be attempting to defuse the situation, Bryson persisted in his charges. The couple eventually made their way out of the bar and toward their nearby parked automobile. The tension between Lauren and Bryson reached a breaking point as soon as they got into the automobile. Bryson stole Lauren's phone, stopping her from calling for assistance, and locked the doors, making it impossible for her to flee. He started screaming at her, his rage quickly turning into physical violence. Despite her cries and frantic attempts to defend herself, Bryson began to strike her. Lauren tried to get attention by hammering on the windows and honking the horn, but sadly no one was present to listen or assist. Following a few minutes of mistreatment, Bryson ignored Lauren's cries for her release and turned on the ignition before heading into empty streets. He threatened to leave her body in the woods where no one would ever discover it, which was a terrifying idea. He finally stopped into a deserted parking lot where the attack went on. Lauren attempted to retrieve her self-defense weapon from her backpack in a last-ditch effort to defend herself. But before she could get the bag back, Bryson saw it and snatched it out of her hands. Lauren was subjected to constant brutality for about an hour during the incident. In addition to hitting her, Bryson made unsettling threats while becoming frighteningly detached. Recordings from Lauren's phone showed him icily remarking at one point that the swelling was beginning to make her head seem like a bowling ball. Bryson called his mother during the attack, which led to Lauren's surprise rescue. In the background, Lauren yelled, pleading with Mom to call the police. Even though Bryson's mother didn't know the precise location of law enforcement, she knew something was seriously off and called them. In the meantime, Robert, Lauren's father, located her using a family monitoring program on their phones. The officers heard Lauren screaming from inside the car when they got there. Bryson was still holding her as the officers opened the door. Lauren was bruised and covered in blood. There were obvious evidence of serious damage on her face and torso. Bryson was immediately detained. Lauren was taken to the hospital, and she was hardly able to speak. Medical personnel were astonished by her injuries. It was evident what she had been through from the numerous bruises, swelling, and other indications of severe suffering. Lauren declined to file charges in spite of everything, stating that she didn't want to jeopardize Bryson's life or military career. Bryson constantly attempted to get in touch with Lauren while she was being held, taking advantage of unknown loopholes in the jail's rules. He deceived her throughout his calls by vowing to change and making a vow to never harm her again. Lauren gave in to his pressure and changed her original remarks, which had a big impact on the case's course. After being arrested, Bryson Rivers was detained pending trial on assault charges. The court granted him the chance of bail in spite of the seriousness of the accusations and the overwhelming evidence against him, which included Lauren's testimony and audio recordings. At first, $250,000 was his bond, which kept him in custody while his case proceeded. Bryson appealed the bail amount 6 months later with the help of his legal team. The bail was reduced to $150 when the judge granted the motion. Many, including Laura's family, were taken aback by this ruling since they thought that a lower bail would encourage more aggression. Bryson's mother did, however, pay the sum, and he was let free pending trial. Bryson was subject to wearing a GPS email ankle monitor to track his movements as part of the terms of his release. He was not allowed to leave Nashville, to go near Lauren, or to try to get in touch with her in any manner. However, these conditions were not appropriately implemented because to bureaucratic mistakes. The stringent limitations were not completely disclosed to the officer who took Bryce into the monitoring center. As a result, there were no limitations placed on the GPS monitor to stop him from leaving the city, and it was incorrectly programmed. This mistake was brought on by a lack of departmental collaboration. The monitoring center did not get the documentation outlining the conditions of Bryson's release in a timely manner. Because of this, the employees who were in charge of installing the ankle monitor had to rely on Bryson's own story, where he gave misleading information and left out the limitations pertaining to Nashville and communication with Lauren. Bryson's ankle monitor's batteries started to drain a few days after he was released. He disregarded the message that the smartphone needed to be charged. Authorities couldn't follow him after the monitor completely died. Despite becoming aware of the problem, the monitoring center did not respond right away. Because they failed to notify law enforcement promptly, Bryson was free to break the terms of his parole. Lauren's family didn't find out until a few days later, when police told her father, Robert, that Bryson's monitor had stopped working and that they didn't know where he was. It was shocking to learn that authorities were not handling the case with the necessary urgency, so instead of acting right away, they left a voicemail on Robert's phone, briefly outlining the circumstances. Lauren's family decided to handle things themselves. Robert demanded prompt action from the local police department in order to find Bryson. In order to avert a catastrophe and find any hints on Bryson's whereabouts, he also insisted on checking Lauren's car's GPS system. Attempts to locate Brian were unsuccessful despite the family's constant efforts. His location remained unclear for days after the ankle monitor malfunctioned. Robert emphasized the immediate danger to his daughter's safety and urged law authorities to act more forcefully on several occasions. When law enforcement officially confirmed that Brian had broken the conditions of his parole on July 2, the situation became more heated. His phone had been switched off by then and it was unclear where he was. His arrest warrant was issued by the police, but it was too late to stop what transpired. Robert, Lauren's father, attempted to reach her on the day she vanished, but his calls were not returned. Later, he got an SMS from her phone that made him suspect right away. Lauren didn't sound like the author of the message. Startled to find out where Lauren was, Robert called his other daughter, who lived in the same apartment as her. When Lauren's sister awoke, the front door of the apartment was open, the security cameras were turned off, and Lauren's car was nowhere to be seen. She called Robert right away, and he called the police right away to report Lauren missing. Police took a long time to respond, even though the family's desperation and the evidence they presented were convincing. Law enforcement didn't agree to start following Lauren's automobile until over 24 hours after she was reported missing. A number of structural flaws in the way authorities handled Bryson's case culminated in these delays. Although Lauren's family had taken every precaution to avoid a tragedy, their efforts were thwarted by law enforcement's inaction. Lauren's automobile was eventually found by authorities using its GPS signal on July 3, 2024. The car was parked just outside of town in a secluded spot close to the Wolf River Cemetery. The area was renowned for being remote, encircled by thick forests and distant from any major thoroughfares. Law enforcement officials and Lauren's father, Robert, were quickly mobilized by the disturbing finding. A man abruptly bounded out of the car and fled into the bushes as police drew closer. He was being pursued by Bricken River's officers, but the dense undergrowth made the pursuit challenging, and he soon vanished from view. In an attempt to locate his daughter, Robert, who had arrived at the site just behind the police, hurried to the automobile. He saw a terrifying scene when he opened the door. Lauren's body was in the back seat, covered with black trash bags and a sheet. She was nearly unrecognizable due to the extensive injuries to her head and face. Nothing in his experience could have prepared Robert, a doctor who is used to seeing injuries, for what he witnessed that day, he later acknowledged. Some cops started recording the incident while others carried on looking for Bryson. Lauren had suffered a severe beating before to her death, as evidenced by bloodstains found on the upholstery and inside the vehicle. Even as his own condition worsened, Robert refused to leave the area until the investigation was over, despite the mental and physical toll it had taken. Bryson was found after many hours of searching. He was eventually found deep in the woods by helicopters using thermal imaging technology. 9 hours after the search started, Brian was captured by the officers that encircled the location. He didn't resist and seemed cool and collected when he was arrested. Brian Rivers later gave his version of events when being questioned. He asserted that he knew Lauren would be spending the day alone when he got to her house that morning. She had been ignoring his calls for a few days, which had increased his ire and misgivings. Bryson found it hard to believe Lauren was attempting to put her distance from him. He waited for her to leave the home and then went out to speak with her. He claimed that Lauren attempted to leave and refused to talk to him about anything. Bryson then took hold of her arm and pushed her into her vehicle. Despite Lauren's protests, he locked the doors and got behind the wheel. In order to avoid being overheard, Brian said that he had taken Lauren to a secluded area outside of the city, but the discussion soon descended into a dispute. Brian's ire was only heightened when Lauren insisted on being released and threatened to call the police. He started screaming at her, saying she had betrayed him. Brian pushed Lauren back into the seat when she tried to open the door to get out. This was a pivotal event in time. The situation became unmanageable after he hit her. According to his account, he was attempting to soothe her but ultimately resorted to physical force, striking her again after the attack until Lauren lost consciousness. Bryson claimed that after first attempting to resuscitate her, he chose to dispose of her body after learning she was dead. He put her in the back seat of the car after wrapping her in a blanket he had taken from the trunk. After driving farther into the countryside, Bryson pulled over at a deserted spot close to Wolf River Cemetery. With Lauren's body inside, he left the car there with the intention of coming back later to remove any remaining evidence. But before he could execute his scheme, the police, who were monitoring his activities, found the car. Widespread public indignation was triggered by the news of Lauren's untimely murder and Pritchen's detention. Media coverage not only addressed the crime but also emphasized the many shortcomings in the legal system that led Pritchen to avoid appropriate supervision following his release on bond. In the midst of their sorrow, Lauren's family made a public appeal for the community to solve the structural problems that led to this tragic event. Additionally, Bryson's mother, who covered his bail, came under heavy fire. Many questioned whether she was completely aware of the possible repercussions of her conduct. Although the world widely condemned her choice, Lauren's family never publicly placed the responsibility on her. Numerous Ocean Springs locals, along with friends and relatives, attended Lauren's burial to express their sorrow over her passing. Lauren continued to be a representation of generosity, altruism, and a commitment to assisting others, to everyone who knew her. One of Lauren's biggest loves in life was animal welfare. Therefore, her family chose to create a foundation in her honor to fund these initiatives. Under the meantime, Bryson's trial preparations were under progress. The court adopted an especially severe attitude because he was already being investigated for his prior assault on Lauren. But the public was outraged at the sheer fact that he had been given bail in the first place. Many demanded changes to bail regulations in order to stop future tragedies of this nature. In December 2024, Bryson Rivers was put on trial. He was charged with attempted evidence destruction, first-degree murder, and kidnapping. A verdict has not yet been rendered in the ongoing trial. Lauren's tragedy expanded beyond a single family's tale. It spurred important discussions on the system's response to victims of domestic violence and the significance of addressing early warning indicators. Her experience is a sobering reminder that disregarding the first warning indications of danger can have disastrous results. Despite witness accounts, tangible proof, and audio recordings of the attack, one of the most important concerns is why. Following his initial arrest, Briston was permitted to post bail. Due to a lack of departmental cooperation, this judgment not only damaged public confidence in the legal system, but also allowed the offender to carry on with his activities. Fauci. Lauren's death was the result of a series of mistakes, including a failure to enforce bail conditions and a delayed response to Bryson's GPS monitor breakdown. The accused people's monitoring mechanism has also drawn criticism. The shortcomings in current procedures were brought to light by Bryson's GPS device's incorrect configuration, the disregard for low battery warnings, and the delay in acting upon his disappearance. This tragedy could have been avoided if authorities had acted quickly after the equipment malfunctioned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m., he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home, The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who is 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky as they played darts game after game. Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfis accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holsted's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holsted's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holsted spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spend 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holsted case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present It seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermell Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermell's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermell's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jermell was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jermell made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jermell's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jermell's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jermell. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jermell was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jermell was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jermell's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jermell's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jermell's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jermell's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jermell Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jermell after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jermell already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jermell was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jermell started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons, despite his difficult past. His new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jermel tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jermel Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jermel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jermel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermel. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermel's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermel, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermel Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermel was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermel, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermel had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermel would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermel choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermel. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermel. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermel's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather Jermel Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermel's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermel from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. "You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death?" This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermel. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermel might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or child protective services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann, wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermel. Some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermel Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months, or life. Some of Jermel's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermel's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermel's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the youth home educational program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermel Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.